Hello everyone and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. This is going to be a special edition where the players are getting their last little bit of testing in before the big seasonal open rounds, and another one on the Friday the 13th. So we're going to have a lot of factors at play here with some testing, some bad luck, maybe some good luck. But as always, my name is Scarzig and I'm joined on the desk by Panda. How you doing today, my friend?
Doing great, and really excited to see what we end up seeing today in terms of deck list, because we have had a bit of a break. Things have changed in the meta. There have been big changes, to cards, and even just to just the bigger rules in Runeterra with the play cast change as well. So interesting to see what that looks like reflected on a kind of competitive standpoint, what this tournament looks like today. And as you mentioned, this will be a very clear reflection of what we'll be seeing this weekend and also, of course, next weekend. So really, really excited to see what these players have brought for us today.
The meta has changed, some of the rules have changed, but our format has not. This is going to be a double elimination bracket with our 8 invited players from all across the EU Shard. All matches will be best of 3. The players will bring their 3 decks with no duplicate region combinations and no champion overlap. They get to ban one of their opponent's deck and then play out that best of 3 and try to get the win with their 2 remaining decks. After the upper and lower brackets are sorted out, they're going to be splitting up that classic $200 prize pool, with the top 2 players being re-invited back for the next fight night.
Talking about players, we have a lot of the names we've seen so many times before. Broken Ball, of course, having a fantastic, not just start to the year, but I guess the first entire half of the year has been great for him as well. Talpinator from Italy also had a great showing recently in Fight Night. And Smooth Soloist, someone that we know as a memester turned kind of more hardcore player, now maybe a bit more of a memester again with the deck that he has brought today. We'll talk about it in just a bit. But the rest of the players, kind of fresh blood. Players that are trying to prove themselves, trying to put their name kind of on the higher tiers of the competitive scene here in Runeterra. We have Rack, we have Luna, we have Only Love, we have Kradzot, and we have Lorgameplay, representing many different countries. Italy is definitely the country to beat in this fight today. 3 players coming in from Italy, but also, Belgium and Turkey are also represented today.
Yeah, I know that Broken Ball was very glad to see that the Italian scene was continuing to flourish within the bigger Runeterra ecosystem. And now, of course, because Giant Slayer and Wisdom have those open sign-up sheets now for Fight Night EU, it's not a direct invitational the way we used to do it. We're getting a lot more fresh competition, and these players can begin to flex their influence on the metagame, right? If you're a memer, but your decks become popular, then suddenly it's the meta. There you go.
And look at the player cards for this first matchup. Round 1 of today's tournament is going to be Smooth Soloist from Germany, coming in hot. As I mentioned before, he's a player that really started getting a name for himself as a deck builder. Really built some really cool, really funky, really out there kind of decks that a lot of players were very happy to play and to, kind of follow him as a deck builder. Then started playing at a higher and higher level with seasonals, making it to open rounds. And overall, in Fight Night as well, has this half of the year really started making a name for himself. And got a bit more, hardcore, the Demacia meta, playing a lot more of the standard decks. But today, he's brought some spice. We'll talk about it in just a tiny bit.
But the opponent for Smooth Soloist in round 1 is going to be Lorgameplay, one of the newer players coming from Turkey. We can see right here, favored decks, anything with Sivir. That's going to set you up, massively for the past few metagames. There was that little dip where, Sivir Akshan kind of took a back seat, had to go back to the drawing board. But the players, like Lorgameplay, Badge Attack, etc., that really stuck with that archetype and kept piloting it, was able to pass that knowledge down. Grandpa Roji to Castman. We know that these mid-range Demacian archetypes are still incredibly potent, so I hope that Lorgameplay will be able to kind of give us a little bit of a showing today, even though that lineup is going to be a bit more aggressive than our standard Sivir lists.
Now the time has come to talk about one of the decks that Smooth Soloist has brought to today's tournament. After a long time, this deck has been on the top shelf, gathering dust for many, many months, but finally someone has brought deep back into Fight Night. It's going to be a pretty standard list. Nothing crazy going on here. No recent buffs or anything, no new cards being added that have changed much in this archetype. But Smooth Soloist is a believer, and he's bringing in the 2 Maokai, 3 Nautilus version with, again, Most of the similar stuff. Obviously, we had Stalking Shadows nerfed quite a while ago, and that has obviously impacted the cards that are added to this deck. But instead, we have now a Fading Memories, and we still have the Triple Lure of the Depths. So just trying to get the discounts, trying to get these Sea Scarabs out very early on to go deep as fast as possible. And around turn 6 and 7, spike, hit deep, put Nautilus on the board, and hopefully take over the game.
This list has a little bit of that kind of turbo deep flavor that we saw long time ago, but you still have a bit of a nod to cover for the aggro matchups. We got Fading Memories to get that extra Deadbloom Wanderer, and Bone Skewer as well to get a rep of that lifesteal, and then put that Deadbloom Wanderer right back on top and get even more healing off of it. I think this is a pretty well-balanced deck, and we'll have to see. This is Deep is that seasonal wild card that players are like, oh, you know, things get a little bit too over-centralized or accounting for these specific decks, and then Deep, in an environment of that nature, can still find some very good matchups. I'm looking forward to hopefully seeing it in the first round.
This is very similar to what I would build, I think, as well with Deep, especially the Bone Skewer, the one copy of it. Going from 0, that kind of interaction specifically, to 1 is already a big, boost in terms of what you can do, what your opponent has to be careful for, what your opponent has to kind of play around to some extent with open deck lists. So similar to the one copy of Atrocity, I think both are cards that give you that extra, wide approach in terms of what you can answer and what you can play around. And it's always good to have at least one of those cards in those slots. So Atrocity, Bone Skewer, big fan. Then we have Double Salvage, and as you mentioned, the Withering Whale. You do need some resistance to aggro. This is, of course, the biggest weakness of Deep, is not being able to survive until you do go deep. Just not being able to stall out enough against more aggressive lists. And Withering Whale will, of course, help with the go wide strategy.
The deck, I mean, overall, the archetype is just a fan favorite. It's super beloved. The people who play Deep really love it to death, and this, as I said, is the moment for this archetype to hopefully shine. But the next deck that we have is actually a Timelines deck. Now, this is a bit more of a soupy approach. We've got only one Gnar, an Ezreal, a Lissandra, and the triple Trundle. With the Timelines, you want those Ice Pillars. But after the Gnar nerf, you want to kind of diversify your strategy and, keep your threat levels attacking the opponent from different angles. With the Ice Veil Archers and Ferris Financier giving you tools, we have a lot of removal with Mystic Shot. It does indeed make sense that Ezreal could level up here. And I gotta say, Panda, I am loving the inclusion of used Cask Salesman. I've said for a very long time that this is an incredibly underrated defensive tool from PNZ. You're essentially trading 2 HP to block even more than that against a wider board.
Yeah, it's a card that I've definitely played around with a bit as well. When I was playing Timelines with Gnar, with the Battle City version at the very start of the season, I guess, so long ago because it's been so long. But this was a deck that I was playing a lot of as well. Not so much the Freljord version. I found that a bit more too traditional because I had played it in the past as well with a Trundle. I wanted to try something different, but definitely a deck that I am a big fan of. I think everyone knows that. Timeline is a very, very fun card to play with. Makes pretty much every game fresh and exciting on ladder. This version is a bit interesting, though, with the extra Lissandra added in. Of course, you have the chance to level her up with the Trundle Pillar, so it does make some amount of sense. And, of course, the If That Stairs. I'm surprised not to see Submersible, considering how, one of you're going with champions and everything. It would make sense to me to fit at least, one or maybe even two, considering how good of a payoff card it is for Timelines. But we're going right now into the pick and ban phase. We're going to see what the decks look like for Lorcan, the Turkish player, is bringing Ziggs Talia, is bringing Caitlyn Ezreal, which I'm also a fan of, and is bringing Heimerdinger Jace. So all in all, looking at these decks, I have to say I'm incredibly happy, Scarzig. These are a lot of my big favorites from kind of the whole year of Runeterra.
After the big meta shakeup, a lot of these archetypes just had a chance to shine. Sundisk got hit just a little bit, but also a lot more aggressive lists were still able to retain their spots in metagame. So while that deck is still a threat, there's so many things that give it a hard time that it just doesn't see as wide play. And so we're seeing much more balanced archetypes trying to hit, I think Tri-Beam is the poster child for a deck that hits everything at roughly a 50% win rate, and you're just trying to play the deck as clean as possible. Talia Ziggs is the deck that nobody wants to deal with. This is a deck that if you underestimate it, really inappropriately high levels of HP. Things are running that unleashed shenanigans, and so the players are going into value time. Heimerdinger versus Deep. This is a matchup I don't think we've seen in quite some time. Panda, do you have any experience playing?
I don't think anyone.
Heimerdinger
I think this is the first time that Deep queues up into to chase Heimerdinger.
I don't know. I don't
history,
think these archetypes have ever been meta at the same time.
No. I mean, Deep hasn't been played for the last year, so it's already very hard to have it play against new champions. But we're getting ready to start things off, and that's always a good start for a Deep player. Having the Wanderer as well in hand is going to be great. Maybe missing a bit more, the Sea Scarab early on as kind of an engine.
Wait, what? Oh my god. 1 mana Thermo Beam. So what does this tell us about Lorcan's hand?
I'm not sure.
Now, long ago, the Dreg Dredgers had actually gotten nerfed to a 1/1 because the atrocity pressure that Deep could put onto you just from the early chip damage it dealt was so high. And maybe Lorcan is just, the hand is all removal, just using it and saying, I need to protect my HP as much as I can. This list is going to have a little bit of trouble dealing with Abyssal Eyes and such.
That's a beam you would want to use on the Maokai. Always kind of the clear target for beam, a card to definitely want to take care of as soon as it comes down onto the board. But maybe, that play was just meant to confuse Smooth Soloist. Maybe the value of shaking a player on round 1 with a confusing play is good enough in, the mental warfare in a possibly 3-game series. So Scarzig, never underestimate the confusion aspect of some of these plays.
I gotta say, I've done that before as well. It's not a, you can option select against, it wasn't a misplay, I'm trying to deal mental damage, but sometimes you can do completely ridiculous things that trick your opponent into overthinking the matchup. But now we've just got the float, into the assembly line, and so now Lorcan has a little bit of a mid-game wall. What's so nice about these Heimerdinger decks is, if we go all the way back in time to the start of Runeterra, Heimerdinger Shadow Isles was one of the strongest decks from the beta. It was overshadowed by how powerful Draven Aggro and Fiora and Control Freljord Ramp was at the time, but this was like the 4th Ghost deck that had an incredibly low play rate, but had a massive win rate for those who did try to play it. And so this archetype coming back into the metagame, the Heimerdinger plus a Jace in Shadow Isles makes a lot of sense. If you have that mid-game Enforcer play to kind of set up for your Heimerdinger, the deck is always going to see a modicum of success. We've seen Heimerdinger paired up with Lux and Vi to kind of fulfill that role, but Jace coming down a little bit earlier than that to start mixing things up earlier is a little bit better for you.
I like the pass there from Smooth. Burns the mana on Lorcan, doesn't end up attacking, doesn't get a trade on the Forge Worker, so it wasn't really worth it in that case. And you do get that 1 extra card from hitting with the Elusive, but at this point in time, I think it was better just to burn mana there. This is a dangerous spot for Deep usually. This is where you're weakest, where you don't really have much going for you. And any mana you're able to burn at this stage of the game is going to be crucial.
Ooh, so Heimerdinger actually just gets slammed down. I think Lorcan recognizes the only way that Smooth is going to be able to deal with this is with a Vengeance. You're going to get a lot of guaranteed value because either Smooth has to spend all their mana just going for Vengeance, and with no attack token, you don't have to worry about, the Jaw Fish, and it's too risky to go for Devour the Depths at the time because if you just have a Mystic Shot or a Vile Feast, the Heimerdinger is safe.
I think the Vengeance has to come down here. I mean, this is the turn to play it. You already got the value from the Maokai. You already got, the extra bit of Deep. And this is going to be a threat that you want to take care of sooner rather than later. It is true that at the end of the day, it might just clog up the board, and Deep is not necessarily a deck that wants to race you down. Instead, it's trying to, go in with the big units like Nautilus, for example, having a Devourer, and then just control the board that way. But I still think it's worth it with the extra mana you had, and 1 more mana burn here by Lorcan.
Yeah, big call out there. There's no extra spells in hand to cash in to get value from the Heimerdinger, but you have to kill it now just so that Lorcan doesn't go into a 10-mana turn and have something like potentially Heimerdinger's Progress Day to get an 8/8 and really start walling you out. thanks to the Abyssal Eyes at the very least, even if there is a wide board, you can still deal a pretty high amount of damage. And hopefully these Jaw Hunters can find their way into play. They're pretty frail, but generating sea monsters is going to be very key for keeping up with the potential value of Lorcan's Heimerdinger deck. And I think one of the underrated cards you certainly could get is Terror of the Tides, a sea monster that debuffs the entire opponent's board and also grants fearsome to your other sea monsters to let you set up an OTK swing.
Problem with the challengers is that the stat line is just a little bit too risky. The 1 HP. Oh, but this hand is definitely interesting. Definitely not the right hand, it looks like, from Lorcan there, considering the decimates.
Yeah, and just looking at the list from Lorcan, there's no like static shock or anything, but we do still have Shock Blast. We still have Vile Feast. The Forge Workers are just waiting to block. This version is running Albus Ferris, not going for any Ledros Atrocity, has a lot more of a board-based strategy with Adaptatron and the Hextech Handler.
This is, again, somewhere I think Smooth is able to pass here. If Lorcan gives him the pass, might be a case where you once again want to burn mana from your opponent, but in the end, it will be Vengeance coming down. A Vengeance that could have been used onto the Nautilus later on, instead going to be used onto the Maokai, when it's already gotten so much value. I mean, this is maybe a little bit too late. You're now able to go deep, play out the Beast below as well, and have a pretty menacing board that your opponent has to deal with.
Yeah, even burning the Atrocity, I think you're fine from here. Having the extra generation of threats is just so good. I think 7/7 is a very appropriate stat line, especially for this matchup. Having just big HP, something that can attack and survive and then attack again, is going to put a lot of pressure on Lorcan. That Heimerdinger play was a big risk that was taken, and I kind of thought there might have been a second one in the hand, but it turns out it was just trying to get some sort of value set up because we don't see any Jace, there's no big spells in the hand, and if Lorcan whiffs on those board swinging spells and just has to play these small Financiers and Hextech Handler to try to hold the fort after this deck has gone deep, it's going to be a very, very hard game.
Very awkward, just early few turns and the mid game as well for Lorcan here. Having to use the Vengeance on the Maokai, knowing that he would be at the mercy of a pass if he didn't, do something in that last action turn. And at this point now, I mean, once this Nautilus is played, there's no answer right now in hand from Lorcan. You're able to play 2 Beast Belows for free after playing the Nautilus, so you have full control of the board. And at 14 HP, I'm not sure Lorcan even has what it takes to live past the next turn. So game 1, I think, will be going to Smooth here. Deep having a very good showing, but his opponent just not doing enough to create any problems for Deep in the state where it's most vulnerable in the mid game.
And I love this as well, having the Dreg Dredgers to sit back and buy another action to force Lorcan to spend a little bit more mana. So no Vengeance now allows you to play the Nautilus. And with the discount, the rest of these Beasts below are going to come down and join him.
And I think that's what Smooth is reacting to now, seeing that, he's once again dipping under that 6 mana where you expect the Vengeance, and now you think, what else can answer Nautilus at this point with 5 mana? The answer is nothing. So and not just Nautilus itself being a problem where it's going to, you have to deal with this at some point in the game, or it's just going to print out, so much value with the discounts on the sea monsters. But the fact that this hand has 2 Beast Belows, it means that there's really nothing you're going to do here. And that's the case for Lorcan. Losing game 1, Smooth takes it with Deep. We start off strong. Let's see if this continues throughout the rest of this tournament. But right now, Smooth is 1 win away from advancing to the semifinals.
Deep taking a game, and that's what I'm talking about, right? Where you have these decks that have kind of gotten really centralized over value. The aggro decks are keeping the mid-range Shurima and the Sundisk at bay, and so then these value and control decks can just exist in the metagame to beat down the other mid-range and aggro decks that are fighting to take a foothold. And then Deep says, you've gone too far in that direction, you're too greedy, and now I get to kind of have this punchy turn 7, turn 8 finisher kind of deck.
And we'll see now the second deck for Smooth will be the Timelines deck, a deck that I'm also very excited to see in action, especially this specific build from
Timelines
Smooth.
on turn 1.
You love to see it.
Let's go. Oh, just passes, floats the mana. There's no 2-drop in hand. There's no need to pull the trigger on that just yet until you actually get something playable. And now with a 3-drop, we can go ahead and cash this in. Nice subtle efficiency there by Smooth.
Let's see now. Not really the best, the craziest of starts for Smooth, but usually with timelines, it's not a deck that you're trying to, out-tempo your opponent or win quickly. It's more just trying to match, trying to get, value over time. After playing timelines, pretty much every card you're playing is doing what it's supposed to do, plus the extra benefit of, not having to pay those stat costs for the effects you're getting.
Oh God, Lorcan. I was like, why? How did you get the Aurora Borealis? But it's actually a Hex Tech anomaly. We're about to see some shenanigans, fandom. If this game goes long, we're going to get a lot of very spicy options offered. But the hand is looking a little bit more well-rounded, right? We've got the Forge of Tomorrow, getting a 3/3, refunding some spell mana down the road. It's going to make weaving in this assembly line a little bit more appropriate. So Aloof Travelers is going to come through, unfortunately, bopping that strength in numbers.
Ember Monk, not bad at all. The quick attack, the 3/3 stat line on the attack turn right now, so can essentially free attack here without anything being able to block it at this point.
And Ember Monk is one of those cards that can't really earn a spot in a main deck, but it does still have a very powerful effect. So this transformation is quite nice. The Hextech Anomaly actually did transform into Ascended's Rise, and so Albus Ferris had to take the hit there. So Lorcan's already a little bit sweating here, I think. When you have that powerful 7-drop that you're kind of just building towards and hoping to rely on, having it get discarded by Aloof Travelers is just really throws a wrench into those plans. And we have to see Jace. Like I said, the important part about Jace in this deck is he's a mid-game just enforcer card. Having that quick attack to keep pressure down or challenger to rip a key backline threat from Smooth's list is something this deck does need in order to set up properly.
You might want to use Zana Urchin on the Flame Chompers here, considering you do need, some more blockers here, possibly on this turn. But this is going to be Station Archivist instead, seeing what you can find on Smooth's side. Has the option for Aftershock, has the option for Iterative Improvement as well, now at this point in the early game. One thing to remind viewers, the key reason you're playing Timelines with this region combination is going to be the synergy it has with Trundle. Once you have Timelines activated, when you play Trundle's Pillar, you play an 8 cost, it transforms into an actual 8 cost unit, and then you get your mana back anyway. So that's really the biggest win con in this deck.
Actually holds back the Ember Monk, wants to keep stacking this buff, might have some sort of plans for it down the road, and considers the 3/3, but Aftershock is actually going to take down the Adaptatron. Doesn't want any of the mechs to share keywords. And this is important, right? Where Smooth is covering that potentially snowbally option. Doesn't really have an idea of how awkward Lorcan's hand actually is.
And it's, again, like last game as well. 2 games in a row where the hand just doesn't seem to be working with what Lorcan wants to do in the early to mid game. We still have Zana Urchin play out this time as well. Another thing to remember with the timelines, it only transforms the very first unit you play each round. So this is all can be a bad thing because you want to transform everything, but sometimes you don't want to transform the second unit, and you're able to do that by playing out the first unit, taking the hit or getting the upside of the timelines transformation, and then playing out your normal unit without transforming.
So the Ember Monk is going to go in. It's now a 5/2 with quick attack. It's really important that Smooth did decide to take 3 damage in exchange for keeping this thing alive, because that quick attack just forces you over and over again to block, and it's just going to keep scaling and keep scaling. And having this this unit run interference, right, is going to allow Smooth to keep up with the board and build towards that big win condition. Because even though we don't have Heimerdinger or Jace in play currently, this is still a respectable mid-range board that can deal a lot of damage around the sides.
Flame Chalmers coming down for 2 mana, but you are going to transform into something else at this point.
Startled Stomper seems like a fine idea, just to get a 2/3 down. And now the Ember Monk up to a 6/2. Has to get taken down. See, so this already got so much value. It was able to trade into that Spiderling. It absorbed a Thermo Beam and a Vile Feast. And that was a very smart pick from Smooth Swallowist. When it comes to timelines, you know, we all roll our eyes when our opponent gets something really nutty like Ancient Crocolith or the Ledros Dreadway stuff of old, but it really just showcases your ability to flex into a lot of other units that typically wouldn't see play and kind of take advantage of their unique synergies and abilities to generate pressure.
Another big attack coming in here. You do have a Mystic Shot to take down this 3-1 at the very least, and I'll take 2 much damage over the side. And if you want to block the 5-5 as well, but still a lot of damage coming in here. And just the wider board throughout the entire game for Lorcan.
I think at this point it's fine to just kind of chump down with everything. And hopefully Gnar comes down. This is still in Lorcan's favor, ironically. Smooth is running out of resources. We do have the Buried in Ice, but without anything to follow up and threaten alongside it, all you're doing is just kind of AoE Gravitum, right, against your opponent's board. Just that, removing them from consideration for a couple rounds.
Gonna have a chance here to clean up the board with True Shot Barrage, though. Will work quite well.
Beautiful
taking down
pickup.
Pretty much everything here at this point. Only leaving the 3-1 that can trade into the Arachnoid Horror at this point. So definitely what Smooth needed, to be honest. It's a bit overpriced for the spell for what it does, but in this case specifically, it does work out quite well.
That 3-2-1 lines up, and ironically, both of these decks are built around the concept of having these extra resources generated, the ability to employ cards you don't normally see. Runeterra has a plethora of cards that are just barely good enough bad enough to not make the cut for your deck, and we get to see them on full display here. Production Surge gets an 8-8, a 2-2, and a 1-1 for that remaining 11 mana.
And still awkward here for Smooth because he just hasn't found the Trundle yet, and this is something that the deck really thrives off of the kind of the free tempo you get from playing essentially a free 8-drop on turns 8 or 9, where you can really just take that and you play 2 8-drops, all of a sudden your opponent cannot possibly answer that in one turn, and you're able to swing the tempo of the game back in your favor. But in this case, has missed the Trundle entirely.
And Lorcan is now doesn't really have to make a choice between, oh, should I develop, should I do this or that. Actually does go for the Shock Blast, trying to set up a massive swing here and give Smooth the opportunity to potentially just go for Buried in Ice.
Yeah. I think it's what you need to do. I think at this point you need to, try and just stall out here until you're able to get your big hitters like Trundle, like at that Stairs, for example, maybe in combination with the Buried in Ice. But instead, going to play out the T-Hex from hand off of the Iterative Improvement.
So I think the reason Smooth doesn't go for Buried in Ice here is that you're basically only now buying yourself one round to set up defenders, and because Lorcan would have that countdown end at the next attack token, and it would set up a beautiful open attack.
And you have the Mystic Shot here as well to take down a 3-1, so you're really only taking 3 damage on the side.
That's important to note. I've actually never seen this interaction. Iterative Improvement, even after the transformation, carries over the +1/+1. Very clever.
Yeah, gonna still stay at 12 HP, so still quite healthy for this point in the game. Especially when your opponent's hand is really all spells. It doesn't have direct damage to the Nexus. Is gonna also have to draw in top deck into the win conditions. So, despite the HP lead here for Lorcan, despite the board lead as well, I think the game is pretty even. It's just gonna come down to who's able to draw the card they need to when they need to. Second Vengeance is not really it for Lorcan.
And then the pass there, Lorcan definitely is, oh no, there's Buried in Ice. And we're once again in the same position where I get to develop this turn.
Smooth does want to take down this 2-1 at this point, just to not allow this damage to just, maybe it just keeps on ramping up every single turn that you can't answer it if we stay in this stalemate for a bit longer. So better to answer it now. You have still so much mana to work with, but not really many options. Maybe you're hoping your opponent plays out something nice.
I have not seen a double brick top deck war like this in a great while. A lot of decks are built around much more consistent and direct win cons that are kind of, put on a timer.
Now comes the bluffing game. Smooth wants to make it so that Lorcan plays into the Buried in Ice, and then you can get that Stairs to clean up everything and maybe kind of unlock this stalemate from both players. So we'll see how he's able to bluff this and how he's able to make Lorcan fall into his trap.
The you got to remember that the It That Stares was buffed. It just deals a solid 3 damage AoE. We can just clear, though it's in play right now, and just haven't... oh my god, Captain Farron! Okay, so we get the Overwhelm. It's important that the Summon and Transform are different. We don't get the Decimates, but we do get Overwhelm. Do you like Overwhelm, or do you like Challenger Regeneration?
Well, Vengeance will kill anything anyway, so it doesn't really matter, Scarzig. You can pick whichever one you want. Whichever one's your favorite, whichever one you think looks nicer, the card art, whatever it is. But Vengeance will be taking it down in this swing.
We got to go for Farron because it's just a classic card. But Usgar certainly for the hipster flex. You know, press 1 in chat for Usgar, the ancient. And here we go. We've got Vengeance online. We've got Hextech Handler finally hitting the board. This is going to give all of your tech units, this includes the Heimerdinger turrets, of +1/+1 permanently for the rest of the game. Oh, the iterative improvement on the Farron! Oh my god, yes, absolutely. I forgot about the iterative improvement that was in hand. Things just got really dicey for Lorcan. Iterative improvement, quietly one of the best cards, I think.
ISO Archer also great here on defense, able to play out both. If there wasn't an open attack, but there is going to be one here in the end. You're going to take 4, that's fine. You're at 7 HP, still healthy enough. And now Farron, if there's ever a card that's able to break a stalemate and able to try and close out games, Farron is that card.
That is basically Captain Farron's entire purpose, right? Is breaking through. I will end this siege, etc. I will end this. And Lorcan, however, has 3 damage worth of burn in hand with Shock Blast. Needs just a little bit more. It could potentially go over the top. It would be very surreal to see these two board-based decks just having to completely pivot their win conditions into who has the most burn. Wait, Steel Crescendo? Wait.
He's considering for the meme factor. I think that stare just for the bard is going to be better in this case than 9/9. Of course, you have Vengeance and you have easy ways to remove bigger targets for Lorcan, but still, in a vacuum, I think is going to be the better choice. And now, once again, Lorcan trying to go wide, trying to deal the little bit of damage he needs to deal to win this game, while Smooth is still playing catch up with a hand that was, for the most part, pretty bricked coming into the late game.
And Lorcan is healthy enough to kind of just still tank through these 2 decimates. There's pressure here going into the next round, and this is where Smooth is forced to go for the Buried in Ice, I think.
I'm surprised Smooth hasn't played Aftershock all these, he's had a few turns where he had 1 or 2 mana, he was burning, and he didn't play Aftershock and try and clear the board a little bit. Might be punished for it in this case because he's just constantly taking a little bit of chip damage around the sides, and that might be what seals the deal here for Lorcan, considering that, already 7 HP on the Nexus for Smooth.
So Piercing Darkness clears Alessandra back up to 20 HP. Still mana open for Buried in Ice, and you've got to go for it here, right? Because you're gonna die on the open attack, and once you go for this, Lorcan sets up Jace safely for another open attack.
Yeah, at this point now commits the Aftershock, but again, a bit too late. He had the option the last 2 turns even, with some extra spell mana being burnt as well, so it makes it even more appealing, but decides to go for it. At this point, Jace can now come down. You have only 6 mana to work with. Instead, it could be an end round, but you don't want to take this because, like you mentioned, you have the Shock Blast in hand, plus the 6 damage from the Forge Workers.
Oh, and goes for the Cask Salesman. Just to get a blocker in play, but again, you're sacrificing 2 HP because of the used casks here. And so now we've got 3v1 on the next attack token. Jace coming through also has the Shock Blast still in hand. This came down to a grind, but Lorcan was still able to keep up an appropriate amount of pressure, just drew unit after unit. And Smooth never saw a single trundle this game.
That's the biggest problem, really. This deck is not functioning how Smooth wanted it to function. He hasn't gotten some crazy timelines value you tend to see when you're playing timelines. You're looking for those huge payoff synergies, and it hasn't been found really for Smooth. So every single turn past, turn 5, 6, or 7, he's been slowly outvalued by Lorcan.
the It That Stares did still get massive value. The Captain Farron had a lot of threat, but what ended up happening was because Lorican's hand was bricked with reactive spells, Smooth took a proactive stance to try to keep up on the board and essentially made a situation that unbricked Lorican's hand.
There's a damage to the Nexus, a damage to the blocker. 3 units still attacking, lethal damage connecting with Jace on the board, and that will be the tie in this series. Lorcan takes the game 2. Gonna go to a game 3 now. Still the same deck, the same timelines deck is the only option that Smooth has to try and win this series in advance. Whereas Lorcan can now go on to his second deck, which won't be the Zigstalia, which was banned, and it won't be the Heimerdinger Jace. It will be the Caitlyn Ezreal Tri-Beam, which is another favorite of mine. I love playing, the original Ezreal Draven with Tri-Beam before my poor boys got butchered. But the idea is still the same, and I think what appeals to me is just the fact that, as you mentioned, you get to see Tri-Beam going into different things every game. It makes every game kind of fresh and exciting, and it has a very reactive stance as well, which I think I like a lot. Not as reactive as Feel the Rush and heavy control is, but still reactive enough where you feel like you have agency and you can kind of counterplay almost any matchup.
It has that really strong mixture of board presence and removal. This was like the blueprint for darkness. You can play to the board. You can try to play a more tempo and aggressive game, depending on your draws, depending on the matchup. And this was the original poster child for just completely outskilling the opponent, where you're just trying to bait them into making bad plays. They're trying to take big risks to force you to say, okay, do you have Ravenous Flock here? And if you even have a good Ravenous Flock, do you want to greed to have a much better target down the road? There's going to be just decisions after decisions passed back and forth here with really big ramifications for later in the game, because this particular modern build doesn't have as much card draw as we've seen in previous builds of Tri-Beam or even builds of Ezreal Caitlyn specifically. So misallocation of resources could leave Lorcan high and dry once these Buried in Ice and It That Stares combos start to come down.
Double Pharaoh's Financier coming down. That's going to be a lot of extra value in the late game when you need those big spells to come in. Now you get the extra card advantage, and those could be decisive spells later in the game as well. So definitely a card that isn't the flashiest when it came out, wasn't talked about the most, but has found its place in so many different decks. I think it's a similar idea to what Bandle City does so well. Generating a card is already so valuable that with a decent body like this one, with a 2/2 body, it's going to be worth it.
And the meta slowed down enough where you can just make consistent use of these expensive spells as well, with also some great synergies. With Jace, or just a deck like this that wants the value, wants the big removals later on in the game, can really go a long way. Can go Lifeblade, fantastic pickup, getting a little bit of lifesteal to kind of offset the early damage that you're taking. The big thing as well with Tri-Beam, we've talked so much about how flexible it is, how reactive it is, but thanks to the cast play change, Ezreal is a much bigger threat in this deck. Previously, he was kind of there to just say, oh, well, I can get a Mystic Shot here and there. Maybe I can deal the extra 4 or 5 damage I need to close out the game. But with the right hand combination, with the right circumstance, Ezreal, over the course of a couple rounds, can hit you for, 10 or 12 damage. It forces you to be a lot more protective of your HP.
And weirdly enough, both of these decks are going to be doing very similar things in the early and the mid game. The benefit here, though, is that Smooth already has 2 Trundles in hand, so he has the most broken part about this combination, and the reason you play this deck at all is really the Trundle and cheesing out Aatrops for free, essentially. And this is the point where if both decks are doing similar things, if both decks are playing fair throughout the early and mid game, the moment you get the Trundle combo online on turn 8, you get such a massive swing in your favor that I think this is why this matchup is going to be Smooth to win, especially with 2 Trundles already in hand.
Yeah, we've got 2 Trundles in hand, so even if Lorcan responds to this with Thermogenic Beam or some big removal spell to clear the Trundle, you have the Pillar, and that's all you care about. Meanwhile, Lorcan is just playing a very quaint early mid game, no Caitlyn, no Tri-Beams in hand either to take advantage of all these plays.
And the fact that now 1 Trundle's dead because Lorcan has to play his game, which is, trying to control the board, trying to deal with the bigger threats. But this allows for a second Trundle to be played. And that means we're going to have 2 pillars for the late game. And if it was hard to out-tempo, that 1 free 8 cost, doing it against 2 free 8 costs is going to be almost impossible for a deck like Lorcan's that is trying to outgrind his opponent.
Archivist finds Mystic Shot off the top. You got to remember that it checks the top 5 cards of your deck, so we know that Smooth's draws are going to be a Mystic, and then 4 other units. A lot more chump blockers coming through, and that's kind of like what you want to see in this matchup. If you are drawing just all spells, it gives Lorcan a chance to just keep passing and keep buying time, rather than being forced to wait, quote-unquote, waste a lot of these spells without getting Tri-Beam procs. So I like that Smooth Soloist is getting a little bit of a glimpse into the future to say, I know I'm going to have a lot more unit-based pressure coming up.
Tough decision here for Smooth. Peddler, of course, not being really a summon effect, being more an engine-type card that gets its effect, ongoing as it stays on the board. Going to be always a good card to pick up with the transformation.
Mm-hmm. So Arachnoid Sentry, I think this is a very obvious telegraph for Ravenous Flock, and because of the cast play change, we see the mushrooms just go right into the deck immediately, but that's perfectly fine.
So yeah, possibly a Tavern Keeper, only 2 HP to heal here, still very healthy in the start of the game here for Smooth. Get excited, and more, most of the discard package cards in this deck work so well because you have to remember, you have 3 copies of Timelines in the deck. You want to make sure you get it as early as possible, as consistently as you can on turn 1. But this means that the 2 copies after that are completely useless. They're dead cards that you do absolutely nothing, and having ways to discard those cards for value is going to be massive, which is why things like Zonai Urchin and Get Excited are also played pretty much always in Timelines decks.
It's a great way to turn that weakness into a pretty big strength, and with the versatility and flexibility of the list, it doesn't matter if you have a couple dead cards in your hand for a few rounds. This is a list that can have so much value in play that, a couple dead draws doesn't make or break the game necessarily. Meanwhile, Lorcan has the strength in numbers in hand. We have the Captain Farron, and things are going to need to kick into overdrive here pretty soon. Ice Pillar is due to come down next round. Oh man, Urchin actually looking at discarding the Buried in Ice.
I do agree with it, to be honest. I mean, I don't think you're going to be losing control of this board. Lorcan is going to be playing on the back foot the entirety of this game, where he has to be answering with spells, and he has to be essentially not really developing his own board. And I'm not sure Buried in Ice is ever going to find the value that you need to find, where you need this blowout turn.
But Smooth backs out, and you can still play Zonai Urchin without discarding anything, just getting a 1-drop in play, and not drawing a card. Still leaves mana open for this second Trundle. There is no combination of spells right now that can kill the Trundle this round, but there could be, a chump block into a Scorched Earth or something like that.
The thing is, Trundle's not going to be really the problem. He's just the initiator of the trouble that will be coming Lorcan's way. If you waste the resources, dealing with the Trundle, which is already a card that, has to be dealt with. It is a scary card with regen that just stays there, pounding your Nexus every single turn. But then you have the free 8 cost. And that's where I think Lorcan might just surrender, might give up, because it's a combo that's so hard to deal with. Some matchups, it doesn't even get to that point, but other matchups that are playing for the board, are playing for the value, like any kind of, Draven Ezreal and Ezreal Caitlyn decks have in the past, are going to have a very hard time dealing with this combo.
This deck is known for its ability to remove things, but because it's a Noxus P&Z style, it needs to use a lot of cards in combination in order to get those removals.
First transformation here into the Arsenal, probably just to try and trade into the Farron at this point. You're going to take 2 damage on the side, or maybe 4 if you pick up the Grandfather Removal, but that's fine because you get all your mana right back. 10 mana still to work with for Smooth with an extra 8-drop on the board.
Trundle also levels up now. An extra Overwhelm threat potentially. Goes for Grandfather Removal because of that spell shield. It's incredibly vexing for Lorcan to deal with. Is there a world where you block with the Trundle instead here to keep this other threat alive?
There's a world where you you can just flash freeze, block with removal, keep it alive. You have an 8/4 Overwhelm that has spell shield, so much harder to deal with for Lorcan. And this is the point in the game where as the opponent, you start thinking, what can I do? I'm already just so far behind off of this sequence of plays. And there's a second Ice Pillar coming. It's not over yet, Scarzig.
Coming from the other game, Smooth Soloist didn't have the Trundle at all. Now in this game, Lorcan has not drawn a single champion and no tri-beams. It's just really unfortunate. Smooth gonna put the final nail in the coffin with this Dreadway.
Have the chance for a Boom Baboon into a Get Excited, into a Flame Chomper, into, you know, more damage to the Nexus, and I think this has to be lethal.
You see that Shock Blast dealing 6? Oh my god, that's horrifying.
Yeah, a lot of scary stuff happening on this hand right now with this combination of cards. Of course, you can't plan for it. You can't say, oh, I'm going to get Dreadway here, I'm going to pop off because of this, but a free 8-drop is a free 8-drop. You know, there's not really anything bad you can get.
Oh, pardon me. I thought that was weapons, that was strength in numbers, but it's Weapons of the Lost. It deals 3 damage and summons a Treferian Shield Breaker.
And we're seeing here, as I mentioned, Boom Baboon coming in. Get Excited. You can get the Flame Chomper to drag the 6/5 out of the way. Only 3 mana left for Lorcan, so little chance to develop any more blockers. Does have the House Spider, though, to add some amount of blocking, but you have these huge overwhelming units coming in. Does it really matter at this point?
Mm-hmm. And with, you know, with this play, putting it on the stack, Lorcan has to kill the Dreadway. You can even put the Mystic Shot on the stack here if you want to get that double damage before it resolves. But either way, because there is a Flame Chomper, this is just going to be another massive swing for lethal. Ezreal also being able to join the party here because there is no more mana on Lorcan's side.
That will be 19 damage onto the Nexus to buff on Trundle as well, and that will be lethal. That will be game 3 going to Smooth. He does it with Deep and with Gnar timeline, so definitely already my favorite player in the tournament today. And thankfully, he's advancing on to the next round, maybe further than that as we move through this tournament. Would be very exciting. I think, as always, you know, it's great to see players bring the usual meta decks and the usual tournament stomping lineups, but also it's great to see players taking risks, players maybe having a little bit of fun with it and still being rewarded because, you know, these risks aren't complete risk, that there is some reason to bringing Deep, to bringing our timelines. They are strong decks in certain situations, as we're seeing here with this first win for Smooth.
There is so many viable decks right now in the metagame. The kings of the tournament scene are still there, but there's just so many different ways now to interact and threaten these lists with bad matchups or just oddball matchups that they aren't teched for or prepared for. And we'll have to see in this final testing ground before the open rounds if the players are just bringing some funny last minute ideas to see how they perform. Is this deck that my 4th deck for my lineup didn't quite make it, but jumping into this next game, Kradzad versus Talpinator, game number 3. We've got a Golden Aegis coming through into a big swing. It looks like Talpinator's just barely trying to get over the hump here with the Scout stack into Tri-Beam. Almost there. 3 HP left on Kradzad's Nexus.
And this is an Italian civil war. Both players are from Italy. Italy, of course, a country that's in the spotlight right now. An Italian land is happening very, very soon as we're speaking. So this is going to be an interesting match to see who ends up taking this one and moving on to semifinals.
For glory generated off of a Ferris Financier, I'm sure. This is the new spell that was added to Noxus in order to support the Reputation archetype. Summons 2 Treferian Glory Seekers. I was a little bit unconvinced by the card because, you know, if you're playing against any region or deck that has ping effects, you're not going to get value out of the Glory Seekers. But here, with the attack token, it's perfectly timed to wipe this board away. And hopefully, if you're Kradzad, you've got your fingers crossed and say, they've got to be out of resources. But here comes Quinn.
Quinn's coming down, Sithri on the next turn as well. Attack token back in favor of Talpinator. It's going to be very hard to have even enough blockers to stop a 3-wide attack with the Scout coming in as well. And the fact that you have a rally effect.
There's the Static Shock. No Ranger's Resolve to stop this. We don't know how many of them have been drawn or cast over the course of the game, but it is an incredibly difficult card for decks like this to deal with. Ooh! And then the Flash Bomb comes through. This maybe sets up a Get Excited or some other removal to clear this Quinn. This is a Scout attack, so even if you have removal for the Quinn, it gives Talpinator a point to develop an attack, but that is the lethal coming through. No removal in hand. Kradzad left with a bunch of units of potentially slow spells. What a way to go down in game 3.
Yeah, top laner takes that one. That's going to be him moving on to semifinals. He wins the Italian Civil War. Kradzad will have a chance to fight his way through the loser's bracket, as we've seen players do so many times and do so well as well. With kind of the beginner buff, the debutant buff we've talked about so many times. Players that come to Fight Night for the first time, they're maybe hungry to prove something, hungry to put their name out there, and they always tend to do so well. That being said, loser's bracket entirely populated by newer players we have not seen yet in Fight Night, whereas Broken Ball, top laner, both advanced to semifinals, as well as Smooth Soloist and Luna. So 2 Italian players have made it through. Smooth Soloist from Germany as well, and Luna from Belgium.
This is, I think, what we kind of expected to see. The debutante buff hasn't been showing up too much lately, and it's important that these players are still getting exposure, right, to these really juggernaut players, these titanic players from their region. And I've seen it said over and over again that, you know, just the experience of playing at such a high level is just going to improve you as a player regardless. But we'll see if these players are able to keep the dream alive, hopefully run it back and get even more you know, matches against these players that maybe they even look up to as we move throughout the bracket. But we'll take a look at that when we get back from this quick break. Don't go anywhere. Hello everyone and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. We're moving through the next stage of the upper bracket. I mean, our previous champion and fan favorite Broken Ball is still trying to make it work, trying to keep his title, trying to get that final little bit of preparation in before the seasonal open rounds. The player who, you know, kind of put Italy on the map put Italy on his back and is now bringing more of these Italian players up into the Runeterra scene.
And Broken Ball is bringing a triple Shurima lineup, so definitely a Shurima enjoyer. He was one of the pioneers with Echo Zillion, really pushing that forward in Fight Night and overall in the competitive scene.
And Xerath Zillion.
Yeah, also. I mean, just in general, he's been... I really associate him a lot with Demacia early on in his career, but now in the past few months, he's definitely been enjoying a lot of Shurima, and not just enjoying, but also just winning with it and doing really well. So not surprised to see him bringing a triple Shurima lineup to this tournament today. And facing off against Luna from Belgium, 21 years of age, more of a mid-range tempo player, but we'll see what his lineup looks like today and if it maybe has similarities to Broken Ball's lineup as well.
The mid-range strategies are just so good, like, just generically represented. There's a lot of things that are competing for spots. It's like if you're playing a mid-range deck but it's not fast enough, you're going to get scooped up by Sundisk and value decks of that nature. If you're playing a mid-range deck that's a bit too slow, then you're going to get scooped up by aggro. So it is difficult to find just the right speed of mid-range you want to play at, but we'll see. That with so many options to choose from, I think the players are going to find exactly what they're looking for. But looking at Broken Ball's first Shurima deck, this is the Akshan Sivir, a list, again, we've talked about it. If you're a believer, if you've put in the time and the reps, you can kind of push this list just a little bit further into that next tier of strong viability. We've got some interesting inclusions with the Duran Protege, where you can grant an ally an extra HP and tough. This is still targeting an ally to advance Akshan, and if you slam this on a Petrosite Broadwing or an Akshan, then it's just there forever. Having to force your opponent to have that extra little bit of coverage to remove it is so strong. We've got triple Bruiser as well to get that keyword sharing potential, and only one copy of Cataclysm and Rite of Negation.
Bruiser's back, Scarzig. We've gone full circle. We went from Bruiser to Radiant Guardian to Cythria in recent,
Yep.
if you remember, and now we're back to the standard Bruiser in that 5-cost slot. But that will be it for deck number 1. We'll see deck number 2 now for Broken Ball. Still Shurima, and it's going to be Echo Zillion. Bringing it back. Many players have now fallen off of this deck. It's not really as hot as it was 3 or 4 weeks ago, where it was maybe the hottest deck and maybe the most surprising deck to find such a dominant spot in the meta. But now has fallen off a little bit. People just generally don't see it as maybe as consistent as they would like it to be with the Chrono Break synergy interaction. But Broken Ball, being one of the first few players who was able to really pop off with this deck, I think still has that maybe extra bit of experience, extra bit of knowledge to really still find ways to win with this deck.
I mean, when it was first breaking into the tournament scene and kind of rising to prominence, it was one of those decks everybody considered a meme, and even we did. And it was seeing it played by an expert and seeing all of the intricate lines that you can go for. And it's in that perfect space where, like, no matter how many times you play against it and you think the deck isn't that great, there's always that nagging feeling in the back of your mind, like, people just aren't playing it right. And I love the one of Mystic Shot. This deck usually has like 1 or 2 flex slots that players are experimenting with, like Ruinous Path and cards like that, or Careful Prep. But Mystic Shot, just a solid answer to say, I want to maintain tempo. I need that little bit of extra burn to finish off. And the third deck from Broken Ball here is the Talia Ziggs. We haven't seen this on stream yet because it keeps getting banned. This is a deck that I've heard, it's been said that for how strong this deck is, it should be like much more prominent in the metagame.
And it just goes to show, I mean, the mid-range Shurima package with the landmark synergies with things like Endless Devout and Desert Naturalist, it's just really strong. It's been very strong for a long time. There just weren't good reasons to play Shurima. And, decks like Xerath Zillion maybe were, not Xerath Zillion, but just the Xerath decks in general with landmark synergies were a bit slower than they could be. This deck makes it much faster, and overall, I don't want to say abuses, but takes advantage of this mid-range package well enough to make it a big threat.
So I gotta say, banning a Pantheon deck when you're running a triple Shurima lineup with access to Quicksand, I think really goes to show how threatening Pantheon still is. When we talk about mid-range archetypes, like, Pantheon is still,
some players are
like,
tired, okay, Scarzig? I don't want to see Faded. I don't want to see Saga Seeker. I don't want to see Yumi. These cards are just, enough for now. So let's just ban it. and bring in the fun
If you're running
decks.
a deck with Quicksand and you can stop that overwhelm, but your opponent hits Saga Seeker into the Zenith Blade into Yumi, and then you whiff on your Quicksand and lose anyway, the mental damage is just going to be way too much.
It's not worth the mental scar. This is a long tournament. When it's still in semifinals, Broken Ball is trying to, guarantee peace of mind, trying to play against fun decks like Aphelios.
Now, this new Aphelios deck...
do we have to do the intonation to make sure we're not just saying Aphelios? Okay, got it.
I mean, I don't know. It's a Papercraft Fizz deck. Don't get it twisted, chat. People pretend it's an Aphelios deck, but this is Attach. This is Zoomer Fae. I've also heard it called before. But after the Fae nerf, the Tristana version that was much more like board synergy, wide board setup with Yordles and Arms and rallying. This one plays a bit more like Pantheon, right? Where you're setting up a key target, you're getting some acceleration with the Gleaming Lantern. As soon as you get that Papercraft Dragon or that Rainbow Fish to stick on something, you're just going to try to beat down. And notably, Attach units are immune to the Quicksand effect. You get to take some attack power away, but they retain those keywords. And so Broken Ball is going to overcome that weakness by just being much more aggressive, trying to take down Luna's deck that doesn't have as much healing despite being a Targon deck.
And Broken Ball, as some, recurring regular viewers might notice, has some pretty crisp quality on his stream. He was very happy to let our producer know he is playing, not from home today. He's playing from an Italian boot camp of sorts, the land he was traveling to today. And so the quality will be fantastic, which will match, hopefully, his strength in this tournament and in his play usually as well.
So here it is, Face Sprout is giving some pretty strong options. Quick Quill, we've seen get a lot of value over time, especially with Gleaming Lantern, being able to play it for free. But Swole Squirrel just gives you a mid-range, generally good target, but decides to pick up the Papercraft Dragon. Going to try to combo it with this Fizz. With the Roiling Sands in play, however, you've got to throw something down to eat that up. It demands a sacrifice.
Sounds a little bit more dramatic than it is.
Let me tell you, when I'm trying to play a deck that needs to set up key targets safely in play, and my opponent does Rockhopper into Roiling Sands, and I have to sacrifice essentially 3 units before I can start setting up, it feels bad. It feels real bad. Gleaming Lantern, you get your Librarian now. Congratulations.
The whole combo is out now. Grandfather out as well. And of course, the Alcat cannot be missing. The 3/1 Alcat now with Spell Shield as well. So just going wide, which is what this Fae deck and what just the Fae archetype does so well. It's really just the core concept of the keyword itself.
And just attacking here. While you're up on unit presence, dealing a little bit more damage. And with the vulnerable targets, your opponents are going to take the trades at their pleasure anyway. And I guess just, I was going to say it kind of makes sense to deal some damage because this Fae list with the Papercrafts, right? The Fizz, the Papercraft, we see the Flame Spitter. It's a much more combo-oriented strategy, so any little bit of damage that you can do in the early mid-game really does matter for your ability to, one-shot your opponent on a turn where they can't interact.
Ziggs coming down with a 4-5 stat line. So hard to deal with at this point. So early in the game. This is really why Ziggs shines so much. She has those extra stats that make all the difference.
And now Fizz is going to, every time a landmark detonates, he deals an additional 2 damage on top of that. We got a nice ability to abuse the vulnerable here with Ziggs. He's going to deal 2 damage to his blocker and to the Nexus. So just a beautiful amount of burn here coming through. Broken Ball also trading away the 3/3 into the Gleaming Lantern. It means that your opponent can't save it with a Pokey Stick if you try to get greedy with a 3/1. And also you get that landmark in play to activate your other landmark synergies. Endless Devout is a 3/3 that you want to die as soon as possible. It's just such a... What a card.
What a card.
What a card.
Could see a Perseverance coming down here for Broken Ball. Has the mana to go for it. Has the extra bit of Cycle, which he's going to need these extra cards. Right now, his hand's not looking too hot going to the late game. And the board is still pretty scary for Luna. I mean, the Fizz coming down now is one of, as you mentioned,
Fizz into
key cards.
Papercraft Dragon.
Yeah.
You're at 20 HP. You're feeling good about yourselves, and then this is where it all goes wrong. We've even got Guiding Touch to back up the Fizz if there is some sort of weird removal. Heck, the Hexplosive Minefield is key.
Yeah, it can be maybe the difference maker, at least for this turn, in allowing Broken Ball to stall out just a tiny bit more.
Okay, so Papercraft Dragon grants the stats and the double attack to Fizz. So there is a world where we Flame Spitter the Owlcat so it absorbs the Hexplosive Minefield if you're really trying to think that far ahead. Oh, the Tiny Spear onto the Librarian also accomplishes the same effect.
8 mana still to work with for Luna. Has the Aphelios option in hand as well.
And Broken Ball, you know, is feeling pretty good. We've got a lot of damage about to go onto the Nexus at the start of this next round. We've got Ancient Prep to find another key card, like maybe a Talia or an Ancient Prep. Not an Ancient Prep, I mean Rite of the Arcane or Absolver to try to get a little bit more punch through. Oh, but puts the 3/3 Papercraft on the Fizz that came from the Face Sprout, not the 2/2 one. Does this still activate the Hexplosive Minefield onto the Fizz now that it's a 5/4?
Yeah, I mean, the stat line is going to make it...
HP first.
Yeah, it's going to be higher on the stats in general. So Fizz, stunned for this turn, cannot come into combat. The Owlcat taken down here. The Flame Spitter can be played out, but that's just going to be an even trade here for Luna.
And that's at least a tool that's not going onto the Fizz. But with Ziggs going down, you're losing out on all this fantastic burn damage that you were about to get at the start of the next round. These are two decks that are essentially trying to combo each other out, and Luna has the combo, the Wing Condition in play, and Broken Ball is coming up empty here.
Another Ziggs. I'm not sure if that's going to be the kind of the game ender or the really impactful card you want to be playing on turn 7. Talia is a better pickup here.
Talia can duplicate the Sarcophagus right before it summons, but Luna still has this Fizz with the double attack and now another Flame Spitter in hand. That's 16 damage. Quicksand at the very least can take some of the attack power away from the Fizz, takes away Fizz's elusive, but not the double attack, so I think that you are still a little bit safe here.
Yeah, especially if you have the Quicksand. If you don't have the Quicksand, it's looking pretty doomed because you have no interaction essentially for Broken Ball. But in this case, there is still a chance. And you can definitely find more cards that are able to maybe pop the Minefield once again and get another stun on Ziggs next turn.
Yeah, because like I've said, there are some versions of Talia Ziggs that do run like a copy of Unleashed Energy. That way they can get the stun at burst speed and set up for like really, really strong open attacks. Broken Ball, we already took a look at the list, is not running that synergy, but it is still, you know, it just goes to show how powerful Hexplosive Minefield can really be. And I like the decision to go for the Talia here, even though you're missing out on a lot of burn damage with the Ziggs. Having something that can attack more consistently into Luna's board and get more damage in is just a lot better, and also just gives you another blocker in response. And with the stone throw, you're still getting a respectable amount of burn damage on the side. So this is a much more balanced defensive play rather than trying to cash in on the burn from all these landmarks using the second Ziggs.
Both players taking their time here. This is going to be, of course, close to the crucial turns for this game 1 in the semifinals of today's tournament. So players have to really be considering what the best option actually is in terms of their game plan, in terms of what counter players going to be from their opponent as well. Talia coming in.
Infernum picked up off of the Aphelios. So I was wondering if you would go for Severum or something like that, but Infernum now grants Overwhelm. Gonna try to diversify the threats a little bit here. With the second Papercraft Dragon in hand and with the Infernum, we can get 2 targets, and Quicksand is still going to do heavy lifting to answer both.
Yeah. And we will be having blockers next turn as well with Sarcophagi. popping actually on the next turn.
So the restorative outs, big fearsome targets. It means that if Broken Ball can survive this next swing, you get to crack right back with a very devastating board.
The third Papercraft Dragon has been drawn now for Luna, so maybe a bit too heavy on kind of the, the combo pieces here.
Decides to just go in. We can put Flame Spitter on the Beast Mama here. Fizz still threatening tons of damage. As I said, Papercraft, you get to take the elusive away, but you still have the double attack coming through, so the blocking isn't going to be as potent. And so I like that Luna's just going for a play that tests the waters, right? Saying, okay, well, I want to get that key resource, that quicksand, out of the opponent. There's a very high chance that they have it at this point, and so Luna's just taking a much more balanced approach.
I think it's still worth the block with Talia here. You have a second Talia in hand, and you definitely want to kill this Fizz as well if you can, right?
Yeah, I like that a lot, even though the Papercraft Dragon goes back to hand. When you force your opponent to replay the Papercraft Dragon on something that you can potentially respond to, rather than Fizz that negates other spells, but keeps the Talia because they want... Broken Ball wants to look in the box with the Stone Weaving instead.
Howling Abyss.
Is that what you're looking for? Or do you think he was hoping for something like a Blighted Ravine?
I don't know if it's what you're looking for, but at this point in the game where you need to find maybe... I guess... Also an option.
Does Catalog of Regrets need to see the spell? Or can you play it and get a fleeting quicksand back? I've never seen this interaction before.
I can't say I've played Catalog of Regrets in a very long time, if ever.
Yeah, I've never seen it played after a spell. But maybe we'll see. We're getting some confirmation from Sparkling Iced Tea. The Mastermind doesn't need to see the spell. Thank you for that. So we could see Broken Ball get a fleeting quicksand, set up some better trades on this upcoming turn. We've still got, again, massive threat potential heading into the next round. But decides to pass. There's really no good things to override except maybe the Minefield. Wants to get the extra draw off of the Preservarium. Oh, but now there is now a spot open for the Regret.
4 mana still available. It's going to be, still big swings with Talia next turn as well with Ziggs. These units that definitely benefit from the attack token. But the top deck here going to be very important for Broken Ball. Right now, he still has to find ways to deal with the threats that are accumulating on Luna's side of the board. 2 more Papercraft Dragons can come down onto just elusives, for example, and try and chip away that way. If you don't have an answer from Broken Ball, it might be on the next attack token turn.
Yeah, we've got Papercraft Dragon going on to now the Bandle Commando, and we've got even a third for Aphelios to use. Rite of Negation, not really going to do it. Oh, but gets the Stone Weaving instead of the Quicksand. So that gives you another option to double dip. Beautiful draw of the Desert Naturalist to pop the Hexplosive Minefield. Luna's now down 1 blocker. 2v4. 2v5, pardon me. We're going to get a Rock Bear here, too.
Aphelios drawn again, but obviously there's Aphelios on the board, so it can be played out immediately as a blocker, and there's going to be a big tempo advantage on the board right now from Broken Ball. Might be what he needed to win this game. If he can do it on this turn, that would be huge, because next turn is looking scary from Luna.
If this was a standard Aphelios deck that was looking for more long-term grindy value, Howling Abyss would have been a beautiful pickup. But getting the Catalog of Regrets, getting the Stone Weaving is just so potent. And Rite of Negation finds its employment here in the 11th hour. Getting this Gravitum off of the stack, allowing Talia to swing through. This is an additional amount of burn damage alongside everything else to potentially close this out. Let's take a look. 2 blockers, that's clearly lethal.
There's nothing else Luna can do with the cards he has in hand with the mana available. He's locked out of any more actions on this turn, can only really assign blockers. And I think no matter which way you do it, with the extra damage coming in from Ziggs and Talia, and just generally the very strong board with 5 attack units coming in, I think this might be it. This might be game over, and Broken Ball just barely is able to close out the game right before things got truly dicey on Luna's side.
One thing that we got to point out, Panda, is going all the way back to attaching the 3/3 Papercraft Dragon, allowing that first Explosive Minefield's initial play to stun that Fizz and hold back that effect. Using the Tiny Spear to boost the Librarian so that it had the highest attack to play around that outcome, and then unfortunately not following through on that line of thought, really made Luna miss out on that potential burst damage that could have made this game go differently.
That's game one now, going to Broken Ball. Italy's still on top, starting off the semifinal. He's now one game away from advancing to the winner's final place. He's probably going to be so comfortable at because he's gotten there so many times already this year, has won multiple fight nights, and is again trying to contest for that. Right now I think he's tied with Ultraman with 4 wins, if I'm not mistaken. Salty Simon is also close by, and breaking into that 5 or 6 win threshold. That would be the turning point where it really distances Broken Ball as maybe just the best fight night player in history.
Yeah, I think right now, I think Mudkip from the Americas shard still has the most wins overall. But again, the EU scene is just really still catching up. A lot of our most winning players just haven't been on fight night for a long time, right? So Broken Ball has been able to just keep tacking these wins on, under his belt here. But going into game number 2, that was just the first game. So intense. So much damage just being threatened on both players there at the final turn. But going into the next set, we've got Sivir Akshan also trying to take advantage of this Fae matchup. How many quicksands and how many sharp sides can Broken Ball draw here?
Petricide Broadwing is in hand for Broken Ball, so it has a very good curve, especially going to next turn with the potential for Protector as well. So definitely wants to play out the Broadwing on this turn. Seems like there isn't really an option here from Luna. And this is where it gets a little bit odd, but never mind. You find the perfect Treasure Seeker combo. You're able to play out this first unit first as an initial action to bait Luna into developing as well. And if he does, Broken Ball will have a chance to play out Protector and get the free trade with the Broadwing. So we'll see if Luna goes into this route. I think he kind of has to develop at this point in the game.
Fizz is, you can't really influence or interact with Fizz for scouts. Yeah, I'm with spells with scouts. But when I see Broadwing, I just think scouts. But anyway, with spells, that's unreliable. But with the Challenger unit, you can directly pull that Fizz into play and threaten. And Luna says, I have to give this Broadwing something. And just like in the first game where Grandfather Fae had to absorb the Roiling Sands, it now has to take down, it has to take the hit from the Broadwing.
In this case, no need for Protector because the trade is already going to be beneficial for Broken Ball. So just decides to save that combo for a bit later. Has the tools to make sure that this Broadwing does stay alive. Has the Shapestone. Has the the Sharp Side as well. So not in any hurry to get the value from that Protector just yet.
Merciless Hunter also tagging this Gleaming Lantern, just keeping Luna from getting set up. One of the really threatening, the big poster child of this deck is Fizz and Papercraft Dragon, these really devastating combo turns, but it's still a Fae deck, right? We see this classic Swarm. We even saw this in the first game that was able to get cleaned up thanks to the Vulnerable, and now there is even more potential for this deck to keep snowballing the board. Waking Sands coming down, the 5/2 Sandstone Charger finds a perfect target at the 3/3 Gleaming Lantern, allowing Broken Ball to get massive value out of this 2-mana spell and maintain a board presence. It is so important where both of these decks want to set up a wide board and then cash in using their champions.
Swole Squirrel coming out into play with a 5/5 stat line already. And looks like still no Protector being played out here onto the Broadwing. Still, I guess, a positive trade, so no need for it just yet. You're still controlling the board at this point, but what are you doing with all this extra mana if you're Broken Ball?
That's the issue. You might go for like Concerted Strike onto this Swole Squirrel. I think that, again, with the boost from Grandfather Fae and with the boost from the Fae Sprout, it's not a meme when it actually has good base stats when you already play it. It doesn't need to strike and double that effect at all. And with no Akshan, Broken Ball is missing out on that key injection of value that this deck relies on to convert its early tempo into a mid-game finishing play.
Scarzig is a bit risky here, though, because your second unit is only at 1 HP on both the Broadwing and the Treasure Seeker, so you have a chance to play into a second Pokestick that could stop the kill altogether. But looks like now Luna is making this easy, going down in mana to only 1, and now Pokestick is no longer an option.
Yeah, I think the Concerted Strike, this is probably the best value you're going to get off of it, because if you can't use it to answer Fizz, maybe a Felios down the road, but as I said, this is such a massive threat. And now with like Rainbow Fish attachment, you're missing out on that key amount of attack that you need to even respond to this before it starts to snowball. Does Luna go for Rainbow Fish to kind of threaten on the elusive angle, or do you go for Papercraft Dragon to use the double attack to get a double on the Swole Squirrel's effect?
So a quad.
2 to the second power? I don't know. Math. Is Luna going to go for an elusive hit, or does Luna want to do math?
That's the real question. That's the question I ask myself every time I play Runeterra. Do math or play elusives? Super cool star chart is going to be the pickup here from Giantologist, and still, as we mentioned with Luna's deck with both Targon and Banal City, able to just generate so many cards. You have so much extra value, so much more to play with, while still with Faye flooding the board and making sure that you have pretty good control in terms of not letting Demacia just run away with the board and out-tempo you and just beat you down.
Yeah, and so fortunately with the second Petricite Broadwing development, we do for the Smooth Swallowist, we see the Rainbow Fish be devastating. Imagine if Swole Squirrel ascending and becoming, the greater than the Immortal Fire.
Sivir found on just the right turn for Broken Ball now.
Sivir going to attack first and level up, past that quick attack and spell shield down the rest of the line, and this is the break turn where Sivir Akshan is able to just take over the board, and then you can no longer contest, and you're now at the mercy of a rally. This build from Broken Ball is only running 2 copies of Golden Aegis, wants to run a much more attrition-based game plan rather than trying to immediately convert into a win.
We'll see what the option is going to be here for Luna. Crescent Strike is a way to slow down what could be a decisive attack token turn from Broken Ball when Sivir comes down, once you have the Absolver in hand as well. But still, Broken Ball will continue on with his mission, still trying to, find the opportunities to really get some damage onto this Nexus from Luna.
And looks like no more developments. Not even the Owlcat being played. There is still a little bit of damage to be had here. It's not too threatening. You still have a lot of chump blockers. Tasty Fae Folk, also a great pickup. If we can put, Rainbow Fish on this guy, then we can offset a lot of this damage.
Level up on Sivir here, making her even more dangerous, especially with the Absolver already in hand, which is obviously going to be the keyword spreader to the rest of this board. And now Broken Ball is just trying to control the board. The board's already wide enough, as we're seeing here. He has that already done. He's dancing. He's feeling happy. He's feeling in control. We'll see if that will last until his next stack token turn, which is going to be able to maybe end the game.
He's doing a ritual right now to summon Golden Aegis to the top of the deck and really finish this set out with style. Broken Ball just needs to take this second game and advance in the upper bracket with a huge grin on his face. But when you're playing against Aphelios, it's a combo deck, right? There's plenty of mana. We have the Papercraft Dragon in hand. There could still be some, big threat, and Broken Ball is still needs to worry about it. There's no Quicksand in hand. We have the Sharp Side at the very least, which was pranked, and we've seen it time and time again, Panda, where Aphelios, if you give him enough time, he can become the one-man army you might need to keep the board under control.
You do have a Sharp Side, though, so you're not even really scared of elusive threats, which is maybe the scarier part of the combo element here for Broken Ball. So I feel he's still, feeling pretty good. I mean, especially because the board, again, is so wide. He has a Sivir still with Spell Shield. He has the Absolver in hand as well.
Luna opts for the Calibrum. Going to try to take down one of these units, but Broken Ball
has a replacement, so it's completely fine.
You just play another unit. You still have six targets. You don't want to risk the sharp sight here, obviously. And we just have a great barrier set up now with the Sivir.
And this is really, this is a scary thing. This is Broken Ball's game plan when he's playing this deck, and this is something that at this point in the game, Luna has to know that it's essentially over because everything has gone in Broken Ball's favor in the most, risky part of the game, which is that mid to late game, where if Broken Ball is able to get those clean trades, is able to control the board, is able to continue developing his own board, while his opponents just can't really match up to the units he's playing, all of a sudden we're seeing this disparity in units and this clear avenue for, despite being at 16 HP, for it to be maybe game over on the next turn.
Yeah, exactly. We saw the glimpse into Luna's deck being able to develop a wider face swarm, but once the trades start happening and the challengers start hitting the board and you have to pivot to going tall on one unit, this deck isn't as direct as like a Fated deck would be, where you just have like massive HP and overwhelm and the threat of rally. This one is trying to do a lot more cheeky combos with double attack and impact and elusive to punch through with that damage. And as it stands right now, Broken Ball drew immaculately, even without Akshan or the Vagabond to get that predict draw. The Petricite Broadwings, the Concerted Strike, and the Sivir all showed up when they needed to.
So if you're looking at the next turn as a kind of an all-in turn, I think you do need to keep this Treasure Seeker alive. You do want to play Sharp Sight for only 1 mana, so really it's pretty cheap considering the spell mana you would have burned anyway. And at this point now, as you mentioned, hoping for Golden Aegis top deck, that's the next thing that would really guarantee the win on the next turn.
And with one more development from Luna, we do have the Gravitum now phased off of the Aphelios. Aphelios is vulnerable, so, the Treasure Seeker pulls him to the side. Your 0/1 Broadwing pulls the Owlcat to the side. And so then we have 10, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 damage for lethal using the Absolver, and also the Shared Overwhelm going to give you a few more points on top of that. So I think that Broken Ball is fine here for the open swing.
No chance to play the Faithful, of course. It will be an open swing. Broadwing, not really the best of draws considering what you want to do for this turn after the attack, but still, as you mentioned, a scary attack to deal with. 4 currently on the Nexus off of the Oracle Eye, but still we're missing the extra Absolver that will be coming in as well. Ooh, this gives a chance for Faithful to come down.
Doesn't want to go for... Look, I'd have to take a look at Luna's deck really quick just to verify, but it runs 2 copies of Guiding Touch. So it looks like Broken Ball is trying to potentially account for a double Guiding Touch, avoiding the lethal through the Absolver. And by developing a Challenger over your stunned unit, you still get to keep up against Luna developing one more target of that nature.
We're going to see now, again, 4 damage with the Absolver can come down, and that's what Broken Ball has been working towards. No more interaction in hand whatsoever from Luna. Cannot do anything currently once his attack is locked in from Broken Ball, other than assign blockers, but not even that, because there is a vulnerable on the Aphelios, and there's 2 challengers on the board as well for Broken Ball. So full control of what ends up happening on this turn, and that will be lethal. Guaranteed here, 2 damage spilling over, and Broken Ball able to win game 2, able to win this series, and able to advance. Once again, we're getting used to it now, to the winner's final, and try and win yet another Fight Night tournament.
The decks from Broken Ball, not only do they have a great set of tools to further that game plan, but piloted by such a devastatingly good player, you can't really keep up with that sort of value. The Fey decks are, just preying on the sorts of lists that lack that level of interaction. A lot of the spell-based removal decks that we're seeing in the game, like the Shadow Isles Sentinel control builds and the Ezreal Caitlyn style of builds, but once you got something with challengers and quicksand, like, you can interact with it a lot more consistently and directly, and really shuts down that combo.
That will be all the games we'll be seeing for this round. So semifinals are both now over. We're going to check out the bracket really quick to see what ended up happening in the other semifinal. And it looks like Smooth Soloist with Nar Timelines and with Deep has made his way into this winner's final. So now I'm even more excited. I'm sorry, Topinator. I love you too, but Deep is Deep. And you don't see Deep ever, very often in tournaments nowadays. So I have to cherish this while I can. So very excited for that next round, Scarzig. I hope you are as well, because I think Deep and Nar Timelines are just two very fun decks to watch as a spectator even, despite the biases. I think they're just very cool decks that, again, you don't see them very often.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to timelines, to watch it is super fun. As long as it's not meta and it's happening to you all the time, I think it is great fun. But we will have to take a quick break before we get to that next fun finals between Broken Ball and Smooth Swallowist, so don't go anywhere. Hello everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. My name is Scarzig, joined by Impetuous Panda, and we're about to jump into the winners finals to see who gets to secure their spot right in the grand finals.
We're gonna dive into winners finals, because Deep is once again in this matchup. And usually when Deep is played in a tournament, you see it once at the beginning, it loses, and you don't see it again. So seeing it twice in a tournament is already a cause for celebration, Scarzig. And especially, in a match like this one, two big name players, Broken Ball, of course, huge success, but Smooth also a player that has transformed into a very well-respected player, not just a deck builder that, made meme decks and made decks that were a bit more out there, but was also able to pilot, refine decks very well. And as we're seeing here, finding a lot of success in tournaments in the past 6 months.
Yeah, a lot of decks that maybe haven't even really caught on into like really heavily played tier 1 status, but just the sorts of lists that respect your ability to understand the current matchups and play them well and find a lot of success that way. And I think that really is reflected in Broken Ball's lineup today. It's because he's running a triple Shurima lineup. Again, we've got this really great, overpowered, some would say broken, slew of cards to back up your plays in your win conditions. But the main point I want to talk about here is the fact that both of these players brought Talia Ziggs. We're going to take a look at Smooth Swallowist's version, because this one actually had gotten banned in the first set that we saw, but it's similar with only a couple differences here. This one is Broken Ball's variant, I do believe, with one arsenal, just the inventive chemist. We saw like how you need to tech this in. Couple rites of negation, explosive minefield, a great, again, a smattering of useful cards, good board presence, potential burn, burst, overwhelm damage with the absolver. This is just a incredibly solid tempo mid-range deck.
And I think the game 1 versus Luna that we just saw in the last series was a perfect example of the mid-range packet from Shurima and how strong it can be with Talia, with Endless Devout, with the Sarcophagus being duplicated, with the Desert Naturalist, of course, as well. So just that whole combination of cards, we saw that massive 6-wide attack that just was impossible to deal with in terms of the damage it's able to put down, despite your Nexus maybe being quite healthy on turn 6 or 7 or 8. If you're not able to match the board presence from this deck, you're going to get hit for 12 or 14 HP in a turn, which is so much to deal with. And this is really the strongest part about this deck. And it's why I think it's definitely a deck that, as you mentioned, has this very strong core of cards, but then has all these extra utility cards that work so well for it as well. Quicksand with even the explosive minefield as kind of this, get out of jail free card when there's this massive threat you have to deal with. Overall, it's just performing at a very high level.
And when we compare this list to Smooth Swallowist's variant, instead of taking a more balanced approach, you're running more of the tools that directly synergize with this archetype and push it to that next level. Cutting a little bit of the Treasure Seekers, not worrying about needing early game or Waking Sands pressure, but running Herald of the Magus, Unleashed Energy, these cards that can let you deal even more explosive damage. And we talked about it, how it came up where having the potential for Unleashed Energy to detonate the Hexplosive Minefield at burst speed gives you those much more aggressive swings that your opponent might not be accounting for. And just having that threat of Unleashed Energy is going to force Broken Ball to play the matchup in a much more different way.
Even if just as a one-of, we were talking about, Smooth's list with Deep, with, that one-of Bone Skewer, the one-of Atrocity, having one-ofs in an open deck list format like this one for Fight Night, it adds that extra level of interactivity that your opponent has to watch out for, has to say, I can make this play. Usually it wouldn't be punished, it would be fine, but because there's this one copy of a card in my opponent's deck, that if he has it at right this moment, I would, have to pay the price for it. Sometimes you have to make, less risky play. You have to be a little bit more safe, and that might be already worth running one of copies like this one.
Unleashed Energy, I always talk about how that burst speed potential stun for the Hexplosive Minefield is incredibly devastating. But when you detonate a landmark, it means that you're also able to get, Restored Devout at burst speed. And get another attacker, or boost the attack or HP of a unit so that you can actually survive a removal spell and connect that damage to the Nexus, and that combining with Overwhelm, the Unleashed Energy. This is the archetype that makes that card shine the most, and something's got to give, right? Where you have to make cuts for these one-ofs, and we'll see if Broken Ball's just more solid, more well-rounded approach will, be the victor in the end, because Broken Ball, has 3 Preservariums, so you're able to have a little bit more resources, a little bit more card draw. Smooth only running 1 copy of Rite of Negation, for example. So I think that Broken Ball has better matchups versus other decks, but I think I have to favor Smooth in the mirror.
Unfortunately, the Gnar Timelines deck has been banned, so it will be instead the Ziggs that can be played for Smooth here and Deep, of course. Unbanned, to no one's surprise, going into this series. We'll see now what Smooth decides to end up banning. I think Ziggs, just on a pure power level standpoint, is the scariest deck to work with. I think the Auction Silver, considering the Deep matchup, is actually worth leaving open because you have the Obliterate effects that are going to be so good against just really every unit in the mid-range package for Akshan Sivir. So it is going to be Zigzagoon being banned in the end for Broken Ball. And deck 1 lined up now for Broken Ball going to be Akshan Sivir to start things off. And for Smooth, it will be Deep.
And so Akshan Sivir is a deck that had some builds once upon a time that could be incredibly aggressive and close out games. But now that it got nerfed and the recipe has changed, and it's forced to play a lot more of a slower, more above board sort of game plan, it isn't ending games as consistently before round 7 or round 8 like it used to, and that is where Deep is really going to shine. When your board is just full of massive stats, it doesn't matter if Sivir's attacking you with quick attack when you can just chump block everything down. The big HP also lets you prevent a lot of damage coming through from Overwhelm, and there's always that threat of something like an Atrocity, or even Maokai maybe popping off and getting a lot of blockers in play. But Broken Ball is hitting the ground running with Akshan into Broadwing.
We'll see if you want to trade off the Jaw Hunter here for the Broadwing, or if you want to try and do some bait plays here. You can go for maybe even a Lure of the Depths if you want to hope for a Sea Scarab early on. Could be an option in terms of just, trying to play a little bit greedier and guarantee you go for the Jaw Hunter next turn into the Akshan.
Deep would love to take a slower play like that, but I think that Broken Ball's development here was just so strong that you kind of have no choice.
Definitely have to make the trade here with the Broadwing. I mean, there's no chance you don't, because otherwise your Akshan just dies next turn. Even with the protection, you have the Vile Feast as well to help get that extra bit if somehow the Akshan saves. So yeah, I think you have to go for the trade here. Broken Ball, I think, should know this, and he does. Akshan does commit here, gets a 2 damage, gets, of course, the extra effect of the strike on the Palace, now already down to 5 on the counter, and you have the Vagabond to play out as well.
So Vagabond's going to advance this even more, down to 3, and we've got the spells in play that are going to pop this open even more. Bruiser also hitting the board on curve. This is so strong for Broken Ball. This is just perfect for what you want to see. And now the one of Shield of Durand arrives to protect Akshan. 3 HP now and 2 more at the start of the next round. This boy is here to stay, Panda.
But you've gotten past the more dangerous part for Smooth. He has the Maokai down. It's relatively safe at this point as well, and you're still very healthy. So as a Deep player, if you can able to play things slow here, able to play out Lure of the Depths into it, Drag Dredgers, into the Wanderer as well, you can go deep pretty quickly and have the payoff for it as well. You already have a Nautilus in hand even.
The acceleration now with Maokai's saplings is going to be massive to where Broken Ball is hitting this great power spike in the mid game. Smooth is still on a trajectory to hit Deep just in time. Deadbloom Wanderer as well with Salvage and Lure of the Depths is going to put Smooth Deep ahead of schedule, right? We've seen this happen sometimes as well with these turbo deep builds where you can go deep on like round 5, round 6, and then you have to take a couple very awkward turns while you're waiting for your Nautilus to show up and take it proper advantage. Will Maokai flip? Is that going to be the real win condition here?
Just getting the extra bodies from Maokai is already massive, especially against a deck like Akshan Sivir that wants to play on the board, wants to try and overwhelm you, out-tempo you early on, be aggressive, as we're seeing here from Broken Ball. Having the extra chump blockers, trying to mitigate some damage, and again, stalling. Deep is all about being able to stall in the early mid game and then taking over in the late game. But it looks like it's going to be a vengeance onto the Bruiser instead.
Oh, I love that decision. I love that decision to keep that keyword soup from coming through. This Akshan has already got quick attack and massive HP, going to be a big threat on his own, but if you start giving him a spell shield and fearsome...
Jettison now as well. It's going to be Deep this turn, possibly, with Lure of the Depths being played. You have the... you don't have the mana for everything just yet.
Lure of the Depths, getting that Sea Monster discount is great alongside Nautilus. It extends the range of the Sea Monsters that you're going to be able to play for 0 or 1 mana, and Smooth just needs to get a couple more big sea monsters in the hand and ready to go, and we could see just a big swing for Smooth Swallowist, where you've got a bunch of 7/7s striking your Nexus, and if Broken Ball is forced to trade down, then your win condition is gone.
A very awkward hand for Broken Ball. All of these spells, no more units to work with, can only really maybe play out the Cataclysm this turn, or the Grappling Hook rather, into the Maokai.
Yeah.
to try and kill it off this turn with the buff from the Shaped Stone. But I mean, overall, just a bit of an awkward hand where Smooth had the perfect hand for what he needs to do this turn, which is go deep immediately and have Nautilus pop off on the turn after that.
With this hand being so awkward, Broken Ball does indeed need to start cashing in a lot of these buffs proactively and trying to get the Sentinel's Horde opened and get the Font of Power for more card draw. When you're in this great position, because the Bruiser was hit with Vengeance, we now need Sivir to find that key conversion and close this out. Broken Ball is out of time. The open attack here, I think, does signal to Smooth that, you know, you have a lot of reactive spells. And once you just block a little bit here, we just play Nautilus and we're good to go.
We'll see how far he is from deep here. Going to get the one extra from this Sea Scarab dying. You have a Jettison for quite a few more as well. And then Nautilus, of course, with the Maokai. Still unproc for this turn. You're on 23, so yeah, you should be able to hit deep this turn.
Beautiful. Beautiful. We've got Nautilus again. And with Salvage especially, we get even more draws on top of everything.
Ooh, going for Salvage first.
Yeah, going for Salvage, getting a little bit more draws in. Probably hoping to get something like a Vile Feast.
Just going
because
for the
Maokai now procs on Summon.
He wants to deep on the Sea Scarab this turn just to get the win this trade as well and have this extra body now for the next turn. So I do like this. I think you're playing for the board. You're playing, you know, you want to play as not safe, but, you know, trying to take hold of your value and not lose value for no reason at this point. So keeping the Sea Scarab here, I think, is big. Now you've gone deep. You can play Nautilus out next turn, and you already have quite a few, you know, sea monsters to play out for free.
I think I like the Concerted Strike here. The Absolver does still give you 2 targets to advance the Warlord's Palace, and just trying to punch through. If there was access to Golden Aegis, I'd maybe like this play a lot better, but Broken Ball is just punching through with what is available and is hoping for the development of the Font of Power to find that rally.
There's the Cataclysm.
Wait a minute!
Oh no, just as I was seeing the overwhelm and the attack coming in.
I didn't even... Oh my god, this is why Broken Ball's a champion.
10 attack on this Akshan, Super Akshan. Now, maybe, you know, taking, you know, the cinematic always doing his James Bond stuff just didn't seem that great with the stat line, but now with the 10-10 stat line, I think he is going to be the hero that Broken Ball wants him to be.
Now the Oracle's Eye is a little bit bugged there. It didn't account for the overwhelm just then, but that is exactly what's going to happen here.
And just as I was seeing this happen, I'm like, no, surely this won't be the way my poor boy, Mr. Deep, gets beaten down in an alleyway by Akshan. A disrespectful way to win. Deep was just starting to get things rolling.
Oh
Nautilus
God.
was already, you know, frothing at the mouth, ready to come down to the board and finally do his thing. But no, it will be Akshan taking over. Smooth locked himself out of this round, had no interaction to deal with this combo whatsoever. And Cataclysm with Overwhelm proving to be a problem, not just in the Yuumi Pantheon decks, but it seems also in Akshan Sivir. Nowhere safe, Scarzig.
So Akshan just put the entire team on his back that game, came down on turn 2 and survived and just became the carrier of all those buffs. Double Sharp Sight, had 1 Sharp Sight for each eye. The Shaped Stone was earth bending, then had the Cataclysm. It was a wrap. It was way too much to handle. And again, I wasn't even looking at that line. I thought that there would be like a 2-turn lethal, but Broken Ball just crunched the numbers and saw. And that is, honestly, out of all the intricate plays and the wide play that Akshan Sivir has seen, I've not yet seen the lethal in a tournament like that, where you put a ton of buffs onto one key unit like that to go tall.
We'll see now if Deep can do it in this game, too, or if it will be a quick 2-0 for Broken Ball in this winner's final. Zillion coming down the drop order for free off of the Predict to start things off. Always, you know, a good thing to see. And you have the Echo already in hand for Broken Ball as well.
Off to a fantastic start here. We've got Echo coming through. Devour of the Depths could be the way to go. Being able to obliterate that Echo, try to deny that card draw. That's generally the way that you have to keep up with this Echo Zillion deck. If you can answer these units 1 for 1 before a very wide board is assembled with Voice of the Risen or the Chrono Break threat, then you're in a good spot. You have a pretty strong trajectory to keep them under control and win. But Broken Ball, one of the original pioneers and lovers of this deck, is going to show how you can counterplay the counterplay, hopefully.
So the other trades come in here. Taking 2 damage, going down to 17 is fine. You have the Wanderer to heal that back up. Anyway, a second drop order found off of the Predict. So flooding the board, in this case, not really a big deal because the damage is so low on the attacking side. On the defensive side, Deep is not really the aggressor. It's not really the deck.
You take second Rite of Negation there.
Trying to maybe keep safe against Atrocity later down the line.
Yeah, trying to protect with against Vengeance. Devour the Depths. There are a lot of good targets, I guess. Now that the board is fully assembled and you've got Echo about to level up, you don't need that extra Predict from the Feral Prescience, I suppose.
Sea Scarab now coming down, trying to, start to mount some sort of a board presence against this very wide board from Broken Ball. It is a very weak board, that is true, but Echo now has come down to supplement that. It's able to get the Chrono Breaks into the deck off of the level up, and now is a 5/3 Stallion that is going to be hard to deal with until at least the Devourer comes into play next turn, which it will be able to with the mana discount. And for now, there isn't really any interaction with the health of Devourer for his effect to go off. No Mystic Shot has been found just yet.
Yeah, Broken Ball does pack that one copy of Mystic Shot in the deck, and this is a fantastic open swing. Voice of the Risen, though, it is tempting. It is very tempting to develop Voice of the Risen. Broken Ball might reconsider. If you play Voice of the Risen, you don't have Rite of Negation, but by swinging like this, we get the time trick and maybe set up the Chrono Break, and this is what Broken Ball is really focusing on as the win condition for the deck. We've got 2 shots at getting it with the time trick and also the time bomb.
The time trick also now has options to find Mystic Shot, so I do think it's good to wait to play out the Devourer until after Broken Ball goes for something first, just to make sure the Mystic Shot is not being hit. But we're going to have a Station Archivist
doesn't
instead.
Skip. Sometimes we see players skip in that regard to try to just have that 4th mystery chance of getting another option that can get you the Chrono Break or the Chrono Break itself. But Broken Ball is confident, saying, okay, well, I've got a strong setup here now. And even getting the Crystal means that you still are able to avoid the Devourer of the Depths.
It's looking difficult. Maybe Smooth has to take it extra risky, go for the Salvage Jettison play
9
instead.
from deep. Oh, no, that means the double Jettison doesn't back up this play either.
It's going to be, a bit of a punishment here. That being said, the Crystal having to be used in this case where it's, the 3-1 and the 2-1 are already dying.
Wait. If you double jettison, then Hexplosive makes the Scarab toss, so it does go through.
Now you will be going deep due to the kills onto the Sea Scarab and...
Crisis averted. Echo number 1 goes down. Broken Ball passed up the opportunity to get the second Echo from the time trick. Voice of the Risen is going to need to take over for this time traveling boy once he gets put into the belly of the beast.
Still a bit far away from being able to play out this Nautilus. 1 turn away still. Would have loved to have it for this turn. Maybe you can play just the Devour, but there isn't a great option to kill anything just yet until maybe the Voice of the Risen comes down. So I like the attack here. Just try and give the action back to Broken Ball. See what he ends up playing into. If he commits into a certain land that you can punish.
Time trick also being played. Finds the Chrono Break. This could be another slow development turn. Maybe play that Voice of the Risen. Broken Ball could also slam down the Station Archivist, trying to scout out the second Devourer. You got to remember, the Devourer is an Obliterate. So you can just make it's a extra guarantee versus the Revive.
You would want to play, of course, the Nautilus out this turn and then play everything for free, essentially, the turn after that. But you do need a direct answer right now to the Voice of the Risen, I think. You don't have just enough mana to play out both the Nautilus and the discounted Devourer of the Depths, and you don't have the actions for it either. So I like the Devourer here. Mystic Shot doesn't save you. You would need 3 damage onto the health. of this
Broken
Devour.
Ball
So
can negate this, and this throws off like the offensive potential for this turn. It forces Broken Ball to take another setup turn in order to have the Chrono Break go through. Oh, but just attacks anyway.
And you're fine here. Voice of the Risen gets taken down. Zillion as well, and you're able to get the Withering Wail to heal a bit, but also take on the 4-1 stat line here on the Fallen Athena. And more importantly, control this board. Now all of a sudden the Chrono Break is useless in the next few turns because there isn't a board to really feed off of.
Voice of the Risen down at the bottom of the attack means that the Clockling is still going to deal some damage. Withering Wail, I think for Smooth's list, is also just a one of.
Yep.
So Broken Ball, I think, just trying to take the risk of, I'm going to deal as much damage, as I can, and then just try to finish off with the Time Bomb and a little bit more burn. But that is Echo down, Voice of the Risen down, Chrono Break looking like a dead card now.
Nautilus coming in. There isn't a fearsome blocker right now, so we're gonna have to see.
This is the play we saw Smooth take earlier. Instead of just slamming down the Nautilus willy-nilly, going for the 1-mana Dreg Dredger first to get an idea of what Broken Ball's line is going to be for this round. And
I think in this case,
Nautilus.
just trying to toss, cards before he plays Nautilus to get the sea monsters back in, but kind of the less useful cards at this stage of the game out of the deck at this point.
It is good thinning. And again, Broken Ball not presenting any threat here in Game 2. The Echoes and the Voices of the Risen were kept under control, and this is exactly how you want to play this matchup. Unfortunately, I think that the swing for Broken Ball, even though it resulted in a disaster, was correct. If you have to take the L on that second Devourer of the Depths and it forces you into another couple rounds of setup for your Chrono Break, then you miss your window of opportunity before Nautilus completely takes over the game.
This is a bring from Smooth. Swinging when the 7-1 is correct here to make sure that the opponent is forced to block or take 7 damage. You want to make use of Chrono Break next turn on more units. So key play there by Smooth to make sure he gets essentially 7 free damage due to the nature of how these decks are trying to operate on this next turn. Now, second Voice of the Risen comes down. The stacking of damage continues, but we have an Abyssal Eye here. The chance for a lure if you want to get another sea monster, or just salvage for the two card draw.
So Smooth has a fine pass here. 3v3, develop post-combat against the Chrono Break. And with the salvage in hand and the Lore of the Depths, there is still a lot of resource generation and a lot of big sea monsters to be gotten.
I think you do want to get the sea monster down now because Nautilus will die off of the second block after Chrono Break. So it'll be important to get all the discounts as soon as possible before he has to, go down.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a 0-mana Abyssal Eye, no reason not to play it here. Lore of the Depths can give you another option if you're looking for your third Devourer of the Depths to obliterate one of the Voices of the Risen so it doesn't get revived.
There's no reason not to play Salvage. You're going to play it this turn anyway. You don't have mana for anything else, so you might as well play it now and see what your options are. That will be the case here for Smooth. Burns down a third Abyssal Eye. Find another Nautilus. Doesn't have the mana now for the Riptide just yet, but has the Vile Feast, just huge actually. The Vile Feast is really, really big. Takes down the 6-1 in this case.
Mm-hmm. Takes the trade regardless. I think I do like using the Vile Feast to clear the 6-1. Just because you get to keep your 2-1 and have another blocker, and it means you might not necessarily need to put Nautilus in danger versus the Chrono Break.
The Abyssal Eye surviving here is also big in terms of having this block as well. So Chrono Break comes down. You have a chance now for Vile Feast and the next Abyssal Eye as well. You still have the blockers to deal with all the attackers here. You're not going to be taking any damage, and you don't have enough mana to play out the Station Archivist. So that's it for the attack here from Broken Ball.
And see, also, you had the 1 HP Clockling for the Vile Feast, and then you would still have your 2-1 alive to trade into the 6-2, but Broken Ball sees that there's just no way to punch through against all of the sea monsters, and that was, again, that was the scenario that Broken Ball was trying to avoid with that other attack when it was, like, offset with the Chrono Break, and the pieces were there, they were accelerated, they just didn't completely come together the way Broken Ball wanted to, but deep, again, I think another wild card deck that nobody was really considering when constructing their lineups, and Triple Shurima getting bullied by big stats.
And I think Smooth did a very good job of kind of forcing Broken Ball's hand when he needed to at certain points of the game to make sure he wasn't operating in a very comfortable setting all throughout. And that really allowed him to sort of slowly chip away at the win condition there for himself and end up getting the surrender there from Broken Ball. So going now into game 3, the final game to decide the winner of just the winner's final of today's tournament. Still 3 more rounds to go after this match is over.
Even going back to, reflecting on that second game rather, the turn with the Hexplosive, the Hexite Crystal, right?
Yeah,
to deal that AoE damage was offset with the double jettison, and the fact that Broken Ball was so confident that Echo was going to survive had passed up the opportunity to grab a second one off of the predict. Just means it just goes to show, right? Maybe Broken Ball adjusts the game plan, adjusts what you're trying to do, especially versus Talia Ziggs, a deck that is much more direct and aggressive with its pressure, whereas Broken Ball is kind of going on a more windy path, trying to set up a value-oriented pseudo-rally turn.
Zillion on Zillion now for Broken Ball here. Has a chance for a few more predicts on to have the Echo essentially leveled up when he does end up finding it. Can predict for it here and guaranteed he gets it on curve for next turn.
Having the Echo is great. Hopefully Broken Ball will be able to get this into play before a Roiling Sands makes him an easy target to close out. Smooth has that Quicksand as well. Prevents Echo's quick attack, but you still get the strike ability to get the time trick, which is nice.
Gonna have the Rite of the Arcane available though for Smooth, so has a way to deal with this Echo right away
without needing to use the Quicksand, which is so important again for stopping that quick attack. With Voice of the Risen, there's going to be so much power coming through that it might actually not be worth. You might want to look into cashing this Quicksand in earlier than you normally would, just because Voice of the Risen offsets that value.
And here's now the tempo advantage that you get from Desert Naturalist. Great combo that now Smooth has control of the board, or at least has a much more menacing board to deal with if you're Broken Ball. And like you mentioned, Quicksand will be able to swing this in favor of Smooth, with Broken Ball having no real interaction or spell mana available to stop this.
Time Trick from hand does level up the Echo. And we saw Broken Ball actually pick up the Feral Prescience there, correct?
It looked like it, yeah. Yep,
that's going to be a predict draw. So we have another predict. What do you think Broken Ball's fishing for here? Just another shot at getting the Chrono Break on top, I suppose.
Well, now little chance of that Echo going down, the board being dwindled little by Smooth here. And this is what we talk about when we talk about the Shurima mid-range package. You get just so far ahead if you have the right combination of cards in hand in the turns 3 to 6 that it's just very hard to deal with for some of these players. And you get drop board for free, yes, if you're Broken Ball, but so low stat lines really for this unit.
Yeah, I love the sequencing here from Broken Ball. This is, like I said, it's one of those decks that presents itself as one of the most intricate I think we've seen in the history of Runeterra in terms of sequencing like this. And you can never tell if the deck is super good or super bad, or if people are just playing it wrong. And Voice of the Risen now comes down to shore up these drop borders, and even Zillion, what looked like a pretty non-threatening deck, now has a respectable stat line, just 1 mana off of having Chrono Break threat as well. And now Broken Ball has to play around Smooth Swallowist having Rite of Negation. Broken Ball's variant is packing 2 copies, and Smooth only has 1.
Voice of the Risen has to be dealt with, but Absolver is there to save it for now.
How much damage will Broken Ball take from this swing in order to maintain a wide board and a stronger Chrono Break? We know that Talia Ziggs is capable of massive amounts of burn damage if you don't respect, but Smooth just holds back. Says, I'm not in a position right now to close out the game just yet, so I need to keep my board alive. I need to have some blockers here versus Chrono Break. Aspiring Chronomancer offers up the Echo, and Broken Ball does take it. There's not too much that Smooth can do. Even if you go for Hexplosive Minefield, Voice of the Risen is stunned, but you still don't mind just swinging back in with everything.
It's just, yeah, it's just so much to deal with here, and this is really the magic of this deck. When you have the Voice of the Risen on the board, you have the Chrono Break as well, even without the Echo. It's really hard to deal with this combination from Broken Ball.
Smooth being caught out here with no right of negation, unfortunately. Smooth does get the first action post-combat, so we can set up the Treasure Seeker, and then Broken Ball after the Chrono Break. Smooth can play the Waking Sands, and I think that's still enough blocking potential coming through. But no level up champions have been played yet, so Herald of the Magus is a dead card. We need one more landmark for Taliyah. If Smooth feels that he can take a little bit more damage, there could be a duplication on the minefield just for the sake of leveling up Taliyah, getting Herald of the Magus online and trying to go for a much bigger swing at the start of the next round. And no Chrono Break comes through from Broken Ball. Wants Echo to get in on this action.
Taking it a bit slower, knowing that he couldn't find the lethal on that last turn, and thinking, you know, I want to make the most out of this card. I want to make it a game-winning play when I'm able to finally get it online. That being said, that opens up the chance for there to be possible counterplay from Smooth, for example. And maybe that's what Broken Ball was playing around last turn.
I think, too, what Broken Ball is saying is Smooth is always trapped under needing to keep 4 mana open to threaten Right of Negation. And so Broken Ball is just going to take those passes and say, well, as long as you aren't developing threats to the board by having to keep that extra mana open, then I'm going to just maintain this advantage and win through my board effects. And we see this with the, the decks that run Atrocity and things of that nature, or Golden Aegis, right? As soon as your opponent is forced by necessity to spend all their mana developing to keep up with your current board state, then your card is free to be played and blow them up.
Attack might come in here from the Taliyah just to get some control of the board, but I mean, there's an Echo overriding a drop order even in this case, so there's more than enough units to play around with if you are Broken Ball, and you have the chance for Chrono Break on the next turn as well after what is going to be a massive swing with really just not enough blockers for Smooth in this case. The Right of the Arcane will be good to kill unit and to also get one more proc of the stun off.
Yeah, because Taliyah can swing in here, is a pretty big threat in her own right. If there was an Absolver, then there's no Right of Negation. And now that Taliyah's leveled up, we've got Herald of the Magus. Broken Ball just going to take all of this. Again, because the Chrono Break is not safe this turn, does not want to sacrifice a unit for free. Maybe could have traded one, developing the Chronomancer next round. But the open attack is looking pretty good to my eyes.
We'll see what Smooth is considering here. You can't. I don't think you can really be considering the Right of the Arcane in this case because you want, of course, the stun happening next turn on the attack token for Broken Ball.
Yeah, if you Right of the Arcane, you kill the Echo and then you stun another target, but Chrono Break still resolves. But this is the play we were talking about, Panda. Too much damage coming through. Voice of the Risen way down at the bottom of the stack. And if you are forced to trade down, you're still at the mercy of Chrono Break. And just mathematically, you see you have to block with everything.
6 damage, or 6 HP rather, remaining on the Nexus for Smooth. His next action will have to be the Right of the Arcane onto the minefield. Not really be anything else at this point. I mean, it's going to be pretty iffy because Chrono Break is going to be able to just resurrect everything that just died and just go in once again. Time Trick, just to see what the other options are. You have so much mana for everything. Right of Negation as a defensive tool.
Picks up Right of the Arcane. Oh my god, picks up Right of the Negation to stop Right of Arcane. Here comes the Chrono Break, and Smooth getting punished, only running one copy of Negation and doesn't have it when all the chips are down. Voice of the Risen and Zillion come back from the dead, and there's the rally. The board is boosted once more, and base boosted Echo is not something that you want to be on the receiving end of.
Maybe you had a chance, but now you no longer have it. Broken Ball, considering he still has lethal if he just allows it to go through, but I think it's going to be his best option.
Yep.
There wasn't obviously a renegation from Smooth to stop the Chrono Break. That would have been the best option to just counter that one itself. But in this case, yeah, the Vlad emote from Smooth, and that will be it. Game 3 goes to Broken Ball. Echo Zillion does it for him once again. He finds himself in the grand final, and Smooth will have to fight his way to a loser's bracket to try and make it back up for revenge in what will be the last round of this tournament. That being said, still 3 more rounds to go. We have the loser side of the bracket to still decide here.
What a fantastic game. Echo Zillion is a deck that if you underestimate it, if you get down on that deck, it always surprises you. And against Talia Ziggs, one of the underrated juggernauts of the metagame heading into the seasonal tournament, taken down by the, once again, dark horse Echo Zillion. But now we're going to take a look at the rest of the bracket to see who Smooth is going to have to take down to get that rematch. And it looks like Luna is still in the running, going to go up against Only Love in the next set.
That is our top 4 now. Guaranteed Broken Ball, Smooth, Only Love, and Luna. But we will find out what will be happening in that loser semis after this not so short break, 5 minutes this time around at the half point of today's tournament. And we'll be back with the second half and the final 3 rounds. And of course, you know, the more exciting matches where we finally decide who will be the winner of this week's Fight Night. So stay tuned.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. My name is Scarzig, joined by Impetuous Panda, and we're just about to sort out the lower bracket. Luna and Only Love are our players who are competing to take on Smooth Swallowists and potentially move on to take on Broken Ball. Only Love coming from India, a new face. You love to see it for the competitive scene, and they're getting put through the ringer, right? Playing against some heavy hitting players on this shard.
And we've seen Luna already on this tournament that ended up dropping 2-0 against Broken Ball in the winner's semifinal. So was able to bounce back with a quick 2-0 win in this last round in the loser bracket. So has some positive momentum, but overall is a bit, maybe inconsistent in the results. 2-0, then gets 0-2 to now has to try and find a big win here against Only Love, who we haven't seen yet. We haven't seen his lineup either. So we're going to check out in just a bit to see what that looks like, because it's really going to be the, maybe the interesting thing, because we haven't seen Dravenson yet, despite quite a few players bringing it to today's tournament. Is the first time we're going to see it on stream, actually.
This deck has got a really big resurgence. There was a small buff to Scion to give him a little bit of his old punch back. Just having a board-based deck with so much potential access to burn is just a great tool set to have in the current metagame. And this version taking advantage of the one of Vitek. This was popularized a few seasons ago, and I'm glad to see it come back as just a great mid-game enforcer type card, especially now with like Lost Soul after it was reworked to not have Challenger and have Fearsome. Having that Challenger does allow you to maintain a strong stance in play. And of course, 3 Decimate, 3 Get Excited, 3 Mystic Shot, and a Noxian Fervor for good measure. All you need to do is touch your opponent's Nexus one good time, and then they're at the threat of all of your over-the-top damage for the rest of the game.
And this is a deck that obviously with a Scion buff is going to see more play. Is going to see maybe a bit more of a reason to play, but it's a deck we already saw kind of the Rumble version of this, and it just still being very successful in Fight Night tournaments. We saw Thomas playing it a bit at the start of the year, and it's a deck that we talk about it so many times, has the explosive early few turns where you're able to guarantee you're going to hit the opponent's Nexus for quite a bit of damage. Doing your homework is I think what we call it here at Fight Night. Dropping down to around 14 HP. Then you have the Scion usually hitting for 6 or 7 with the Overwhelm, and then the burn damage to take down the HP down to 0. So it's kind of a 3-part attack with this deck, and it's very consistent at making sure it can pull off all 3 of those stops.
And final thing I do want to point out with this list especially is the 1 copy of survival skills. In the current metagame, there's so many like removal based decks and strong tempo plays that your opponent's also trying to swing back on you to take back control of the board. And if you have the survival skills to blow them up, save your unit from an expensive spell or from a key target that maybe even had 1 or 2 buff spells dumped into it, you just win the game like that. And so this has 3.5 points of attack. And because it's a one-of card in an open deck list format, you have to respect it. And we'll see if that's going to make these players kind of balk at taking some stronger swings. Meanwhile, Viego Shurima, a list that I felt was going to have much stronger representation in today's tournament. This is another list that has some up-and-coming potential. We know how strong Viego is in slower matchups. If you aren't playing very proactively, Viego gets to sit back, level up, take over the game by annihilating your champions, and just drowning you under the pressure and value of the encroaching shadows alongside Hydrovine. Quicksand and Rite of Negation give you fantastic options to hold your opponent at bay, the same way the old Ionia Kindred version would do.
Third deck in the lineup for Only Love was going to be the Aphelios deck. It's there for both players, but we also see Pantheon Yuumi here for Luna, a deck that was banned in the matchup against Broken Ball. We didn't see it in action, but we're going to see it now in Game 1 to start things off. Luna versus Only Love, hoping to find a spot in the top 3, hoping to find a spot in the loser's final, and a chance to make it into the grand finals. But still, you have to work on this series first, and this series starts off with this first game.
When we compare both of these decks, they kind of are trying to do the same thing with these attached units. It's just that when you compare it to Pantheon, they're much more direct, and they hit the board much faster when they are accumulating threat potential. Saga Seeker on 1.
Oh, what is a hand for Only Love? We're seeing a whole lot of spells. Double Bastion, double Pokestick, Pale Cascade, but no units, and Saga Seeker is ready to feast.
No!
Oh, the triple
3 pair?
This is, you know, if this
Only
was
Love is playing poker. You're playing the wrong game.
This is a weird 6-card version of poker. They would be winning, but this isn't. This is Runeterra, unfortunately, and triple pairs gets you nowhere if you don't have units to protect against the GOAT and the Saga Seeker.
Grandfather is now here to tell you the story of that one time I drew all spells in my face. Swarm. Yuumi finds a target with the Saga Seeker, the story of a man climbing a mountain to fight a monster, and his cute pet cat.
I don't think this grandfather's going to be able to tell the stories for much longer. Gonna have to probably chump block at some point in this turn, or the turn after that rather. And things will start getting out of control. The faded procs on the Saga Seeker, the one draw that can do oh so much in pretty much any matchup,
and
scaling out of control.
Unfortunately, this game has got to be a wash. There's Fizz. Hang on a second. Hang on a second. Fizz, Paper Craft Dragon off the top. Maybe there's some shenanigan there. Maybe we can still make it go through. If I actually take a closer look at Luna's Pantheon deck, how many copies of Hush are we on? Is there any way to stop this Fizz from completely wreaking havoc? And the answer is no.
Can that Fizz do that damage before Saga Seeker pops off? Already a 7-9 stat line for a 1-drop on turn 4 with Overwhelm as well. Hoping to find things like Cataclysm now. For Luna, the pseudo rally effect is what you really want to see with Saga Seeker when he's popped off so hard so quickly.
Yep, just going to swing right in. No reason to hold back. Mountain Goat even going in, getting another gem, getting another faded proc. Pantheon is set up. This is the most devastating deck that counts to 5 against you, right? Just hits that 1 drop, has the Zenith Blade, and this is really all you need. And heaven forbid Luna top decks a Cataclysm. We've already seen one Overwhelm Cataclysm lethal today, and it was not in the deck that's known for it.
Let's see what the decision will be here. I mean, is there really one? You just have to take the damage and move on and hope that the right combination of cards don't find their way into Luna's hand at this point.
And there is Pale Cascade. At the very least, allows the Grandfather Fae to trade 1 for 1 into the GOAT. Draws another card. Playful Trickster is picked up. Despite a very shaky start from Only Love, there is some top decks coming through that are starting to show some potential. Double Pale Cascade to make sure Fae survives and gets more card draw. There's tons of draw in the hand right now for Only Love. Is there some sort of combination with wide aggressive play to punish this tall overwhelmed unit? Only Love, as it stands right now, only has 1 more turn.
Wounded White Flame coming down now as well. You have a chance to diversify with a second Zenith Blade onto this White Flame and get that damage pushed through as well. And I mean, there isn't really enough of a threat being developed from Only Love on the other side for Luna to be worried or to deviate from his own game plan.
We could see I mean, you've got the Bandle Commando now. 3rd Pale Cascade to try to draw and find something. Luna still has the Sharp Sight ready to go to block one of these elusive threats. Playful Trickster is really strangling this hand. I think that you just need to go for like double Pokey Stick or something to try to keep drawing and looking for some sort of power play. But to jump over to Only Love's list, if I was looking for something that was reactive into this Saga Seeker, there's also nothing in response. Both of these decks are very committed to their own win conditions, are not trying to respond to what the opponent is doing. I guess Only Love could have been saved by maybe top deck Aphelios into Gravitum to stop this Saga Seeker, but it just completely whiffed on the timing.
The consideration here for Sharp Sight puts the Wounded White Flame in action, takes down the Bandle Commando, stops the elusive, but also getting the Faded proc onto these Wounded White Flame. So not a bad play at all here from Luna. If that's, he was just looking away to get the, again, Faded proc and the Fury as well. So definitely a great use of his mana, able to get the Faded on both the Saga Seeker and the Wounded White Flame, and now has 2 very scary units that Only Love has to deal with next turn. Maybe trying to find a specific option to do so, but it's looking iffy.
And so here's the swing. Yumi's going to grant this Saga Seeker +1/+1. We've got the single combat and concerted strike to remove the blocker from that overwhelm. And so this is going to be Luna decisively taking game 1 and a Cataclysm for good measure.
As Zenith Blade first, for sure. I think you just unlock so much more damage off of the Wounded Wife as well. Proc the extra damage on the Fated as well on the Wounded Wife, but now you're able to push for so much more damage, and like you mentioned, now you have the backup of either single combat or Cataclysm to guarantee the damage gets pushed through. 17 HP being threatened, nothing that Only Love can do about this. It looks like Pale Cascade trying to fish, and that's not going to be the right answer.
Luna taking a little bit of time. What's the appropriate emote for this situation? Just goes for the Shen. And there it is, the lethal. Only Love has nothing to do from this position. 2 gigantic overwhelm threats and Cataclysm being hovered in the hand. So that's just an easy game 1. This is probably was anticipated, right, by Only Love. We know that Pantheon, with draws like this, there's not a lot of decks that handle that very well, regardless.
And not just the positive draws on Luna's side, but just the completely bricked hand on Only Love's side. It was just such a disparity between draws and between the early few rounds that, I think it was pretty clear that it was going to be a snowball win there. The fact that you're able to find the Wounded White Flame, the second Zenith Blade, the Cataclysm as a backup even. I mean, that was lethal, but you had like double lethal basically off of that next swing if it was necessary. So huge game 1 win for Luna. Pantheon Yumi doing what it does best and what so many players maybe are complaining about now, where it's just not very interactive in terms of how the wins end up happening. But now we move on to game 2, and now Luna has to try and find a win with the second deck.
Oh my goodness. But here's the thing, right? When you want to pick up your second win with Scion, you get 2 shots with such an aggressive list, such a deck that we talked about, like, has such a variety of threats against you. This is going to be a very tall order for Only Love. At the very least, we've got a Aphelios in the opening hand. We can start getting Gravitum to stun some of these targets, hold back the aggression. But you have to play very defensively so that the burn damage just doesn't end up being the end of the game for you. Bandle City also notably very weak to Fearsome. So Twinblade Revenant and Risen Rider are going to be key targets and threats here in the early mid-game.
No Fallen Rider just yet, which is really the most explosive turn 2 play for Luna. Having the Fearsome early on against the phase especially is really, really good, but doesn't find it just yet. And yeah, maybe not the most explosive start here. Has, of course, the Poro Cannons potentially, but overall going to take it a bit slower. I think just bank the mana for later.
Only Love likes that play, right? Isn't forced to develop currently. If Luna doesn't have any threat in play, you're more than happy to pass. Because Scion won't level up if you don't develop power to the board, Only Love can just keep saying, okay, never mind, Luna also, because there's no good discard targets right now, doesn't want to use the Sump Dredger, is just giving up the early game entirely just to set up for Twinblade Revenant, it looks like. And so now, with triple Aphelios in hand... Only Love, with 3 of a kind, goes for Face Sprout and finds the Librarian, a fantastic carrier for these moon weapons and also the tiny spear in hand. So which Aphelios is appropriate? We gotta take a look. Oh, it's a tiny shield. And so what are we looking for? With no units in play, Only Love is still gonna opt for the Calibrum here. Again, this lets you answer the Risen Rider, deals with Twinblade Revenant, deals with most anything that's going to be developed here in the early mid-game.
Draven as well.
And so Get Excited is the play from Luna to respond to this Aphelios. You don't want him to snowball the game. You don't want him to take over. But Only Love has 3 copies. You're more than happy to let this go through. There wasn't even a rear guard or any other threat cycled. Luna had to get rid of a real card for that Get Excited. It seems that the curse of the bricked hand has indeed passed to the other player.
Calibrum now finding a fantastic target. So just a trade of removal spells here. 2 key targets, Twinblade Revenant and Aphelios, both going down this turn, and really nothing else happening. No advancements being made on either side of the game plan for these players. Who is favored for this game stalling out like this going forward? It really depends. If Scion is found, if you're able to get that kind of huge upswing in tempo when Scion comes down, then all the burn to follow, that might be the way. But if Papercraft and the Fizz can pop off as well, with Monitor Man to work with for the combo, it can be very scary.
I think heading into, like, so deep into the mid game, with as you're playing a deck that wants to be much more aggressive, I think that Only Love is wildly favored from this position. Twin Blade Revenant can be frustrating for decks that want to remove it, because it just keeps coming back and keeps coming back. But when you're able to respond to a unit that's sort of repeatedly generated using removal spells that are repeatedly generated with the Calibrum, you're able to keep up with that value and keep it contained a lot more. And now with Grandfather Fey, we have a blocker for this Fearsome. And you're still mighty healthy, just taking 4 damage from Sump Dredger here heading into round 6. And Only Love now has a Felios, can even bring out a Severum at any point in time. You can phase into a Gravitum here and just sit on it to hold back Scion, which is nowhere near leveling up. There's not a Vi in hand that's scaling. So Luna right now is just really scrambling to find any sort of means to keep the threat level up. Poro Cannon's going to give you some chip damage, I suppose. But it's not looking good.
There's a second Aphelios coming down. As you mentioned, Severum is really, I think, the scariest card that Luna has to deal with. Because if he's thinking about just, hey, I have these burns, well, I have ways to end the game. Severum says, you know, wait a minute, let's go back to where we started, heal back up all this HP, and essentially make it a much longer race to the finish line that Luna maybe just is not equipped to fight with.
Proc gets faded, it just keeps growing. And your Nexus fall into the hand. Another great stun for holding back Luna's aggressive turns. At this point, you should have gotten 1 or 2 really wide aggressive swings to set your opponent's HP lower, and then you just start dropping the burn down on them over and over. But now that Only Love is still so healthy, has plenty of mana to develop a wide board of defenders, and is gathering all of these defensive tools into the hand alongside Aphelios, Luna is really going to struggle to find a way to actually end the game.
Double Poro Cannons coming down. Twin Blade Revenant is an option with the remaining 4 mana you have if you're Luna, but as you mentioned, is there really much more to work towards? The hand is a little bit awkward. You have the mid-chops. You don't really have a sign. You don't really have ways to get to the point where that burn matters. Same with Noxian Fervor.
And Only Love not even committing. Again, just developing this wide board. Feels that, hey, I'm in a great position, and enjoys this cadence of the match where Luna now has to continuously spend all of their mana developing and trying to threaten, and it allows Only Love to now adopt a much more reactive game plan, which, when you're playing a deck that's known for swarm and combo, when suddenly they're playing a reactive control style into you, it's not looking good. You've essentially given this Aphelios deck a completely new win condition on top of everything else that it can do.
And this goes down to the turn 2. There was no development on Luna's side. Turn 3 as well was used to answer the Aphelios instead with a spell. So just missed the key development turns, where usually it's where this deck gets its advantage, or at least, you know, does its homework and chips down the opponent's Nexus quite a bit, to the point where it opens up that path for Scion later on to be an actual threat. At this point, not the case. And like you mentioned, there are actual ways to stop Scion in this matchup. You have Gravitum, for example, already in the hand. You have Crescent Strike as well. So all the bases seem to be covered for Only Love right now. Has to find his way for himself to win his own game plan to be developed and to win the game. But overall has many ways to counter Luna's game plan at this point.
But Luna is still trying to stick to the guns here. A big swing sent through. We've got at least 2 damage potentially. Pokestick will offset some of this. And once this Gravitum is cashed in, Aphelios can continue to keep phasing. We've even got gifts from beyond, so you can get a Severum if you'd like and offset this damage entirely. Burn going onto a unit, you love to see that as well. And if I was Luna, What are you thinking? Rummage on the Flame Chompers, maybe even get rid of the other Poro Cannon, because you need to start drawing some of your power cards here. Has
even
enough
then,
power even been played to flip the Scion?
This is not a deck that really just it doesn't feel comfortable going into a longer game. It's a deck that is, you know, very explosive at a very specific point in the game, and then it runs out of fuel, but normally it ends the game anyway, so it doesn't really matter at this point. But now this game seems like it might be going longer and longer.
I mean, I remember when Scion was at his peak, you know, dealing 5 or 6 damage was kind of still enough to make your opponent shiver at Scion, and Scion returns overwhelm damage. But now that this deck has those stuns, you're still feeling very confident even against that main win condition. And the Rumble variants, at the very least, have a big unit with Spell Shield that can threaten in the mid game, generating more mechs here and there, so you have a wider threat level. And this one just takes away that potential win on board to opt for more burn. And we'll see if now with these Fallen Riders maybe joining the fight, trying to abuse the lack of fearsome blockers from this Bandle City deck, maybe things do take a turn. Only Love does, despite everything we've talked about, Only Love does not have any threat of their own. There's no Fizz, there's no Papercraft Dragon, so maybe the game just grinds to a stalemate, and lost soul value is what's going to be the deciding factor here.
Especially if Scion's not found. That's the key thing that Luna is looking for at this point. Scion is, you know, just with its effect and the fact that, sure, it can get stunned for one turn, but it'll still be there. It'll still be a threat that has to be dealt with completely at some point.
And I think that Only Love does need to start being a little bit more proactive with the Poke Sticks, drawing cards, looking for those key pieces, those combo turns. Because if there was a Papercraft Dragon or a Rainbow Fish already attached on top of this lull throughout the mid game that Luna's been experiencing, there would be much stronger threat level.
And the Fervor not quite going to be enough. You can Pokey Stick the Flame Chompers, you can Pale Cascade the Aphelios. There's a lot of counterplay available with 4 mana still up for Only Love. And you don't have mana for Mystic Shot either. You'll have only the Fervor here and then only 1 mana remaining. So even Bastion, yeah, there's like 3 or 4 different ways to save his Aphelios from dying here. Bastion seems to be the case. Noxian Fervor completely denied, essentially, by the Bastion, by the Spell Shield effect.
That's even more burn damage that's committed to try to fight for board control, not sending it to the Nexus. So already that win condition is kind of evaporating. Because without the burn to back him up, Scion just, you know, deals a bunch of damage and then that's it. There's no Captain Farron in this list from Luna either. There is 3 main deck Decimate that maybe we can find. Only Love got... You see this face? I got my eye on you, trying to keep the board under control. And Aphelios is about to level. We're going to start getting a massive acceleration of moon weapons.
Scion. That might be what he needed to find at this exact point in the game. I'm not saying he's going to win the game because, of course, we're seeing the hand there has a Crescent Strike available for Only Love. But he at least needs to find his win condition, needs to try and make it, you know, create some kind of a threat for Only Love to deal with.
Exactly. From this position, Only Love is going to be forced into a much more defensive line. And if you're spending all your mana on stuns and Severum to keep your Nexus healthy, you might not be able to develop your win condition, right? We need the Papercraft Dragon, hopefully a Gleaming Lantern to discount it a bit so it's easier to use. We need a Fizz. And Only Love is sitting on these Pokey Sticks. Now with the Fervor, the Noxian Fervor out of the equation, I think that the Pokey Sticks can now be used in a much more aggressive fashion.
See it now, the full stun. The entire board except for one little Poro. Completely stunned on the bench there for Luna. And what should have been the deciding attack is going to just fizzle out and cause no threat whatsoever for Only Love.
It's just both players struggling now. It's like because of the massive bricks on both sides. I don't want to say massive for Only Love, but the lack of their main win conditions, I'll say. They're kind of just scrambling, and it looks like they're playing a completely different matchup. And now with Aphelios leveling up, if we now just compare raw value, Aphelios is about to solo this entire board by himself. Back at the height of his power, he really was the one-man army, the weapon arsenal of the Lunari. And, you know, just the slew of Calibrum and Gravitum would just make it so hard to finish off the deck in any sort of board-based manner.
In the second Crescent Strike, I mean, you have answers for essentially everything now. If you only love a whole other turn on the next turn that's going to be answered for, and there's not going to really be a threat, unless there's going to be an open attack, of course, from Scion, which, you know, to be honest, that is going to be the most likely case.
With Pale Cascade and Pokestick drawing cards, we haven't seen a single Fae outside of Grandfather Fae, have we? We're looking for Rainbow Fish, Papercraft Dragon, Fizz, Gleaming Lantern, even, hell, Infernum off of Aphelios, and then a couple Flame Spitters or something to put some threat down.
Pale Cascades can help cycle, as can the Pokesticks, so you have ways to draw into the cards that you do need later on. And once you have, you know, you're at 10 mana next turn, these cards are going to be great to get the extra upside plus some cycling as well.
Like, it's... You have an incredibly dominant board position, but then no way to end the game is a conundrum that several good decks have been unable to solve, where they're consistently dominant on the board and in terms of the value that they have, but with no way to end the game, the opponent eventually just wins anyway. And this is sort of my experience playing against Aphelios. When they don't have that really strong, cheesy combo to end the game, even with the value generation that this deck is capable of, they just can't keep up with something that's built for more direct threat.
Draven comes down. Not really very consequential at this point in the game with this 3-2 stat line. Not very relevant, but you get the axe. You're able to maybe proc those survival skills if you're able to find a good spot for it.
Mm-hmm. We've got a Risen Rider as well. That's potentially going to lose to a Calibrum. Just keep it removed. Mystic Shot for 2 more damage. So we'll see. Scion is finally in position for a nice open attack here. And so now overwhelm damage becomes a massive concern for Only Love here. Pale Cascade to proc the Librarian's Faded and draw a card, I think is the way you want to start playing this out. You've got this Faded unit that you want to scale up.
Gleaming Lantern comes in. You're still at 17 HP if you're Only Love, so very, very healthy. The one thing is, of course, you need to open attack next turn if you're Luna. You can't play into a second Crescent Strike or, you know, Gravitum.
But doesn't go for the card draw. Thinks that the current board state is good enough. And here's Luna with the open attack.
Seven damage going through on this Scion attack onto Grandfather Fae. You have a chance to potentially use some of these Pale Cascades to mitigate some of the damage.
We do have the Hero's Refrain in hand that was gotten off of the Trinket trade, if I recall. And just to put some stats onto these units, but doesn't go for it, doesn't commit. Wants Luna to use the resources first.
And no extra follow-up on the burn with this Scion. You can't kill it yourself this turn either.
I think that Only Love is really confident that this Aphelios is just going to hard carry this game now. There's the Hero's Refrain, procs the Faded, baits out the Mystic Shot, gets even more value on top of this.
I mean, the Mystic had to go face, right? You're playing a burn gameplay, and I don't think you can suddenly...
This is the third piece of burn that's been used to attempt board control rather than just hitting the Nexus directly. I think because this Aphelios has been in play and has been threatening for so long that the Severum just hitting a key target and just topping off and counteracting all that burn is just something that Luna didn't want to give Only Love the satisfaction of receiving. So Aphelios still alive with 1 HP. We've got a Scion in play. a 9-5 with Overwhelm still. This can be a fantastic blocker, because if he goes down and we get that rally, it means that Only Love needs to have another Gravitum to stop him. But Fizz finally hits the scene, leveled up as well. Going to start getting those shark baits. And a wide swing is going to threaten Luna in return.
And Luna's still very healthy, 15 HP, so has the chance to maybe take a big hit and be fine with it. But really, he has to find the remaining burn he needs, some amount of cycle maybe to find some more cards in his deck, because Sion by himself is not going to be able to do it. He needs to have something else, and he's been using quite a lot of his burn cards, as you mentioned, on trying to control the board, which I think is kind of pointless at this point in the game. You're not controlling this Aphelios deck. I mean, we're seeing it there, but Get Excited is found. That might be a way to chip in just a bit more damage, or to at least maybe get a kill on Sion yourself if you want to try and force it somehow.
This matchup is just looks really bad on paper, because you're much more based around dealing early damage on the board and then converting to burn, and that's something that Bandle City has always kind of put a stop to with their ability to generate tons of blockers. They can stop stage 1 of your plan so that the stage 2 of burn isn't really an option for you. And because this deck isn't trying to use Rumble and abuse that combat focused win condition, we lack sort of responsive baity answers like Whirling Death and things of that nature, or even Might that allows you to swing through in the early mid game.
And now finally Only Love seems to be mounting a board that has to be dealt with. It has to be, you know, elusive on Aphelios, Overwhelm.
And like the Aphelios, just well, the amount of value that's being presented, right, is just so high that, you know, Only Love is actually apparently missequencing a little bit around the phasing, trying to get the stuns, trying to get the Gravitums. Because you got to play the Calibrum here. Here's another Crescent Strike, removing 2 blockers. This was saved from way back when, because we had the Gravitum and the Shield Vault. So now we can peel 2 blockers and then threaten a wide swing. The Librarian has Overwhelm Aphelios with massive quick attack. Is this still enough blocking, however? I think this is still enough. Even with the Calibrum, you can destroy the Risen Rider. So I guess that Luna does have the potential to go for a Get Excited here onto the Aphelios. As long as this Pale Cascade doesn't hit, the second Guiding Touch, I think, is still in the hand.
Another weapon played out. Gravitum was picked up there, it looks like. And yeah, it's going to be another stun on yet another blocker. So no blockers available. Once again, the full board stun for Luna. Can play out one more Fallen Rider, but it has to discard it if he wants to kill Aphelios this turn. That will be the case here.
Had used the Spinning Axe to get the Risen Rider, but then second guessed that play of actually developing it to the board because of the Calibrum.
8 damage, yeah. So, yeah, that's going to be enough for the lethal here with the Pale Cascade. Exact lethal connecting for Only Love. And when a game that was very, very strange, the early and mid games, for both players is not really how their decks wanted to play them out. Only Love was still able to stall out enough to eventually get there and win this game 2, tie up this series, and move on now to a game 3 to decide who ends up playing Smooth Soloist in the losers final of today's tournament.
And I did say it, right, that when you're playing the Sion deck, getting 2 shots at having the deck come together in a much more consistent and expected way, I think really does give Luna now the edge here as we head into game 3.
We need that early game to be much stronger. If Luna wants to have a chance of winning this game, he needs to come out swinging with a 1-drop, a 2-drop, and a 3-drop. Ideally, unblocked damage coming through with a Fearsome, like a Fallen Rider, for example, after it's flipped. I mean, that's the ideal game plan. And obviously, having your Draven on curve, having your Sion on curve flipped already, and your opponent not having, stuns to deal with Sion every single turn. Sion attacked once that entire game.
And as we head into this match, Viego versus Sion. We know that these Viego decks, like especially the Ionia ones, were susceptible to getting aggroed down if their draws weren't immaculate. They were very reliant on getting the Tasty Fae Folk and Spirit's Refuge in order to survive. But now, in the Shadow Isles variant, we just have some Vile Feasts, and things like that to try to keep the healing up. This one is going to be much more similar to the Aphelios deck, where it's not based on a lot of direct healing, but based around just having the ability to block.
See now, a slightly better start here. You're going to have the Draven on curve. You're going to have the Boom Baboon here now as well to have, that extra discard enjoyer in hand that wants to be discarded, wants to get an effect from it as well, with either the Draven with the axe coming down, or maybe even I guess the Draven would be maybe the best option on curve.
Another predict, picks up the Quicksand there. Great way to stop like the Fearsome threat, the Overwhelm from Scion later on in play. And if Viego just hits the board on curve, there's not too much that Luna can do to stop him as he keeps scaling.
It'll be a race. I think it's definitely going to be a race here. I think Sion's going to try and do his best to end this game before it gets to that point, before the real big players in Only Love's deck come out to play.
This is going to be a key turn for sure. With Draven coming down, generating the Spinning Axe, we've now got Flame Chompers at burst speed, so much more damage being threatened. Only Love can just right now Vile Feast this Boom Baboon, get that 3-1 off of the board, heal for 1, and then get another blocker.
Looks like the game plan here. Gonna just a really clean kill on the Boom Baboon with 1 HP here. Staying healthy, controlling the board is the game plan for Only Love at this point. Flame Chompers can come down. You get the axe. You're able to pull off maybe the spider to the side, so it can try and guarantee the trade on the 2-3 and not get chump blocked by a 1-1. So I like the play here. Very aggressive is what Luna was missing in the last game, just because his hand didn't give it to him for the most part. But this is what you need to see. Much more aggressive play, just trying to connect with an Nexus early on.
And now you got the second Spinning Axe from the Draven attacking, and this is going to facilitate the rest of your hand to keep on cycling. We've got Sump Dredger potentially to draw a card, or you just develop the Twin Blade Revenant. You've got the threat of another great open attack because this Flame Chompers is still alive. And here we go. Twin Blade Revenant. Because of the development here of the Camivoran Soldier, there was the line, of course, just playing Boom Baboon, looking for the second Flame Chompers, getting that into play for a wider swing. But I like this play a lot. The Flame Chompers can now pull the Camivoran Soldier to the side, and then you get 4 more damage with the Twin Blade Revenant. Things are coming together now for Luna, really showcasing what this deck wants to do. Only Love potentially could take a really big hit here if Luna just goes for the open attack.
Now, do we see the Boom Baboon into the Sum Treasure for an enormously wide swing here? That's the idea possibly that Luna has at this point. And
getting the Flame Chompers in play as well. I kind of like that. It's a nice hedge. You figure from this point that what's the worst thing that Only Love could have? Maybe second Camivoran Soldier, which isn't even that bad for you. And Only Love saying, well, I could just play Viego, right? Start getting the scaling threat of the Encroaching Mists down. And from this position, you're thinking, okay, well, now I want to keep 3 mana open for Get Excited, or are you going to go for pure punch and still send everything face?
I think punch is the way to go. I think it's what was missing last game. I think you have to really push this advantage you have now. You have 2 challengers to move both of the fearsome blockers out of the way. You're trying to guarantee damage with the Twin Blade Revenant. There's going to be a Quicksand, but that's 3 more mana that has to be forced out this turn, where the rest of the trades aren't really in favor for Luna because there just aren't trades happening. So I like it. I like this is the way to go. You have Get Excited in hand as well. You have Noxian Fervor, so 6 points of burn already saved up.
And when we think about, the healing potential of this deck, there's only Vile Feast. There's no Withering Wail in this build. And 2 copies of Rite of Negation are going to be the final piece that Only Love potentially has against Noxian Fervor and Get Excited. Just going to take 4 attack away from the Sump Dredger. Down to 8. 6 points of burn in the hand.
Just need to find 2 more and the mana to work it all through on the next turn. Essentially, you can't get lethal next turn, despite, you know, even if you draw a Misty Shot, for example, the top deck. But you're getting closer and closer, and even then, this is just kind of the homework being done for when Scion does finally come in.
This is the sequence that we saw very consistently back when Scion first hit the metagame. It was at the height of its power. Sandspinner trying to keep the board under control, but now even if you lose control of the board, you're still in a great position. Even more card draw now coming through thanks to the Sump Dredger. Discards the Spinning Axe, and there is the final piece of burn that we needed. Covers the Vile Feast as well. Only Love may be forced to Atrocity the Noxian Fervor target.
Let's just make sure there's no Rite of Negation to stop, the full stack of spells from coming through. That's going to be the only thing. You have to play them 1 by 1, essentially. If you're Luna, there is going to be 2 copies in the deck for Only Love, so there is definitely a chance to get that top deck next turn.
Gets to weave in the Noxian Fervor right now while there is no interaction. This is going to be the riskiest of the spells to get to connect to the face.
And even with the Vile Feast Drain effect, only puts up Only Love to 9, so still the 3/3/3 combo will still be lethal.
So Viego, a deck that I said is very strong against other decks that can't play aggressively enough to race it down.
Decimate now as well.
Scion is the antidote. The mists are not scaling fast enough, and Luna has a fantastic attack token here. The attack is, it's one of those things where, like, if you pass, Only Love is just going to end the round, clearly. And the longer you wait, the higher the chance is that the Rite of Negation will be found. So you have to try to find a way to put enough threat level down and force Only Love to tap. And ironically, this is the position where Luna does have the winning play in hand, but because there is no caster vision, you have to respect your opponent's outs. And so by not going for the win immediately, it does give Only Love a few more turns to draw that key card, or maybe get something like a Hydra Vine that's going to kickstart this whole thing.
You're going to push the Decimate this turn, putting Only Love down to 1 HP. Still more than 0. Still very much alive, at least for this turn. And as you mentioned, Double Get Excited is going to be there. You have a chance to answer a possible Atrocity with Get Excited to end up winning that way. But it all comes down to the top deck next turn. If it ends up being Rite of Negation, that'll be big, big trouble for Luna.
The benefit of having this extra Decimate is fantastic, because you can put 1 Rite of Negation on the stack to threaten the lethal, then negation comes through, and then you can play the second. But we just need fodder from this point. Only Love has to put everything down here in order to play defensively. Still has the 4 mana open to threaten the Rite of Negation. There is no more mana from Luna, so we can continue developing. The Despair, unfortunately, is a dead card. And this is a mono Viego deck, so the Rite of Calling is guaranteed to get him. So again, just 2 dead cards. Atrocity trying to maybe finish off the game if Viego can get scaled up enough.
It's all going to come down to this final top deck. Viego scaling, but just a little bit too slow for the pace of this game. A few more turns, and this would be Only Loves to win. But with the right combination of early damage and burn, even without Scion, the deck here for Luna is still popping off. It's still finding the game plan it wants to find. Lost Soul, top deck for Luna. And Only Love does not find the Rite of Negation. So I think this is going to be it. This is going to be game over. There's nothing that can be done here. Just commit your blockers. Make sure Atrocity doesn't win it outright.
Yep. You're still plenty healthy. Viego's not scaled up. And we can put the 1 Get Excited down on the stack. And that is going to be game 3 going to Luna. Dragging this one out all the way to the final moments after a very clunky draw in game 2. And earning the right to take on Smooth Swallowist.
Had some troubles with his deck in game 2 and this game 3 as well. Didn't find the Scion, but still had a very good call to play extremely aggressively in the early to mid game, losing out on trades but making sure he can commit the Nexus damage. And his top decks kind of followed up with that game plan, able to find the burn he needed to, able to close out from 9 HP all the way down to 0 with just burn. So really played to the outs that his decks were giving him, even without his main win con Scion not really being available, not really being a thing. Still pretty comfortably able to find the win there before Viego popped off for Only Love. So congrats to Luna. Makes it now into the top 3 of today's tournament, and will have now a chance to fight against Smooth Soloist in the losers final.
Smooth Soloist, again, the player that brought Deep to today's tournament, is still in the running. So this is going to be a very interesting idea to see how Deep is going to do against a completely different set of decks. But we will get to that action-packed grudge match when we get back from this quick break, so don't go anywhere. Hello everyone and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. We just saw a rematch between Luna and Only Love, and Luna was able to come out on top once again and now has moved on to the next stage to take down Smooth Soloist. The winner of this match will go up against Broken Ball in the grand finals.
But more importantly, Deep is back, Scarzig. Deep is back in action. We'll be able to see it. We've seen it already 2 times today. 3rd time in a tournament like Fight Night. That is unheard of for Deep in the past year and a half. But if one player is going to dig this archetype out of its hole, it is Smooth Soloist, the kind of the eccentric deck builder and creator, trying to find always the right opportunity to bring out these decks into a tournament like today's, and still finding a lot of success with it.
Yeah, I mean, went all the way up through the winners bracket, dropped the series to Broken Ball, but has demonstrated that Deep's game plan is still pretty good in the current metagame. Again, with only one copy of Withering Wail, but having the Bone Skewer in order to double down on like the Deadbloom Wanderer healing has been very, very strong for just holding down the early mid game. A lot of the decks that we've seen outside of Scion haven't been terribly aggressive, and so the meta kind of being a little bit slower, a little bit more mid-rangey has indeed favored this matchup. And Atrocity has been tossed every single game, so it has been a factor as well. But if we ever get to a late game scenario where it has not been tossed and is sitting in the hand, that's always going to be a secondary win condition that the opponent has to respect.
Yeah, Bone Skewer card that when it came out, it was obviously very closely tied to Lurk, to Pike, to hit, you know, that archetype, but it fits surprisingly well with Deep. And it's, you know, this kind of card, a perfect example of a card that kind of interaction did not exist in Bilgewater before, did not exist as a potential tool, control tool for Deep, where your unit's already dying anyway, but you get some extra value from it. You obviously never play this card proactively on a unit, but it allows, I think, some nice interactions and just some extra complexity. Gave Deep a little bit of an extra layer, especially in a tournament like this where you have open deck lists. We talked about it so many times before, where you have this one copy of a card your opponent has to play around. And I love Bone Skewer as a one of or two of, and Deep is of course a list that is quite stretched in terms of what it can include because it has to do so much already, but it does fit as a one of, I think, quite well.
And of course, this is combined with Fading Memories, which has similar utility to get another proc of the toss mechanic to get through your cards faster, get an extra Deadbloom Wanderer, maybe even get another Jaw Hunter. Because this is now going back to the Turbo Deep style with the triple Lure of the Depths, you also can take advantage of better mid-game discounts and Nautilus's discount carrying over to the Abyssal Eye and the Devourer of the Depths, carrying them all the way to 0 mana. So we've seen a slight shift in the game plan as well, where you aren't just racing headlong into Nautilus and Maokai. You're actually drawing cards with Salvage and Lure of the Depths to get these bigger, splashier turns with Nautilus and a bunch of 0 mana sea monsters all at once.
My only hope is that a ban does not come through onto this deck. That would be tragic, and that would immediately earn you a spot on my hit list of Runeterra players. So you definitely don't want to ban Deep when I'm casting the match. But
well, we'll have to see, because the bans are ready. We're about to jump into that. We'll have to see if you're going to respect the Deep. It has gone unbanned over the course of the tournament because Smooth Swallowist has Deep, Timelines, and Talia Ziggs. And Talia Ziggs is the most prominent, the most well-known, and most directly threatening deck that's been drawing a lot of these bans. And I wonder if that was Smooth's intention, is Talia Ziggs is going to get banned, and I get to play Deep in Timelines, the deck that I really want to get a lot of practice with, because this Timelines list is certainly a very fresh idea of running a Lysandra, a Gnar, and an Ezreal, and having a bit of diversification there when it comes to your ability to threaten the opponent.
Maybe diversifying a bit too much, but we'll find out. We'll find out how this ends up playing out with the 4 different champions being included in the list without there really being a payoff for, you know, maybe a Submersible would make a lot of sense, but we didn't see it in the deck list, surprisingly enough. So all in all, it's a list that I think, regardless of these minor changes that you make, the big combination still comes on that Trundle combo on turn 8, and it really comes down to finding that Trundle early on in the game. 30 seconds to go. The players still considering the ban. I think, like you mentioned, I think Ziggs Talia is the de facto ban to make here, just from a power level standpoint. It is the strongest deck.
It's just so threatening. You have to pick your poison here. Deep has been doing surprisingly well this tournament, and you have to keep asking yourself, is this a fluke? Do I want to ban it? Obviously, Pantheon is going to be the ban on Smooth Swallowist's side. We've seen how devastating its curve can be with the right draws. And Aphelios and Scion, we've gotten a preview of both of those decks drawing suboptimally.
Scarzig as a caster, this is a chef's kiss ban for me. These are the 2 decks that I did not want to see in action. So thankfully, all the fun stuff is still on the table, Scarzig. We have Deep, we have Timelines, we have, I guess, Aphelios is a little bit fun to some extent.
I mean, when the Papercraft Dragon and the Fizz is at the bottom of the deck, and it just seems to be Bandle City Aphelios, it does seem to be pretty strong. But I mean, Gravitum's going to do great work in this matchup because most of the power comes from big followers that are going to get stunned for 2 turns. Abyssal Eye is going to be a key card to stop these big elusive swings. And it's just a matter of, you know, do we have Jawfish to maybe, Jaw Hunter, pardon me, to threaten the Fizz, things of that nature.
Sea Scarab was kept in hand. The rest of the curve, not terrible, but not maybe ideal. Bone Skewer, more of a situational card for later in the game, similar to Salvage.
I mean, I don't know what I'm doing. I would have kept that. I'm kind of greedy. Go for Librarian and have the Guiding Touch and the Pale Cascade to proc the Faded, start scaling it up and getting a blocker. But Fizz seems to be a much stronger play here, the opening turns. Here's Grandfather Fae, getting the Owl Cat as well. And Smooth Swallowist has a Sea Scarab at the very least, has the early Nautilus, a lot of toss mechanics here. I could maybe even see Lure of the Depths being developed here pretty soon.
Yeah, I think depending on the top deck this next turn, if it isn't a Drug Treasures or maybe a Wander, I think he will go for Lure of the Depths, just for the chance of a second Sea Scarab is pretty big.
Mm-hmm. And the Lure of the Depths, the matchups we've seen from Smooth Swallowist, the lists have been much more proactive in order to keep deep under pressure because they have to end the game before those key turns later on. And the lack of pressure does allow Smooth finally an opportunity to play the Lure of the Depths. Picks up an Abyssal Eye, fantastic draw. That way you have an elusive blocker to hold back some of this combo damage. If Luna doesn't respond, then you get to deal some chip damage of your own and keep drawing cards.
The Drug Treasures there is a big pickup just to have, not just the toss, of course, but the sacrifice for the extra toss off of the Sea Scarab as well. And the fact that you have the very explosive double Jettison in hand, that can be unexpected. Luna might not be, thinking about this. There might be the extra stats on both the Sea Scarab and the Abyssal Eye. Maybe not next turn, but the turn after that for sure. You might be going deep already if you're Smooth.
Mm-hmm. And it does indeed connect. Fizz into Aphelios gives us access to Calibrum. So we can get this Abyssal Eye off of the board before it gets too out of control. I think you definitely want to just go for this right now, in my opinion. Is somehow Sea Scarab a better thing to clear?
Sometimes. It depends on what you're expecting. It depends on if you... I mean, again, you want to keep maybe some mana up in case the Maokai comes out. I don't know what exactly you can do against the Maokai, though, but it's scary to dump all your mana here to just take down an Abyssal Eye that isn't really too threatening yet and leave the Sea Scarab untouched. I think maybe Sea Scarab is the way to go if you want to stop this deep from happening soon. Especially doing it there where you don't have the mana up for Bone Skewer. That would be pretty big as well. Because now the Bone Skewer is up, and now it's getting more dangerous because you have a chance for the counterplay for the kill on the Aphelios especially. And to get the Abyssal Eye back in the deck, which is, okay as a top deck next turn.
Yeah, there was a line where instead of getting the Calibrum, you get Gravitum instead, and then you try to set up for, the stun here into Rainbow Fish, so your opponent doesn't have that elusive blocker any longer. And
this is where Bone Skewer is just so good, in my opinion. This is why you want to have one copy of this card in the deck, and why adding this extra layer of interactivity is so big, because it just didn't exist before in Deep.
Trinket Trade allows you to find
some less vigor.
Amazing!
It is big, and there's a Vile Feast, but not much more that can do it here. You can't go deep, I think, with the Jettisons, so you're not quite far enough to make this Bone Skewer hit for more.
And then the Abyssal Eye goes on top of the deck, so Smooth Swallowist knows what the next draw is going to be. Double checking the amount of deep. No cards really have been tossed from this position, so Aphelios is now safe thanks to the Trinket Trade. What a godlike pickup with the Sunblessed Vigor. So the Calibrum essentially does its job. Smooth goes down one blocker.
The Regulators does come down now, and now you are going to get very close to deep off of even this unit dying, the 3 toss there, the 8 toss, lying in wait on the Jettisons as well. Waiting especially for kind of a more of a bait angle, if possible. You want to play out the Jettisons when your opponent is trying to go for a kill on a deep unit, trying to go for a value trade, and then obviously play with a surprise element of having 8 toss in hand for 2 mana.
Decently wide board here to attack in with. We've got the tiny shield, just to protect a unit from a vile feast, I suppose. The Withering Whale was just tossed. But, again, this sort of awkward turn where you have some threat potential, but you want to maintain certain units, keep them alive, so you have blockers against a big deep turn. But just dealing a little bit of chip for now.
As you mentioned, the extra toss is coming through. The Siege Scarab unfortunately get taken down in the process there with a toss.
So right now we're all in on this jettison and salvage to get to the deep status. We're going to be there in time for Nautilus, but we just need to maintain enough sea monsters in play. Gets rid of the Devour of the Depths. Nautilus will gladly put that back in. And Atrocity is found. That's going to be huge for Smooth to be able to go over the top and counter a big combo finisher that Luna's going to be trying to put together here.
And already, I mean, we're seeing 15 HP on the Nexus for Luna. 2 more, and that puts you into Atrocity range with Nautilus. One of the magic thing about this deck is that you have so much reach with Atrocity Nautilus.
Mm-hmm. There's a stun on the Scarab. Phases into another Moon Weapon, forcing Smooth to develop further here. Goes for Dredgers. Not going to play the Abyssal Eye just yet. At 15 HP, you're feeling very comfortable. Still has 4 mana open to play this Abyssal Eye if there is like a Papercraft Dragon or something like that put onto the Fizz to turn him into a larger threat. Now you're tapped under. Smooth now knows there is no more threat of that dragon.
Caliburn would still be big here. I think this would stop any kind of development from the Abyssal Eye at this point because it would be a clean trade. I think just one Jettison will be played out here. But no, Abyssal Eye gets played out instead at the mercy of Crescendo. But yeah, it's not in hand just yet. It has to be phased into. So can get some damage in here with the Elusive. Can at least try and go for the extra card draw or force a block from Vandal Commando with the... Or I guess maybe
yeah, I love the block with the Fizz into the Pale Cascade. We have second Fizz in hand.
Yeah.
Luna is maybe wanting to use this Playful Trickster, however, because there is no Papercraft Dragon. There's no, like, direct threat level. But at the same time, as long as you have that elusive blocker, it doesn't truly matter. Just going to cast a spell to level the Fizz instead.
And there it is, the block.
Oh my god, Stress Defense! Counters Atrocity! One of Stress Defense in Luna's deck. I completely forgot about that tech.
Yeah, that would be a pretty clean counter. That being said, I think there is going to still be a Sea Monster game plan from Smooth. This is not his last chance where he has to go into the Atrocity line no matter what.
But yeah, it's still pretty awkward here.
Monsters.
Because, yeah, you play the Nautilus, but there's still only one Sea Monster in hand. You don't get the maximum value of that big turn that you really want from this list. With, I mean, Turbo Deep kind of demonstrating its effectiveness in this metagame, I wonder if the players go back to running, like, Slaughter Docks or something, so we have more consistent, like, Sea Monster threat in play.
Poor Slaughter Docks.
Poor Slaughter Docks, indeed. It was good for a time, and then the meta was just like, you're going to play 3 mana, do nothing? You're going to die for that. I'm definitely a Slaughter Docks believer. I'm a heretic when it comes to deep, because I'm running like Twisted Fate and Slaughter Docks. But we can see here how Smooth is still not under a lot of direct threat, but is still feeling the pressure of potential threat, because all we need is a Rainbow Fish or a Papercraft Dragon to attach to one of these units, and things get very dicey very quickly.
Already a big attack that there isn't really much here that can deal with it. The Vile Feast is there, but doesn't kill anything. Everything at 2 HP or above. So no clear-cut answer there. You would have liked to play the Wanderer earlier, but now if it's attacking, maybe just go for the Nautilus instead if the attack does get committed. Time's ticking here. For Luna has to make a decision. Do you want to go for the attack now, or do you want to continue developing?
Yeah, just going for a wider board. It decides not to develop. Doesn't want to get punished by just Nautilus taking away the great trades that are being presented right now. I like just dealing this amount of damage currently. Will Nautilus be able to make this happen, though? We play Nautilus, we play Abyssal Eye, so we have elusive blockers to stop the Papercraft shenanigans on the elusive target. We've got...
I think there's a world where Nautilus is played out right now. You get the right draws. And next turn, if Luna makes the mistake of going... I guess it would have to be the turn after that.
We could see the double jettison, like before, where you use that to toss even more and thin the deck, increasing your chances of drawing into sea monsters. Because the atrocity is already in hand, it doesn't matter what you toss at this point. There could be a line where we just find Maokai, right? We find Maokai, we blow up Luna's deck. If the Papercraft Dragons are discarded in that scenario, and you have to make do with what you just have in play currently, then Smooth can just very easily block down with the Abyssal Eyes.
What you have in play currently might be enough, though. There's quite a few elusive attackers here. There's, Nephelio still on the board, 6 HP only on the Nexus for Smooth. It's a dangerous HP total to be at.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, with the potential for the Librarian to keep scaling up.
Risky Vile Feast on the Fizz can be stopped by a Phase Sprout. Sometimes you think you're so far behind, you have to go for these...
Papercraft found off the Phase Sprout, too. Luna blessed here in this first game. Even earlier, getting the Trinket trade into the Sunblessed Vigor. Doing Bandle City and Targon things all at once. And Nautilus
finally comes down.
Finally. So the jettison is not woven into this plan. He's just going to come down and pray that the top decks are good from here. We have access to Riptide to maybe stop one of these other big elusive threats. Not the Fizz, indeed. And Crescendum is picked up. Gonna keep filling up this board. Not just sitting on the Infernum.
I think there's just not enough tools, defensive tools, to stop the next attack from Luna because the HP total is so low already for Smooth at this point.
And here's the Papercraft. Extra +1/+1 from the Phase Sprout goes onto the Fizz. And now we've got Stress Defense to sidestep the Atrocity. Smooth was never able to deal that final 2 damage that he needed.
Yeah, I think just you had the double jettison, you had the chance to go deep very quickly and make that explosive, but you were just a little bit off. It was a little bit too awkward in the mid game in terms of going deep for Smooth, and that slowed him down just a little bit too much, where he was supposed to draw a sea monster a few turns ago. He drew the Wanderer instead on turn 6, I think it was, and he was just a little bit off on the entire sequence in terms of the cards he found and kind of the ordering sequence.
Wow. So Fizz is actually sacrificed there to trade 1-for-1 into the Abyssal Eye. Papercraft Dragon's just going to go back to the hand regardless. And we still have a fantastic wide swing here. Oh, that's cute. Minion. This is the Minion OTK that we heard so much about long ago.
Is there anything that Smooth can top deck here to put him back into this game?
I mean, Riptide maybe allows you to survive one more turn. A Maokai detonating the deck, putting Luna on a clock could be what you want to see. And
the third jettison is
no.
definitely not the answer. Smooth in a world of trouble because of that.
And this is what we talked about, right? Panda, is you go for the double jettison to thin. Just toss away all of your cards, and then when you play Nautilus, he shuffles the sea monsters back in instead. So you're trying to rig your deck in that fashion. We would have liked to see Maokai, especially early on in this game, so you had those saplings challenging and keeping the board under control over and over again. But it looks like even with Deep doing what it wants to do, you know, the sea monsters just weren't able to put up enough of a threat. They were all cashed in the mid game just to stay afloat. And even with Riptide, you're just going to put the Aphelios back in the deck. Gravitum stuns the Nautilus again. Not enough blockers from here. And that is going to be game one going to Luna. Aphelios doing what he does best. Staying alive on the board and just outvaluing your opponent with moon weapons.
And Deep just feeling a little bit too awkward in this game. I think at no point in time did Smooth feel comfortable with the way the game was going. He's just a little bit off in one way or another all throughout the early and mid game. And as we're seeing here, just a snowball where Aphelios was able to get more and more value over time, and the board got wider and wider. And I mean, just looking at the hand, it comes down to this triple jettison draw that you don't want any of these jettisons in hand at this point.
Yep. Triple jettison, Riptide, Atrocity. There's just not enough to stop this lethal.
And Smooth will, you know, show Luna what it is he was working with and why he was in such a pickle for so
yeah,
many
the Rivet
turns.
Evo. Just needed 2 more damage to even threaten with the Atrocity, but as we saw, Luna had the stress defense waiting to go for that.
That will be GG. Game 1 goes to Luna. Luna trying to find his spot in the grand finals, where Smooth wants revenge, wants to be able to go up against Broken Ball once again, but now has a difficult hill to climb. Also a crime, maybe. But he's playing Deep and he's playing Timeland. And he has to win with both of these decks to make it back into the grand finals.
And with, again, Pantheon being the ban, we've got to try to win with both of these decks versus Scion. An aggressive list that you don't want to give 2 chances to, unfortunately. But with, I mean, the Deadbloom Wanderer, Bone Skewer, Fading Memories, that sort of anti-aggression style that we've been hyping up so much, this is the matchup where we want to see it. We want to see that lifesteal come down multiple times, get those key reps, like if Luna has a Mystic Shot, you know what I mean, for the Deadbloom Wanderer.
This is a good hand. This is a very good hand now for Smooth. Starting off finally with the Dreg Dredgers into the Sea Scarab. You have the Withering Whale for maybe some Poro Cannons and just some overall healing later on. And the Devourer. Devourer is massive in keeping control of the board as well.
Yeah, having the Obliterate stops the Twin Blade Revenant value potentially. We saw a toss there of the Fading Memories, so it's going to be one less option. Also a toss of the Deadbloom Wanderer. So a little bit of healing already out of the equation. Has to pass here. Taking damage from the Risen Rider is not what you want to see. It's such a punishing play here on turn 2, where it puts you on the back foot. 15 damage is already within, you know, the the range at which this deck's direct face damage can take you down.
We were talking about the great start for Smooth, but an even better start for Luna. This is kind of the god tier start that you want. You want to have the Fallen Rider on 2, the Draven on curve as well. A deck that can't block Fearsomes on turn 2, for example. Taking 5 on turn 2 is, you know, the dream really with this deck for Luna. So it's looking already, you know, pretty doomed for Smooth, if I'm honest. I mean,
Luna
Decimate already lined up.
Luna can go for the Flame Chompers to set up the burst speed, the Boom Baboon to set up the Flame Chompers. Smooth does have the Withering Whale. This is the first game where it's been relevant. I think every game leading up to this point, it's actually gotten tossed.
It's not going to do so much right now here. The bigger thing to talk about for this turn is the survival skills. The top deck there for Luna is going to be huge at turning one of these trades back in Luna's favor.
And it just comes down to, okay, am I going to develop here? What is Maokai even really that bad for me? Having this fearsome unit in play is just such a boon for Luna's early pressure, because Deep has a surprising amount of defense, but the inability to directly respond to things, right? You have to block down on board, means that these fearsome units just get to run over you. Deadbloom Wanderer is your only option for stopping something like this.
Ooh, so no survival skills this turn. This opens up the Bone Skewer on the Dreg Dredgers as a ghost blocker on the Draven. So a big counterplay available for Smooth. I would personally, I guess, yeah. The Jaw Hunter can be played out here. I think the Maokai was an interesting option, but This is still fine as well. You're able to trade. Yeah. Yeah, there we go.
Mm-hmm. We get value out of the Jaw Hunter to block a Fearsome. Bone Skewer allows you to take down the Risen Rider and block the Draven. And then Dredger goes back on top of the deck. This is going to allow you to toss 3 more cards.
And this is where Bone Skewer is so good in this deck. This is what I meant. You get a Ghost Block, which, you know, it's fine. That unit would have been lost anyway. You kill a unit as well, and you get to replay and go turbo deep when you need it.
And beautiful 5-mana curve out here. Maokai into the Dredger. We get the sapling so that we can threaten this Draven. Get that off of the board.
I take it back. Smooth is fine. Smooth is winning this game. Trust Scarzig.
Atrocity is tossed.
We don't need
Withering Whale still in the back pocket.
We got the sea monsters.
And now Devourer of the Depths is just going to be a back-breaking play into another one, and Luna's value in mid-game threat is going to get gobbled up. So effective 17 HP on the Nexus offsets a lot of this early pressure, and Scion might not be enough to swing through. When you play 7 mana Scion and Smooth Swallowus gets to play Nautilus to block him out entirely and not take that overwhelm damage, you love to see it.
Perfect synergy as well between the Sea Scarab and the Maokai, getting those extra few tosses, getting you ever so closer to that deep
away
threshold.
From deep. Where's the Jettison? Vengeance also very strong. If there's something with, you know what I mean? You can Devour the Depths on the Scion, actually. Because you have the HP advantage there once you're deep. And then you obliterate the Scion.
And there's no Mystic Shots, there's no Great Heads in hand right now to interact with that. Devour and the Twin Blade, as you mentioned earlier, just a clean, easy way to stop that value chain from happening. Continue proccing the Maokai at this point.
Tosses the Devourer to the Depths, but Lul is drawing Luna into a false sense of security. We still have 3 because thanks to the Jaw Hunters, fished one up out of the depths. And now it's time to start feasting. Rip Twin Blade Revenant. So Flame Chompers can pull... Yeah, with no fearsome units in play, it becomes a lot harder to actually send your threat through with Maokai. Just generating free blockers like this with the Ephemeral. I guess you can attack with Daring Poro, deal 1 damage. Because giving trades to Smooth Swallowus from this position allows them to just trade at their leisure, get even more value out of the Scarab, get deep faster, threaten you with Maokai to blow up your deck, and then that means you don't have outs to draw into burn to finish off this game. Smooth Swallowus is in a fantastic spot versus Scion. Scion, it's so funny how it's a very strong list that has a weakness to older decks. Like we saw Scion losing to Feel the Rush when it came back into the meta. Now struggling versus Deep, that this oddball older deck is coming back into play.
Still not deep yet, though. You're still not quite there.
Maokai does proc on summons, so the Vile Feast will give you a sapling here. Quality of life changes.
And of course, you're not killing the Poro Cannons here because you have the Withering Whale as just a full clear for all these 1 HP units later down the line. So you're happy. Just keeping those all on the board, having them clogging up that space.
And now we just start clearing the board. We trade everything down, make room for more sea monsters to come through.
I think for now, because you have the Withering Whale, so you're just happy to leave this board clogged up for
Fair.
Luna.
Fair.
And just have the Devourer of the Depths as an option.
Maokai getting very close too. And Devour the Depths, we keep the mana open for that. And if Luna plays this Scion with no burn spells to back him up, we need Mystic Shot, we need Get Excited to play around Devour the Depths. There's just nothing to do here. I like the Decimate option.
Are you fine playing the Withering Wheel on this turn now? I think you are, to be honest.
Now that there's nothing that can be developed in response, I think that is a fine play.
I'm not sure that was the right play from Smooth. I think he really had to make use of his mana there, because if Scion comes down now, you can do both, and that's already putting you in trouble. You're at 9 HP.
Yeah, Scion. Then you can, then you've got to respond with Devour the Depths, and then we have Withering Wail to deal 1 more damage to the Scion. We've got 3 mana open. This is going to be the big risk that Smooth has to take now.
Yeah, you can do both this turn, actually. So yeah, I think you're fine then. I think as long as the Rummage, you can't really find anything with 2 mana cost now, so you're fine. There's nothing that Luna can do about this.
Yeah, no Mystic Shot, no Get Excited. So,
Ooh. Survival skills? Won't do anything here, actually.
It doesn't work, unfortunately. And now Luna is completely out of the game. It's 9 HP. It still makes you feel like you have an option. We can go for... You've got to Rummage right now before Maokai flips to try to find some burn, I think. Mm-hmm. Rummage to discard a Spinning Axe and survival skills. No, Spinning Axed the survival skills to put an extra point of attack onto the Daring Poro. Going for aggression here rather than card draw. And now with the Spiderling going down, that's another toss. And at the start of the next round, Maokai's going to toss again, and I think that's the flip. Luna missing out on a couple more draws that were needed to find some burn before it gets thrown away.
You have the Jettison here to guarantee the level up on the Maokai. You still have the Vengeance, you still have the Devour option open just in case the second Scion would come around, but at this point, you're fully in control of the game. There's really no board available for Luna that can deal with 2 Devours, a leveled up Maokai, the Sea Scarab with the extra stats as well.
And now the Rummage just becomes a liability. You're accelerating your own demise, drawing these cards after your deck has been milled like this. And I think that's why Luna was holding onto the Rummage, trying to hope for some scenario where you're able to trade down the board and then get the double Legion Reborn Grenadier for a much wider swing. But things are looking pretty safe from this position. Now with Luna had 2 cards left. Even if, one of these last cards is a Scion, you still have Devour the Depths, and even if the last 2 cards are Scion plus a Mystic Shot, so that he doesn't get obliterated, that's still nowhere near enough damage to actually end the game.
More Sea Monster generation is found with the Jaw Hunter there as well. Some Dredger looking, 7 mana still up for a Scion if it is top deck, but it's going to be a Mystic Shot instead. Not enough to cause any kind of threat. A full swing comes in. You have 2 elusives connecting for 2 damage each. Mystic Shot for 2 as well. Down to 8 for Smooth potentially, but that's really it. Nothing else is happening here.
Now let's go for the Sudoku. And then Sonite Urchin discarding the Mystic Shot.
And that's going to be it. Games 2 goes to Smooth. He's able to find a win with Deep. Now has to do with Gnar, Thailand as well. If he wants to get that rematch against Broken Ball in the grand finals. Luna is still very much in this. Still has a chance to have an explosive opening with Draven Scion and still win this game 3.
Deep is in the running. Deep taking advantage of those great matchups. How do you feel about Scion versus Timelines? I know you played a lot of the Timelines deck, but I don't know if you were running into Scion during that metagame.
You have Birdie Nice, and with Scion, it's this kind of card where you have to use up all this mana in one turn. It's very telegraphed in terms of there's no, it's very easy to expect it, and Birdie Nice just completely stops that. So it's going to come down to that, I think, for the most part.
And so getting off to a great start, we do have Aloof Travelers, which, can snipe Lost Soul and Scion, which turns it into an upside for the opponent. So Smooth is not going to rely on that as much. Early Lysandra does give you a decent blocker, but we're kind of low on, once again, the fearsome blocker department.
Bad hands for both players, I think, to start things off. No timelines for Smooth. No early game whatsoever for Luna. But you find the Trundle, which is a key piece here.
And yeah, now Draven comes through. We still get massive threat potential because the spinning axe can cover Lissandra's tough. Or we could just take this as an off turn, discard the axe with the Sump Dredger and keep drawing. A lot of burn already being present in the hand. And once you start losing control of the board around round 5 or round 6, you are just going to immediately convert into that burn game plan. One of the main ways to beat this timelines list is to take advantage of the fact it does not have healing. Iterative Improvement grabs a Twin Blade Revenant for Smooth Soloist to use to block here. Also allows you to cycle the Lost Soul and get repeated value. A fantastic plan.
And still no timelines for Smooth. I've played timelines a lot, as I mentioned earlier. When you don't find this card early on, you feel, okay, it's all right, I'll find it in the mid game. When the game continues on, you still don't find it. It starts feeling a little bit bad. So we'll have to see if Smooth's able to get it before he needs to get those huge combos that really do matter in the late game.
And I guess with the Frozen Thrall, you have some threat potential. As long as you just keep surviving, we could see this Thrall just naturally hatch as well.
That'd be pretty pathetic from you know, a Draven Scion deck side to have a Frozen Thrall still pop out.
Yep, so just drawing more cards, looking for more threat. The Twin Blade Revenant is great to see, especially with the Lost Soul here. And you don't want to block it. You see how, like, just dealing with this card, it feels bad any way you slice it. But the Daring Poro's dealing some chip. Twin Blade Revenant here. We want to see Boom Baboon. I think that the games with Luna having the most success with this deck so far have been those more devastating games where you have the Flame Chompers allowing you to sidestep fearsome blockers and just hit the Nexus directly for much more damage.
This could be the turn for Aloof, or it could be the turn for Trundle. I think that's a decision that Smooth is trying to make here.
I rather like the Trundle. We keep 1 mana open as well, so that we can recycle the Lost Soul post-combat.
All pretty bad options. Hextech is
I actually like the
best.
Shaman's Call. I think the Shaman's Call is actually a fantastic pickup here. Hextech is cute, but Shaman's Call allows you to run, you know, like Boar Stance to get more HP to let you block Overwhelm. You can go for Ram Stance type stuff, or just double Bear Stance on a leveled up Trundle.
Big attack coming in, elusives unblocked, but everything else can get chipped here. You have the Misty Shot as well onto the Draven to make sure nothing crazy happens. There's going to be a Noxian Fervor possibly in a response that can come through straight to the Nexus.
Yeah, I think I do like this play. The way I like to calculate Noxian Fervor is that if you use removal on something that's going to deal 3 damage to you anyway, then you want your opponent to just use that Noxian Fervor to go neutral rather than getting some extra damage, if that makes sense. And if Timelines is found, there's always the high roll potential that one of these units transforms into a lifesteal. So we could see some stabilization here.
Aggressive game plan here from Luna. Puts the axe onto the Poro. Noxian Fervor to face. 10 HP now. Threatened onto the Nexus for Smooth. And will connect here. Timelines has to be found. Trundle has to come down next turn. You have to get this, you know, the swing going here. You could have played Station Archivist to try and find it, but you wouldn't have the man to do it. So actually would not be the play.
Tavern Keeper picked up. That's fantastic. We get the 3/3 and then a transformation. Zonai Urchin once again able to cycle the Lost Soul and get a Twin Blade Revenant. Luna is still knocking on the gates of Smooth Swallowist's board here, saying, I have continuous fearsome blockers. You have to keep developing or else you're going to take more damage.
Scion doesn't come down this turn. That means the next turn it can get archered, and it will be frostbitten for the rest of the turn. So there are going to be some ways to stall a bit longer if you're smooth. It's important to play out Trundle now to get this, to get the activation for the timelines available. The moment the timelines is found, you want to have that combo with the pillar right away.
I love the Trundle here. You get a blocker with regeneration, holding back a lot from the opponent. If Luna doesn't play Scion right now, this might be the turn where Smooth goes for the aloof, but double Scion.
Yeah. And you have the freeze anyway.
Yeah, especially with Buried in Ice, like you just can't take that. You can't take that risk of developing here.
2 more damage across the side because of these Poros. Once again, on this turn, on last turn as well, chipping slowly at Smooth's Nexus. Having to play the Ice Pillar without the timelines is, as we mentioned, just not what you want to be doing with this deck. That's a free 8-cost unit thrown out the window, essentially, just to get the level up on the Scion, on the Trundle here.
We get the Trundle, and of course, Smooth did keep the Shaman's Call. We saw earlier there was a bit of a consideration to discard it with the Zonite Urchin, but now we have access to that play I was talking about where you can do like double bear stance on this Trundle and just get big overwhelm damage through. If we can develop and trade down this Twin Blade Revenant, the Lost Soul goes back to the hand, and that's another 8+ cost unit that will help with Trundle's effect as well. If that Stairs looks fantastic from this position, does wipe out Luna's entire board. Trundle is would die to that, unfortunately, though, so we maybe go for I guess next round after Trundle is done.
There's triple Scion, so aloof is definitely not really the best consideration.
Triple Scion, Evans. We have 3 Sisters in Tomb, so as soon as one Scion comes down, you just answer that and the threat is over. But I guess from this position, this is the perfect time for Luna to play the Scion if it's going to be a threat at all, because you've been respecting Buried in Ice for the last couple turns, but now with Trundle leveled up, you are in a position where if the Buried in Ice is there, it's going to close out the game. But wait a minute!
The survival skills
you can entomb to get around the survival skills. So the Noxian Fervor does not connect.
Very cheeky attempt from Luna, but you find the right way to counter it with the Entomb from Smooth. So definitely getting out there, trying to find the win in what is a decisive game 3. Tavern Keeper comes in, you get the heal, and now it's just 3 Scions and some Twin Blade Revenants doing their thing.
And here is the open attack. This isn't exactly lethal, though. Smooth has to still think about, okay, can I find a lethal here? We still got the Shaman's Call, so that's going to be 4 damage. It's 4, 5, 6, 11, 14, roughly. Station Archivist could find some burn. Lissandra leveling up. It actually happened. We knew that Lissandra was kind of just running this deck for some extra utility. You have the 3-mana play, but in games like this where it goes a little bit longer than you're accounting for, this is actually super strong. With her leveling, you now have a tough Nexus. Burn is a lot less likely.
No, the Frozen Thrall. No, it was so close. My poor baby.
Actually, goes for the Obliterate Landmarks in order to keep... I thought that you would just go for the 3 damage AoE. Even though your Tavern Keeper goes down, Trundle, Pillar, and Lissandra all survive that.
F in the chat to pay respects to the Frozen Thrall. He was so close. He wasn't the star of the show, but he was doing his thing in the background, in silence, in the shadows, waiting for his moment to come out to play. But no. Gets some friendly fire. Gets hit by the crossfire and taken down. Trundle damage connecting here. Still quite a bit of damage to go through, but Scion is now on the board. You're at, a dangerous amount of HP here for Smooth. And there's to get excited as well in the hand for Luna.
So with this play, you threaten the lethal, Scion blocks, and then you just block Scion returned with the Trundle. We've got Roar of the Slayer, not enough mana for it. Can Luna still close this one out here in game 3? This is coming down to the wire. No Buried in Ice in the hand. We have Ice Veil Archer to punish the next Scion development. So there is a line here where Luna does not kill the Scion this round, but now Scion Return is just going to swing back to deal some more damage. With no mana for, like, you know, Three Sisters Flash Freeze or Entomb, this is probably your best chance of getting value from the Scion.
Still alive now at 4 HP with a tough on the Nexus as well for Smooth. Second Scion can come down. If it does, you have the Archer. So
yeah, there's only one copy of Three Sisters, actually. So if you had just taken the extra 8 damage, you have to worry about the Ice Shard, I guess. If you don't block there, you go down to 1 HP. So then the Ice Shard would be lethal. And so it just comes down to the fact that there's nothing in hand currently that stops Scion. We can go for Ice Veil Archer here, I guess. Okay, so Ice Veil, I forgot about that. My goodness. This is just so intense. My brain is melting, Panda.
Nah, this is it. I mean, there's not really much more that Luna can do here. You have to get excited, but that's really it. Scion is defused for this turn, and next turn, you have a whole lot of hurt coming at you with Trundle, with Ezreal potentially coming down as well. I guess it would be just a second, another Get Excited being top deck, but even then, it's not enough.
See, Get Excited, Get Excited exactly. Would be exactly enough. And now Aloof comes through.
Ooh, Get Excited of your own. Oh, some elusive attackers. Thank you very much.
So now we've got the Poros that don't matter because of the
whoa,
tough
whoa, poor Poros. They always matter. Come on, scarzig. You can't put down the poor Poros like that. In my heart, they matter, despite not doing any damage to anything.
Yep, so pretty easy block here.
Very important not to damage a Scion there, because you don't want to put into Get Excited range, or else you die.
Another Aloof. But again, the top deck from Luna has to be Get Excited here, right? Double Get Excited to hit this tough Nexus to close things out. And even if you cast the Ice Shard, you put Scion at 5 HP. So if the hand for Luna is Get Excited and Mystic Shot, they could pop the Scion and get that rally. But now tap's under 5. I think Ice Shard could be here. I guess it doesn't matter if it's at 8 or not, because you're only drawing 1 card. And if it's at 6, you're trying to hope for double Get Excited or something. And what's the draw? Not Get Excited
More
for
Poros
Luna.
That don't matter. So Luna will not have any reasons to get excited, and Smooth will have a smooth run back into the grand finals. That's what it's looking like here. I don't think there's going to be enough that Luna can do to get excited in hand as well. For Smooth, he has the Ice Shard.
And yeah, Ice Shard and Get Excited offsets the Roar of the Slayer and the Get Excited here, right? Wait, is this enough?
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, 1-8. Yeah, there's still enough damage going through.
And what was a very close back and forth game, what was a game that almost
no
was
timelines
off of the
either.
survival skills. Yeah, we talked about it. You know how doomed it is to not find any timelines, and that was the case. The pillar just doing its normal pillar thing, no crazy 8-mana units popping out of nowhere. And still Smooth manages to find the win with the Get Excited, finds a Vlad emote, only a single Poro left. And Get Excited Right in
Discards
Sion's
the
face.
Watcher. Okay, no, it discards the Lost Soul. That was honestly what I feel carried the game, right? Having the iterative improvement on the Twin Blade Revenant, then cycling the Lost Soul with Zonai Urchin, getting that extra card draw while also maintaining board presence and threat, really made up for the lack of the timelines, because you need it. You need that transformation to bolster the average stat lines of your deck. But when you just have a 4/3 you can play instead, it helps you keep up and also block those fearsome units yourself.
Yeah, big congrats to Smooth. Finds his way back into the grand finals, and we'll have a chance to face off against Broken Ball once again. We'll have to get the bracket reset if he wants to have a hope of winning this tournament and stopping Broken Ball's reign of terror all throughout Fight Night all of this year. But that's going to be it for this round. We're going to go to a very short break this time. Only 3 minutes. We'll be back with the grand finals between Broken Ball and Smooth. Deep and Nar timeline still in contention for a Fight Night win today.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU, brought to you by Wisdom and Giant Slayer. We're about to jump into the grand finals. Smooth Soloist faced Broken Ball already and was sent down to the lower bracket, but has heroically fought his way back up. And we've got the juggernaut regions of Germany and Italy going at it once again in the EU finals.
Favorite deck for Broken Ball, Lulu Jinx. Did not bring it today. Brought only Shurima, because Shurima...
I know, even after the Yordles and Arms nerf, that was the only thing holding back that deck from truly taking its place. Doesn't bring it. The triple Shurima just too good.
Instead, just enjoying his quicksands, enjoying the desert, really. You know, the desert used to be something that everyone kind of hated, kind of was not a fan of, but Broken Ball has been roaming the desert for now a few weeks now. I haven't heard anything from him. I messaged him on Discord. Don't get any responses back. He's deep in the desert. Maybe someday he'll come back to join us in Civilization. But for now, he's just out here winning tournaments with a triple Shurima lineup, or trying to. But Smooth, of course, is back with a vengeance, trying to get a bracket reset. He's trying to do it with Deep and Nard Timelines. Two very exciting decks to see in the grand finals. Even if he doesn't win it, it's still, I think, quite an accomplishment.
Yeah, I mean, Broken Ball, rep in the desert, Smooth Soloist, rep in the ocean. This is a match of the century. This was meant to be, Panda. A player who, again, plays these mid-rangey, fun Shurima builds. Broken Ball was one of the original, enjoyers of Xerath Zillion, a deck that I also thoroughly enjoyed. And now is pioneering, again, this Echo Zillion that every time we think it's not that great, maybe it was just a fluke, maybe it's just a fun deck that people just aren't used to playing against, but every time we underestimate it, it takes down a win. And we'll see if Smooth Soloist in the rematch can get, an adjustment of strategy here to take down this lineup.
And for any new viewers that are watching now that might be confused what we mean by bracket reset, what all these complicated formats, are really trying to tell you, it's very simple. When you're playing in Fight Night, you have essentially 2 lives. You start off on the winner side of the bracket. If you lose one series, that's fine. We'll give you a second chance. You have a second life. You go loser's bracket. You have to fight through that side and make it back up to the winners. Because Broken Ball is currently undefeated when it comes to series, he has his 2 lives intact. He's able to lose this first series against Smooth, and then Smooth will be forcing the bracket reset, and we'll go to a final series that will decide the champion of this tournament. If Broken Ball wins the first one, it's over. Pack it up. Shurima is too strong, and that's all there is to say, really.
But if Smooth Soloist does win, we do get that reset. We'll get another run, another set, another showcase of Deep, perhaps. And based on how these players kind of navigated the matchup when they first played against one another, I wonder if we are going to see a shift in ban strategy. Like, okay, well, I banned this one last time and I still lost the set. Do I want to try a different ban and maybe go from there? I think when it came down to like Echo Zillion versus Deep, it was just a lot of very important lineups of Devourer of the Depths coming through to make the chrono breaks not as strong. And I'm wondering if, Smooth Soloist considers that the main strategy of the deck, or was going into that match probably just waiting to lose and ended up just coming out on top because of a small percentage.
Yeah, we'll see that with the bans. Where Deep definitely was led through last time. I think it was Nard Timelines that was banned on Smooth Soloist side, and actually the Ziggs Talia was led through, whereas Broken Ball had his Ziggs Talia banned and was able to play the Akshan Sivir and the Echo Zillion and get wins with both.
The Akshan Sivir, that did look like a pretty doomed matchup, but then Broken Ball saw a line where you jumped all of the buffs onto Akshan with the Cataclysm to double dip on the Overwhelm from Absolver and get that lethal. And if you consider that game a fluke, then maybe you're thinking, okay, Akshan Sivir can be left up. And Talia Ziggs, a powerful deck that both players have in their lineups. And we'll have to see if the players are going to let it through once more, or if that is once again going to be the deck you should ban.
Bans are ready. Looking at this from Broken Ball's perspective, he's trying to make a choice here. 80 seconds to go. We saw Ziggs Talia being the ban, or we saw Nard Timelines rather being the ban. Yeah, same ban happening here as well. So nothing has changed in his game plan. He won last time. So if it ain't broke, don't fix it, is what Broken Ball is thinking.
Yeah, just especially after having such a good break in between winning the winners finals and just being able to refresh and go into this same matchup, right? Free. The set that you just played, you already know the decks and the matchups. You can focus entirely on your strategy because your last challenger has been able to win the right to get the rematch. And I mean, when it comes down to Deep, certainly a wild card deck that no one was expecting to see. And the fact of the matter is that it does a little bit better in tournaments. It does a little bit better around the seasonal tournament, specifically this time of the meta game, is simply because after seeing so many decks and strong players experiment with and optimize certain strong tier 1 archetypes for tournament play, it begins to over-centralize the metagame around those specific decks, so then Deep can suddenly roar back onto the scene when players just aren't accounting for it at all. It's that sort of archetype that just punishes you for not properly accounting for it in your lineups and deck building.
That being said, do not bring Deep to your open rounds tomorrow, because that would be a decision you will regret.
There's way too many factors in the open rounds, a wider variety of decks. In a narrower tournament like this, it's much easier to predict what your opponents are going to bring. And when it comes to Deep, as we know, there's 3 or 4 players that are known for running it in these high-pressure scenarios, and they always seem to come out on top.
Talking about Turbo Deep, this is the Turbo Palace hand right now for Broken Ball. Has the auction on 2, the double Vagabonds to follow. And he's dancing already. The game just started, but when you have auction on 2, maybe that's enough of a reason to start dancing, scarzig. What do you think?
Especially playing against this deck, you're only worried about like Jaw Hunters and the one of Bone Skewer.
And your opponent has no answers whatsoever. It doesn't have any units to play.
Akshan is just going to run around and do whatever he wants. There is no strong blocking potential. Just going to go for the open attack here to get in underneath a Sea Scarab development. And then you get to play the Vagabond as a 3/3. Ooh, Broadwing also pretty fun here. It keeps Smooth from developing a Jaw Hunter to defend. And if Deadbloom Wanderer is developed here instead, then it just gets pulled to the top. Means you lose out a little bit on that healing. And with an aggressive start like this, you can see Smooth Soloist is kind of hesitating, saying, okay, well, do I want to try to combine this Wanderer with a Bone Skewer first, or do I want to just get mediocre value from it now?
Playing it very slow here, not going for the trade with the Wanderer and the Broadwing, knowing that maybe, just going to force to take this trade anyway.
2-1 goes through.
And you keep the option for the Protector Broadwing combo for later.
With only 1 mana open, no Shape Stone to protect Akshan from the Bone Skewer, but you're more than happy to say, even if you have Bone Skewer there, you take down the Akshan. I have double Vikur and Vagabond, so I'm accelerating this Palace, whether you like it or not. So now Smooth can respond back with the Jaw Hunters. But we could actually just see a Maokai instead. It's a bit dangerous because of Broadwing plus Sharp Sight, so I think that Hunter might actually be the play. Double Lure of the Depths, also pretty spicy. Maybe luck into a 0-mana Scarab to follow up on that play.
I think that would be the big one. I'm going to try and go for it at the very least, and there's one. Sea Scarab found already.
And with Sharp Sight in hand, that's still not enough to protect the Akshan from the Jaw Hunter. But I like the ability for Smooth to finally get this double Lure of the Depths play down. I think over the course of all of the games we've seen so far from Smooth, only like 1 Lure of the Depths has been cast over the course of the game. And so getting 2 of them means that you're able to keep up with Broken Ball's tempo a lot easier, because you're going to be playing now 2 mana Abyssal Eye, 4 mana Devourer of the Depths. If we get a Vile Feast to pop the Silver Spell Shield, that's going to be a great boon as well. But a lot of hesitation from Smooth. Trying to respect the line here. Knows that anything that's developed potentially just falls prey to the Broadwing. So really doesn't want to slam down this Scarab. And by playing it here, I think that just showcases that the second Lure of the Depths is not going to be cast.
Not this turn anyway. I think he's trying to continue baiting Broken Ball to making some kind of play, but I think he needs to play the Jaw Hunter at this point for sure.
Yeah, now with no protection, the Jaw Hunter can snipe this Broadwing maybe? You let the Akshan rock. If you clear the Akshan, then when this Palace goes down, you don't get the Sentinel's Horde right away. So which one of these 2 targets you think is most important? Broadwing to protect Scarab, or take down Akshan to prevent the Palace?
Yeah,
The Horde, rather. Yeah, the Sentinel Sword.
I think more than protect the Scarab, you want to protect the Maokai, taking the Challenger away from the Broadwing. That's a scarier thing. That Smooth had to kind of resolve, which is why he didn't play the Maokai this turn, which is why he's going to be behind on the board here. That's definitely the play. Yeah, this might be the play. It might have to be the play because you want to keep the Maokai alive next turn when you play it, and you want to try and start scaling that Maokai into something effective.
And by taking down the Broadwing, it means that you do get a potential value block, which means that Broken Ball's open attack is also not as good. Forcing Broken Ball to develop gives you the opportunity to then respond. With one Lore of the Depths on the stack, we also have access to Devourer of the Depths here too. If you want to take a bigger risk. That doesn't seem appropriate, however.
Yeah, it would be way too risky. It would just be a blowout chance here, but they're going to be the Wanderer instead, going to get some attempt at some extra lifesteal plus the deep the toss as well. But again, the sooner you get Maokai on the board, the better. Against this deck, I think Broken Ball is just not going to give Smooth a chance to. Not going to give him the window of time to play so slowly.
Rare opportunity to get the burst speed Sandstone Charger against this board as well. Does Broken Ball want to go for that line?
I think he needs the predicting to draw more, looking at his current hand.
Yeah, the board is wide, but it's not immensely threatening on its own. This is similar to how we view like Echo Zillion, where you've got a wide board, but it's kind of whatever until suddenly Voice of the Risen joins the party. And especially now with Deadbloom Wanderer, you can take a lot of hits here and then just recoup that with your lifesteal further down the line.
Yeah.
And now Shape Stone to turn things around. Get another proc for Akshan while we're at it. Ooh, do we want to trade the other way to get one more toss?
Well, you want to keep the Sea Scarab alive.
Yeah.
So this is why Broken Ball used that sequencing to force that trade in that way. But still, he had the Shapestone to answer regardless, making sure he can deal with that Sea Scarab, which could grow to a much higher standing later on, and could, of course, snowball that tossing mechanic much further and allow Smooth to go deep earlier than he should have normally. Now, in this case, we're seeing it here: 13 HP in the Nexus for Smooth. Nothing to speak for him on the board right now, and still a board that Broken Ball is going to continue developing, continue building upon.
Second Lore of the Depths cashed in, draws another Devourer of the Depths. And Maokai is still trying to find the proper timing to hit the board, but there's just so much threat level currently. If you're going to play Maokai, I think that now is the time to do it. We could even see something like a Fading Memories on the Treasure Seeker, so that you can get a Waking Sands to help your defense. Fading Memories on the Vagabond also lets you get Warlord's Palace, which is kind of cute, but is not really relevant here.
As you were speaking, Scarzig, I was nodding. I looked down. I see Broken Ball nodding. I'm like, yeah, we're nodders. We're both nodding. I don't know what music Broken Ball has in the background, but I wanna hear it because he has been jamming the entire tournament long. Win or lose, but mostly win. I guess that makes sense. He has been dancing away.
That's the secret, chat. You gotta keep loose. You gotta keep your mental up by listening to some good, solid music. While you're bullying this deep deck into submission, you have control of the board, but as we've seen time and time again, this deck without Sivir or a Golden Aegis can sometimes struggle to properly convert that into a win. So Sandstone Charger is now part of the equation, and this gives Smooth a chance to develop further. Potentially with this Devourer of the Depths, we're 4 away from deep. We can back up this play with the Jettison now. And now with big HP, big attack hitting the board, there's not really a lot that Broken Ball can do to threaten versus this.
The second Sandstone Charger comes down. The Sea Scarab, for no mana cost whatsoever, comes down to join you. You can't play out You have to decide now either between the Jettison or the Vengeance at this point. You can't play out anything else. Maokai and Devourer, too expensive. You can play the Fading Memories into something, but I'm not sure if there's any real good options here.
Ooh. This is a big decision to be made. Do you take 10 here? You know that Broken Ball doesn't have a lot of burn damage. You can go for Jettison and get some blocks here, calling out a few more points of buffs, which I think you're more than happy to see from here.
This is, looking okay for Smooth now at this point. You've stopped the scariest turn when you have a full board, essentially, is when Akshan Sivir is scariest, but the Akshan's dead, the Sivir's nowhere to be seen, the sea monsters are still out. You have a Maokai that can start slowly ramming things in your direction. There's a Sivir now finally for Broken Ball, but you have the chance to play Maokai and Devour this turn. So depending on how Sivir's played out here, she might be in trouble.
Yeah, fortunately, Sivir's Spell Shield does block Devourer of the Depths. It's just that's going to pop the Spell Shield, and you don't get that keyword sharing any longer. It sets up for Vengeance on the open attack next round, and we still need to find a way to get this Sentinel's Horde up and running. So we can get Font of Power. That's going to be the line that's going to carry Broken Ball to victory, if it's even possible from this position. Devour of the Depths, Fading Memories to get another Devourer of the Depths is certainly going to hold back Broken Ball from getting any reasonable threat in play. And I could certainly see a world where you don't even care about devouring the Sivir, and you just eat everything else so that you can just block down naturally. At 13 HP, there's not 5 cards or 6 cards in hand, and maybe the forbidden combo doesn't happen to you once again where there's 5 buffs plus Cataclysm. So now Smooth has an option here. Do we just pop the Spell Shield, or do we eat a unit?
I think it still has to be the Sivir. No, I mean, it's just scary. Oh, looks like it's not. It can be a 3-2 instead. You have a Challenger as well. So maybe it's just kill everything else around the Sivir. Instead, you have the Sapling that can kill off the 2-1 as well.
Hmm.
And get
We've
closer
also got
we've also
got Sap Magic, so we could heal the Beast Below and the Scarab to maybe get a cheeky value trade. Yeah, I think we can attack with the other Devourer of the Depths as well. It becomes tricky where you kind of want to keep something with high HP in play because of the threat of, pulling a vulnerable unit plus Overwhelm. But at 6 HP, you know that Broken Ball is going to have access to 5-ish cards with Font of Power, and it's very unlikely for all of those to result in a proper win.
Could be a big sharp side on the Sivir. Getting trades in favor for Broken Ball. Of course, the barrier trade, the Sapling is just being, tossed away, as the card kind of implies.
Yeah, it's a great way to sidestep that Bright Steel Protector that normally, in situations like this, would become an AoE stun. You don't want to just take 4 damage for free on one of your other targets. You're getting maximum value here. And here comes the Sap Magic indeed. Just tossing more cards.
You get the heals. Maybe Broken Ball had to read through what that card did. It's a card that's, Deep is not seen very often. Well, imagine Sap Magic.
Exactly.
It's like exponentially not seen.
You're trying to somehow rig your deck to make sure that Nautilus is at the top. And so by flipping the Maokai here, thanks to the extra help from Sap Magic, we're going to cut Broken Ball down to 4 cards. So the Font of Power. So I guess what you could do Sentinel Revival to bring Akshan back. But no, draws the cards anyway. Says, I need my Golden Aegis. Is one of these last 2 cards Golden Aegis? Can you bully through? Is one of them Absolver?
Did Broken Ball lose this game against Deep?
No Nautilus to be seen. Just double Lure of the Depths and Maokai just holding down the fort.
Smooth is going to win with Nar Timelines without Timelines. He's going to win with Deep without Nautilus. You know, this guy is going against his own decks and still doing it. The attack's coming through. Damage is connecting, but not quite enough. And as you mentioned, there's no Absolver to push through overwhelm damage to do anything crazy here.
We have to buff the Sivir so that she survives.
Oof.
So we maintain the board. Smooth has traded down the entire board in response to this. Fading Memories on Devour the Depths to get a little bit more counterplay. And now it just comes down to, is Broken Ball's last card an Aegis? Is that what we need from here?
13 HP on the Nexus for both players. Today is Friday the 13th. Coincidence?
Yeah, if it's Absolver. If this is Absolver, yeah.
The last card is going to be the Devil.
The Bruiser. It's like a really it's like a tarot card where you draw it. It's like the Bruiser.
Like it's very weird art style. Definitely not Runeterra. Like, wait a minute.
The Bruiser signifies, falling short at the final moment. Rip you. But going into game number 2, Smooth Soloist showing us that Deep can find some really ridiculous lines. Again, even against a list that has a lot of tempo, does still struggle to find those wins if you don't hit that proper cadence that this deck really wants to hit.
Ziggs Talia is now being played out. Second deck for Smooth. If Smooth wins this next game, he forces a bracket reset. We'll have another series in today's tournament. If Broken Ball wins it, he'll have to win the next one as well to guarantee he is the champion of Fight Night once again and knock out Smooth from this tournament. But Ziggs Talia is still obviously a very strong deck.
And this list, again, has much more aggressive pressure thanks to the unleashed energy. Broken Ball's list can't really respond directly to an incoming attack outside of things like Concerted Strike. And with the Unraveled Earth and things of that nature, it's going to be much more difficult for Broken Ball to set up a board safely and keep that threat up. So I think that Smooth is in a great position here, especially now with the Inventive Chemist, into the Desert Naturalist, into Talia. We've got a massive mid-game cooking.
Going to be quite explosive indeed. But all the key pieces are there for Broken Ball as well. He has the Broadwing into Protector combo. He has a Sivir. He has the Auction on the board already. And the Bruiser. So the perfect curve of units is already there.
Mm-hmm. And Smooth has the potential for threat, but nothing that's directly good in play at the moment. So Broken Ball certainly could just get a strong tempo advantage that will put him on a trajectory to develop safely and win. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Because Smooth is reactive right now with the Quicksand and with the Hourglass. Everything else is very specific and very expensive and very situational. Broken Ball just needs to focus on developing, and attacking.
Desert Naturalist, definitely an option here if you want to, again, control the board, fight for the board against a deck like Auction Sivir that really lives and dies by the board. Then this is the card for you, able to get just a massive amount of stats on turn 4. And you just always have it activated. Obviously, you have so much landmark synergies, landmarks that you're fine with kind of proccing earlier than they need to be, like we saw here.
So, Rock Bear comes through. Looks pretty strong. And now we've got Barrier on the Broadwing. We can pull that to the side.
Ooh, this is where things get scary. We've seen this before, Scarzig. The Shield of Range is getting out of control.
On the Broadwing. And now, even though it's vulnerable, it's still, a 6/6 effectively.
Mm-hmm.
So even if it takes a little bit of chip damage, it's still going to do a lot of work for you. whenever we think that Broken Ball might not have the amount of aggression or these vulnerable units might not be that strong, it just really goes, he makes it a miracle happen where he's still able to maintain this threat. If the enemy's board isn't aggressive and wide, it doesn't matter if all your board is vulnerable.
8-8 with Challenger Scarzig. How do you deal with this?
Quicksand. Counters formidable for 1 turn. That's really all you can do. We're trying to find a way to get Taliyah developed safely. There's no landmarks for her to duplicate because Broken Ball just keeps popping the Roiling Sands and doesn't care.
Yeah, it's a bit of an awkward hand here for Smooth.
Oh no, yeah, then you just pass because your hand is just so bricked, and then Sivir comes down on top of all this nonsense with Bruiser? There's you wanted Preservarium or Ancient Prep or something you could duplicate with the Taliyah. 5. Maybe this is one of those games where you'd have to just play Taliyah down as a unit with a big HP pool. Endless Devout suddenly ties this hand back together, however. We get Devout. Next round, we get Taliyah to duplicate the Sarcophagus.
But already the swing is I mean, very, very scary. Quicksand can do something here, but...
I mean, yeah, the thing about Quicksand is that you've already used the Broadwing just essentially as a Flame Chomper to pull something to the side. Oh god, Bright Steel Protector! This levels up the Akshan, pops the Sentinel's Horde, pops the Warlord's Palace, and Sivir gets to just swing in and share all these keywords. Akshan's even bigger now. And this is one of the reasons that people are kind of down on Taliyah Ziggs, right? We hear whispers and rumors, just like Viego, that, oh, this Shurima tempo-y mid-range deck is so strong. I don't know why more people aren't playing it. And you see games like this, and it makes you reconsider your seasonal lineup at the last second. Like, even with Quicksand, you know what I mean? You're only delaying the inevitable.
It was a pretty crazy start though for Akshan Sivir, to be honest, with the Shield Duran on the Broadwing, and the Bruiser, Akshan Sivir, everything.
Has Broken Ball not gotten Akshan on 2 in any of these games?
Has any player playing Akshan Sivir ever? I mean, I haven't seen it, that's for sure. Maybe off stream, but come on, Scarzig, what kind of question is that?
And Akshan just does so much work where he's just attacking, defending. It's as long as you get the Palace in play, it's just going to accelerate, and that's really all you care about. We've got the Predict draw to just convert even further with this. I think we actually Hourglass the... Well, yeah, you want to kill the Akshan here, because if you Hourglass the Rockhopper so that you can get another Roiling Sands. But Broadwing is gigantic. Holy smokes. At the very least, we've got Taliyah to duplicate the Sarcophagus. Then we get the Restored Devout using Unleashed Energy into Absolver. And then maybe, perhaps, we can swing through. But then Broken Ball just has Quicksand. Never mind. Never mind.
We're not done yet. There's more things to do here for Broken Ball. He has 3 0-mana cards to play. He's making all the plays here.
The desert is vast, and apparently it's also full of treasure. We get the Lucky Find. We get the Predict draw into the Absolver.
And that might be it with the... There's a Cataclysm in hand, I believe, as well. The Absolver with the Overwhelm. I guess just not enough attack yet on any one of these units.
Yeah. All right, Bruiser's got to go down here. Thinking about the Unleashed Energy. Thinking about the Absolver. We can save Unleashed Energy to get one more blocker at the very least. If we do it here at burst speed, Then we get another 5-3 to threaten in. But it doesn't really seem worth it because there's a 3-2.
You can Red of Negation, though, as well, to stop the Taliyah.
Oh, the rocks, yeah.
Yeah. Especially if another spell is put on the stack. If Broken Ball can kind of bait that into happening. I'm not sure he will be able to.
So, wants to get the Restored Devout in order to take down the Broadwing. Right, if Negation comes through to clear these rocks, that Taliyah takes a little bit of damage. Sets up for the Overwhelm on the Absolver. And the Bruiser still gets to strike. That's the important part as well. He doesn't get cleared up by the rock throw, and actually gets to strike and get another lucky find. Into the grappling hook. We've got Ancient Hourglass versus that. So Taliyah rehatches at the start of the next round.
Still, Absolver is going to be there, of course, and I'm not sure there's much that Broken Ball can do to stop this combo. Both champions obviously leveled up. Attack is enough to swing in here. Overwhelm on all units. Ricochet, just in case you need that extra little bit of damage at the end, as we've seen sometimes before. The flashy wins with Akshan Sivir, but it looks like Broken Ball is going to have what it takes to come back into this game, or into this series, rather, and win this game and move on to a Game 3.
Yep, buffs up to Taliyah to threaten the Akshan. Has to call out Broken Ball and say, okay, what do you have for, attack boosting here? Part 1 of the Absolver goes on to the Bright Steel Protector, and then the Absolver's return comes through, and that is indeed going to be lethal.
Game 2 goes to Broken Ball. Game 3 now coming up. Broken Ball is going to have to shift off of this Akshan Sivir onto Echo Zillion if the ban was once again Ziggs Taliyah, which I believe it was in this case once again in this series. And Smooth is on this is going to be on, just on the Ziggs Taliyah. Has to find a win with this one. If Smooth wins, bracket reset, we do it all again, and we see if the outcomes are different. But if Broken Ball wins, the tournament is over, and he is once again our Fight Night champion. And he's done it so many times already this year. He's really caught fire in terms of maybe not showing up and still putting up a good fight, but results in terms of actually getting the wins and actually closing out these tournaments.
This is a surprisingly intricate matchup, again, because both of these lists want to set up. And when it comes to Taliyah Ziggs, having that big overwhelm damage, having potential stuns with the minefield, it becomes a huge issue with Broken Ball's list, where even though you're predicting a lot, you're looking for your drop borders, you're looking for your key pieces like Echo and, Voice of the Risen. So if you are given the choice between Quicksand and Voice of the Risen, do you take the thing that's going to protect you from the overwhelm swings? Or are you going to take the thing that's going to allow you to further your own win condition?
That's a good question to ask, Scarzig, but I might not be the right person to answer it. Instead, Broken Ball with his head bobbing maneuver.
Double drop border into Voice of the Risen with the Echo. He's just actually blessed. The reason this deck does not look as good as it seems is just because you have to be a god. You have to actually travel through time and discover the essence. You have to channel the pure force behind this deck to make everything go your way.
Oh my, Voice of the Risen as well. I mean, the crazy good start here. Whereas for Smooth, not really. I mean, you have the Ziggs, but
another much slower development. A deck that's known for being super aggressive. You can't do that early work, even though you have a lot of burst damage with Absolver. Are you really going to think your opponent's going to let you get Ziggs and Taliyah and the Absolver all set up very nicely and, serve it to you on a silver platter there?
And the biggest thing with the Ziggs Taliyah deck is those combo pieces in the mid game that working together are able to create these incredibly explosive board states. You don't have any of those right now if you're Smooth. Ziggs by himself is great, but he's really just a filler unit in this deck. He's not really the main star of the show.
And what's great too about this deck being so swarmy in the early mid game is that you can absorb these Roiling Sands, and now Echo gets to come down safely. What was the pick there? Archivist?
You have a full board at this point. Going to turn 4, your opponent has played no units.
Just going to take down to 8 HP here. Wait a minute. This deck doesn't have any attack power, Panda. Don't tell me that you're down to 10 HP on round 4. We haven't seen nonsense like this since old discard aggro. What are we missing?
There's not even one unit that has more than 2 attack, and you're down to 10 HP already.
Please, Smooth, play a unit, please. Reservarium into Ancient Prem. My life is flashing before my eyes.
A unit, yay! Go Smooth. Yeah, these are, sometimes in Runeterra you just have these very bricked hands to start things off. Your opponent has the opposite, and when those two things meet up, it seems like there's just huge disparity between decks or players. But that's how card games go sometimes. Smooth still has a chance to make it back in. 10 HP is not by any means crazy. If there was the Echo and Chrono Break combo already kind of online, and that was a threat that was active, yes, it would be very scary, but we're not quite there just yet.
So there is potential for a pass here. If you just develop the Echo, it activates Voice of the Risen, because he's leveled, and now your board is very threatening into Smooth's potential attack this turn. You're also able to get Echo safely in play before there's a Roiling Sands. You're still worried about Quicksand, but Voice of the Risen really offsets that threat, even if you lose out on the quick attack. We saw this in the previous set where, yeah, Echo doesn't have quick attack, but I still get my time trick. I can still look for my Chrono Break, and Smooth doesn't want to swing in against that by any means. Zig's leveling up, but even with those fantastic inflated stats for a 3-mana unit, he still can't stand up to this wide board. 6b4, and the open attack is coming.
A huge swing coming in, the potential for a time trick from the Echo as well.
Broken Ball just already savoring the victory here.
Quicksand on the Echo. Going to be a good trade for the Zigs here. Only taking 6 damage, so 4 HP now on the Nexus for Smooth. Low, but not dead quite yet, and there isn't really that much burn being run in this version of Echo Zillion.
Yep, and there's the time trick. So now we have the chance of getting the Chrono Break. Going to preemptive Shen emote. Knows that Smooth can't play anything here. Because you have to keep Rite of Negation open against the Chrono Break. Time tricks into another time trick. Goes for Station Archivist. Finds the Chrono Break off the Archivist. And that is going to be the rally. Even if Smooth Soloist negates this, you're still at the mercy of the next swing. You don't even care that the Echo is not part of this attack. As long as he hits the board and levels up, Voice of the Risen is permanently active here. It's taking over.
And there's a right for the next right if it comes to that. But at this point, nothing has been developed for Smooth. His entire game plan is defensive, but he's facing off still against a full board of units that he has not dealt with.
Yep, just passing. Just has the open attack still. Rite of Arcane has to kill Voice of the Risen. We have Rite of Negation against this.
Now you still have the open attack. If a development happens, you have the chance for the Hextech Crystal as well. Smooth knows this, though. The information is not exactly hidden. A second right can come down.
Second Rite of Negation clears the Voice of the Risen. Enough attack power is still coming through regardless.
And that's going to be, I don't think there's anything in the deck for Smooth that can stop the open attack. 2 damage on the Nexus. All he needs is for 2 of these units to connect in the case of the drop board, or even just 1 with a Station Archivist. And the 2-1 here, the full swing will come in. The Treasure Chute cannot do it, and Broken Ball will once again be our Fight Night champion. The Shurima Enjoyer has been driving through the desert, has come out for a pit stop, wins Fight Night, and will go right back coming into the open rounds in tomorrow's tournament, I think.
And this is an interesting mind game, right? If you're playing the EU seasonal, you're like, oh man, Broken Ball was on triple Shurima. Is that really the gambit? Or is this just the other Shurima decks that didn't quite make the lineup? Is Broken Ball playing the backup lineup just to get some final testing and keep the lineup a secret? Because we were in a similar position as well around the last seasonal, where the winner for the interview still was very hush-hush about what the open rounds are going to look like.
We'll be talking to Broken Ball in a bit, so we'll be able to find out a bit more. But I don't think, players of his caliber don't come into a tournament like Fight Night and just play their open rounds lineup. I think that's giving away a bit too much information. And any testing he had to have done, he's already done throughout the last few weeks for sure. But we'll find out in a little while to see if that's going to be the case. If he has anything else to share with us. So very quick break, and we'll be back with Broken Ball and the winner interview.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. You just missed, once again, no bracket reset. Broken Ball went to the winners finals, waited patiently for Smooth Swallowus to fight back up from the lower bracket, and then closed it out in another 2-1 set. Triple Shurima proving very, very strong as we head into the seasonal tournament. So we're going to have a small interview now with our winner, Broken Ball, and see what information he wants to share, what information he wants to keep secret heading into the next big tournament in his journey. Are you there, Broken Ball?
Yes, sir. No technical issues at all happened.
Definitely not. Definitely no. We have not been wrestling with these issues the past 5 minutes. Definitely not. Broken Ball, congrats on yet another Fight Night win. You're getting,
how many is that?
A bit too comfortable in the grand finals, it seems. 4. So you're now tied with Ultraman for the most in Europe, and you have a chance to maybe pass him next week as you get reinvited back. But the first thing I want to ask you is, how did you feel, being the player to get in the way of Deep finally winning a tournament after all these months?
I had a lot of fun when I had a 12-10 action with overall attacking twice in a turn. That was really good. I appreciate Deep allowing me to do that. And I had a bit less fun the other time when I don't know what happened. I don't know how I lost the Deep, to be honest.
So is there any mind games you want to sow into the meta game for people who don't have their lineups locked in yet and are able to be manipulated? What do you want them to bring? Triple aggro, you think it's looking good? You think triple Shurima is actually good? What's the mind game?
FTR is broken. You should just bring it 3 times if you can. Like you bring Feel the Rush, Feel the Mina, and Feel the Demacia.
What else you feeling?
It's actually
Demacia? All right, cool. Yeah, I mean,
bring Feel the Rush 3 times.
Lots of feelings there, so definitely must be an exciting lineup to bring to seasonals. Not sure if the right feelings though, considering the sarcasm in your voice, Broken Ball. Trying to lead our viewers astray. Shame on you, Broken Ball.
I know how many layers. How many layers of irony? How many layers of metagame are you on? There's just no way to know. You've got to go into the seasonal rounds, playing what you know, what you're comfortable with. I think we actually had a similar interview with you, Broken Ball, around the last seasonal. And
yes.
I know that you're the type of player who does like to bring across a wider board for the open rounds. Do you think that this for that? Are you just going to go for?
You cut out a bit, but I think for open rounds it's better to go for your comfort, strong decks, win, be better than the opponent. For top 32, when you know a bit more the field, you go for targeting people, fucking them over in top 32, top 16, and just screwing someone with a counter lineup.
Can you tell us, Broken Ball, about where you are right now? What is happening in Italy? And can you just tell us a bit more about what's going on this weekend over there?
Well, right now it's raining, which is unfortunate.
Well, not so much the time, more the situation. Thank you.
Yeah. I'm in the biggest gaming house in Italy because there's the finals of the Italian circuit and Sunday, and you can watch at Clash TV events, something like that on Twitch. And we'll play seasonals from here, me, Mayador, Soul, and other players that qualified. You can follow that too tomorrow on Twitch, and I just played from here.
Cool.
As you saw, the video quality was better than usual.
We did see, yes. Thank you for that. Hopefully, it'll be a thing you can just live there from now on, if possible, on Fridays. Just just make the trip over.
Just a 7-hour commute, classic.
I think it's worth it.
No biggie.
Considering your usual quality, I think it's worth it.
Oh my god, it's a tax write-off.
And the ambulances as well. It'll make the seasonal interviews easier for me to do.
When I win 10 fight nights, I will upgrade the setup.
Okay,
I promise.
All right, you're getting closer. At this rate. It seems to be exponential, the rate you're winning at. So in a few weeks, you're going to be there.
Yes, sir.
But other than that, I guess the final question would be, are there any other players you'd like to give a shout out that have been helping you prep for this big seasonal tournament that's about to happen?
I guess I talked with Simon a lot at this point. I talked a bit with Sergi and Donald yesterday. I talked with Skatus a bit. No one in particular, to be honest. I've been locked on Echo Z and Italia 6 for a while. I think the decks are strong. I like them. I hate every other deck in the game right now, so other than Lulu Jinx, but the deck sucks. So I will have to find a third deck that won't make me miserable tomorrow.
Well, best of luck, Broken Ball, in finding that. Of course, we want to see you advancing on to the final rounds of the seasonal past this open rounds this weekend into the next weekend. So best of luck. We hope you find your lineup and you find, you know, your good luck, your good matchups, and your good everything.
The unicorn third deck.
Yeah, that's the one that everyone is looking for the day before the open rounds begin. So we wish you luck. We wish you congratulations once again on winning today's tournament. And farewell.
Bye-bye.
So again, that was our newly crowned champion, Broken Ball, taking down his 4th Fight Night win overall. Feeling very comfortable heading into the seasonal tournament, trying to put the pieces together, and coming to us from the biggest gaming house in Italy. So it's nice that he's able to game in the lap of luxury, a setup that's certainly befitting his skill. But we'll have to see if he will keep up that quality of play heading into the grueling 9 rounds of Swiss. But that will be everything for me and Impetuous Panda today. I want to thank everyone for stopping by and tuning back in, especially after the big Riot reveal stream. So make sure you follow up on that if you haven't already. And we will see you all after the seasonals have died down, after we get the new expansion. So many new good things on the horizon. And any final thoughts from you, Panda?
Nope, I think you covered everything. If you want to see some open rounds action tomorrow, as Broken Ball mentioned, a few of the Italian players will be offering their perspectives. So definitely tune on to Twitch, the directory, and just look around and see what options there are. And I'm sure you'll find your favorite players also streaming their matches. So that's pretty much it. Enjoy the wonderful weekend of Runeterra, and we'll see you guys very soon.